Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. American Comics. Transformed into a super race, Spider-Gwen was stunned. Chapter 81. In the open camp, a group of agents looked nervously at the center of the field. Sun Wukong held the handle of the hammer, and didn't force it up, but lifted it casually. Sure enough, it didn't move at all. Tisk, Odin deserves to be blind in one eye. He was a 3 good student for 6 years, and a triple bar for 2 years. With such a luxurious resume and pure character, he can't lift a broken hammer like you. If there is a chance to meet, he will definitely talk to Odin. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened suddenly. Since it is not recognized, then try manly. Hiss. Sun Wukong exerted all of his strength, and the top of his training suit burst, revealing his knotted muscles and bulging veins and blood vessels. Several female agents exclaimed. Their bodies were a little limp, but they looked at Sun Wukong with extremely burning eyes. Director, we apply for the use of beauty tricks, and we will definitely win the target. Sun Wukong didn't realize that there were already a group of female agents staring at his body, and all his attention at the moment was focused on the hammer. Even though he used all his body strength, the hammer still remained motionless. How powerful is Sun Wukong now? Purely relying on the body, finding a point of strength, and pushing a big mountain is definitely not a problem. But still no use. I still don't believe it. I can't lift a broken hammer. Sun Wukong felt ruthless in his heart, and the smoke exploded. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the nearby special movement was shaken by the sudden movement. When I stood up straight, I found that the ground was sinking. Get out. Don't stay here, yelled Phil Coulson, the first to run out without looking back. It's okay to watch the excitement, but you can't take the life of 3 zeros. Others followed one after another, and the ground was still shaking violently. After each muffled sound, with Sun Wukong as the center, the surrounding ground would collapse. The loose soil has been pressed into a clod harder than marble. Finally, under Sun Wukong's eruption, the hammer shook slightly twice. Far away in Asgard, the eyebrows of Li Ding, who had fallen into a deep sleep, also trembled. Seeing the hope, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with joy, and he worked harder. Even red arrogance appeared all over his body. Double Realm King Fist, Quadruple Realm King Fist, Sixfold Realm King Fist. Finally, after activating the Sixfold Realm King Fist, his strength broke through a vague boundary, and Mjolnir stopped trembling, as if accepting his fate, and was obediently lifted up. Click, click. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder struck the sky. Dark clouds billowed, and a thunder fell from the sky, hitting Sun Wukong with a hammer. Phil Coulson in the distance saw this scene through a telescope and couldn't help but swear. Phil Coulson, what the hell is going on? Nick Fury's eager voice came from the headset, and all the surveillance videos around him were destroyed when Sun Wukong erupted just now, and he couldn't see what happened on the scene. Director, I now believe that the hammer was really Mjolnir. Sun Wukong was struck by lightning after lifting him. Far away in Washington, Nick Fury scrambled to his feet. Sun Wukong was struck by lightning. Can you kill him directly? Hearing that Sun Wukong was struck by lightning, Nick Fury was so excited that he wanted to give out the year-end bonus. If he could kill this scourge, he would immediately use his small treasury to pay out the money. Keep an eye on Sun Wukong and report back to me anytime, Nick Fury said into his headset. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong, bathed in thunder, did not turn into coke according to Nick Fury's vision. On the contrary, it is very comfortable. These thunderbolts had no intention of harming him at all. After they penetrated into the body, they were constantly strengthening his cells. Shattered, reassembled, made stronger. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes, and the thunder light on it slowly dissipated, showing that Sun Wukong was unharmed. Good stuff. Looking at the Meow Meow hammer in his hand, Sun Wukong showed joy. The moment he was hacked just now, it was worth his 2 or 3 months of penance. Again, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and another thunderbolt landed in the sky, but the strange thing is, Sun Wukong clearly aimed at himself, but he smashed crookedly. Instead, Phil Coulson, who was trotting over, was taken aback, and the lightning strike fell less than 5 meters in front of him. It was as if these thunders were no longer willing to hurt him. Mr. Sun Wukong, are you okay? Phil Coulson asked with concern. After hearing his words, Nick Fury, who was far away in Washington, returned to sit on the chair angrily. It's okay, Sun Wuming said, throwing the hammer back to its original position without the slightest bit of nostalgia, like a scumbag who refuses to recognize anyone when he lifts his pants. This hammer is Odin's thing. He can resist the restriction that Odin left in the hammer, but it doesn't mean he can beat Odin. There is really no need to offend the God King with the hammer. If he could always summon Lei Ting to help him cultivate, maybe Sun Wuming would really be ignorant. The big deal is to rely on Shondo to fight the opponent, or ask Ancient One to come out to help. It's a pity that the plan didn't work. The Thunderbolt was a one-off, and after helping him strengthen his body for a while, he didn't want to attack him anyway. Mr. Sun Wuming, you. Phil Coulson wanted to say something, but Sun Wuming had already walked away slowly. I'm going to rest. If someone comes to steal this hammer in a while, remember to ask your subordinates to be more polite. After all, you don't want to cause alien disputes, do you? In the middle of the night, there was a sudden heavy rain, and monitoring equipment was installed around Mjolnir. Phil Coulson stood motionless in front of the monitor. When he learned that Thor would really come to get his hammer, Nick Fury issued a death order, and he must let Phil Coulson pay attention so as not to cause any misunderstanding. The torrential rain became heavier and heavier, and the thunder appeared again in the sky, making the listeners feel depressed. Just as Phil Coulson was about to go out to get some air, the camp alarm suddenly sounded. An uninvited guest barged in. Everyone is not allowed to leave the post. Don't stop him. See what he wants to do. Phil Coulson gave an order to the communicator, and then said to Sidwell next to him. Go and call that one over. Is this the legendary Thor? On the monitor, the heavy rain blurred the picture, but Yishi could clearly see that it was a tall, blond man with bulging muscles, very majestic. Swish. No, I'm coming by myself. Sun Wuming yawned and appeared in the tent out of nowhere, jumping everyone down. Phil Coulson quickly asked, Sir, is he Thor? That's right, just watch it. Phil Coulson nodded with a forced smile. In the picture, Thor saw the tight guards around him, and thought he would encounter many enemies, but his infiltration was surprisingly smooth, and he came to Mjolnir without any effort. Mjolnir, I'm here to look for you, so hurry up. Looking at his old friend, Thor smiled, and grabbed the hammer handle. Phil Coulson was sick of breathing, waiting for the thunder to come. But for a long time, nothing happened. The smile on Thor's face hardens, and he convinces himself quickly. Well, it must be the wrong posture. Mjolnir, I understand you. He moved his wrist and shouted in a deep voice. I am Thor. The hammer remained motionless. Next, no matter what he tried, Mjolnir gave him no feedback. No, a flash of lightning across the sky illuminates Thor's terrified face, and he finally understands what his father said before he was exiled. The moment his divine power was sealed, he had already lost his qualifications as king and as Thor. Inside the tent, with a dazed face, Phil Coulson looked at Thor, who was crying and yelling in the monitor, and turned his head to look at Sun Wuming, who was silent. Is he really Thor? How do I feel? Like a fool. Sun Wuming answered abruptly, and Phil Coulson subconsciously nodded before realizing it. No, it's not. I just think May is more like Thor than him. Forget it. Little Thor is not good enough for me. At least I want to be a Super Saiyan god. Sun Wuming curled his lips in disdain. This guy angered his old man, and now his divine power has been sealed, so I came to be the bodyguard. Phil Coulson suddenly realized, and then became a bit muggle. Then what to do next? Send someone to bring him over, and I'll talk to him. You guys go, don't hurt him, Phil Coulson said into the communicator. Soon, Thor, who was deeply shocked, saw a group of mortals surrounding him. He was full of anger and wanted to resist, but after knocking down several people in a row, he was shocked by the high-voltage electric rod, and immediately passed out trembling and rolling his eyes. Sun Wuming, who watched the whole process, shook his head helplessly. Thor is stunned by the electric shock rod. Who is Thor? No wonder Odin is throwing him down to practice. With Mjolnir's aid, Thor has forgotten it's Thor, not the hammer. The lightning can only be stimulated by a hammer, so it is better to call it the god of the hammer. It wasn't until the next day that Phil Coulson came to find Sun Wuming again and told him that Thor had woken up and asked him to go and have a look. The two came to the medical room. Thor was still yelling as he was trapped on the bed. Let go of me. What are you going to do? I am Thor. For the glory of the northern god. After entering the door, Sun Wuming answered without thinking. Thor froze for a moment, and immediately showed 2 rows of big white teeth. Someone actually knows my slogan, mortal, you are very good. Sun Wuming chuckled and told Phil Coulson to drive out the other personnel, leaving only 3 of them in the room. Thor, didn't you wake up from last night's experience? Your father is so disappointed in you, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown you to Midgard. Thor's eyes became sharp instantly, and he glanced at Sun Wuming. Who the hell are you and why do you know this? I was entrusted by Sorcerer Supreme to come and see you. Sun Wuming didn't hide anything. He planned to use his own method to make Thor get the hammer faster. Oh no, it was Odin's approval. On the other hand, Phil Coulson silently wrote down the name Sorcerer Supreme. This must be another boss, otherwise it would be impossible to invite Sun Wuming. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Thor thought for a long time before he thought of the name. He once heard Frigga mention that many Asgards praised Loki as the #1 magician in the 9 realms. Only Frigga shook her head with a smile, and revealed the existence of the Sorcerer Supreme lineage. As long as the Sorcerer Supreme is still there, the title of #1 magician in the 9 realms will never come to Loki. Yes, she made a deal with your father to let me babysit you for a few days. Oh. Ding gave you a week. Quote, Sun Wuming stretched out his finger. Within a week, if you haven't realized your mistake, then I won't take care of you anymore and let you fend for yourself in Blue Star. I'm not wrong. Thor became emotional. I'm expanding Asgard's territory. Why did he do this to me? Sun Wuming was too lazy to reason with this muscular man, so he pointed to Phil Coulson again. If you still want to go back to Asgard, you will listen to him in a while, and if you don't want to, I will let you go immediately. Thor was silent, and Phil Coulson looked surprised. What does this have to do with him? After a long time, Thor said, can you guarantee that what you say is true? Sun Wuming didn't speak, but opened Min. A weird sound came from outside, followed by the wall being smashed, and under Thor's disbelieving gaze, Sun Wuming held his Mjolnir. No, this roar really made the listener sad and the listener shed tears, as if he had to watch the other party's movements with wide eyes after being NTR face to face. Sun Wuming said sternly, with my quality of 1.5 recognized by Mjolnir, shouldn't you believe what I say? Thor looked at Mjolnir, then at Sun Wuming, who was even taller than him. Nod vigorously. Mjolnir will only recognize people of high moral character besides me, people of Midgard, I believe in you. That's about the same. Sun Wuming nodded in satisfaction, and turned to look at Phil Coulson, who had already been dumbfounded. He didn't understand, how did Sun Wuming become a person of high moral character in the blink of an eye? The rest is up to you. Phil Coulson stared at him in bewilderment. What can I do? It's like this. Sun Wuming recounted the ins and outs of things in detail, from Thor making a big fuss in Jotunheim to the quarrel with Odin. After Phil Coulson understood, he immediately looked at Thor with strange eyes. This is a 1,000-year-old brat. No wonder even the God King can be so angry that he doesn't want children. At the same time, he understood Sun Wuming's thoughts and nodded seriously. Leave it to me, I will communicate with the director. Thor. As soon as Sun Wuming exerted force, he tore off the rope binding Thor. You only have 1 week, if you don't succeed, you really can't be Thor anymore. Thor's eyes were serious. I'll listen to his arrangement. Sun Wuming laughed. Phil Coulson left with Thor, and he had to discuss with Nick Fury first, what method could be used to change Thor's worldview. But Sun Wuming still remained in the ward. He looked at a hole that Mjolnir broke open, and said lightly. After watching the play for so long, don't you plan to say something? In the empty room, Sun Wuming's words seemed very abrupt. Without any response, it was still dead silent. Odin's adopted son, giants of Jotunheim Loki, you really think your illusion can hide from my eyes? Sun Wuming continued to speak softly, revealing the identity of the visitor. The sight can be disguised, and the hearing can also be disguised, but what cannot be concealed is the considerable breath of life. This is like a candle in the dark night, extremely conspicuous. Sun Wuming was almost laughing out loud. How could he dare to call himself the #1 magician in the 9 realms if he could only use such a trick? The light at the entrance of the cave twisted for a while, and a man wearing a luxurious emerald green dress and an antler helmet came out with a gloomy expression. It is Thor's adopted brother, the evil god Loki. Before Phil Coulson and Sun Wuming entered the medical room, Loki had already arrived here one step ahead of them. Originally, he wanted to hit Thor again, and tell him the false news that Odin was dead by the way, completely cutting off the other party's hope of returning to Asgard. But the arrival of Sun Wuming disrupted his plan. Loki's heart is very restless at the moment. One is because the other party knows everything about what happened in Asgard. They went to Jotunheim to make a big fuss, and they also know their identities. 2. Because of Mjolnir, Loki's eyeballs are going to be red looking at Mjolnir, who is still held by Sun Wuming. He wanted to touch the hammer countless times, but Thor didn't give him pleasure like protecting his wife. But this mortal can be recognized by Mjolnir. Say your name, Midgardian. Sun Wuming, you don't even know me after I told you. Well, you can leave Blue Star now, I will cover Thor now, and put away all your petty plans. Sun Wuming's attitude was very contemptuous, and Loki laughed back angrily. A mere mortal who despises the new king of Asgard. Stop pretending. Sun Wuming looked disgusted. Odin is just performing Odin's sleep, do you really think he is dead? Loki's pupils constrict suddenly. How does this person know everything? Odin obviously just entered a dormant state, and after he took over Kungunir, he came to the earth non-stop to eliminate the aftermath. Why did the news travel so fast? I don't care how you know the news, give me Mjolnir and I will give you eternal glory. Loki looked at the hammer in Sun Wuming's hand, his greed evident. Acquiring Mjolnir is more than just gaining its power, more importantly, it can use this hammer to completely give up his eccentric old father. If you want it, then get it yourself. Sun Wuming smiled playfully, and weighed the Meow hammer in his hand, full of irony. How could Loki, who had just ascended the throne of the God King, endure such humiliation? He raised the spear in his hand and emitted an energy ray. Sun Wuming didn't seem to see it, not only did not dodge, but looked to his right side. Boom! There was a dull thud, and another Loki appeared there. I've already told you, don't play such childish tricks with me, I'm not as stupid as your brother. Loki's eyes popped out from being punched in the stomach, and he spat acid water all over the floor. It turns out that Loki, who just appeared, has always been a phantom, and his real body is lurking beside Sun Wuming, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. But Loki never expected that he was the one who was attacked unexpectedly. Before he could recover a bit, a portal appeared under his feet, the whole person passed through the portal, fell from it, and so on. Sun Wuming spread out his palm, and an ice cream appeared in his hand, watching Loki's infinite freefall with great interest, and the speed is still getting faster. Elegant, just too elegant. If he hadn't gone to Kamar-Taj to study, now Sun Wuming can only deal with Loki with a violent beating. How could it be as easy and freehand as it is now? From now on, we can also say that we are civilized people. It took a while. Sun Wuming closed the portal, and Loki fell to the ground. He tried to stand up, but his legs were fighting, and he struggled several times before he staggered up, his eyes were red. I fell for half an hour. I just let you go so easily because I saw that you have a father in heaven. Sun Wuming said lightly, if you want to piss me off completely, then continue talking. Loki decisively chooses to shut up. His disposition is like this, he will feel timid when he meets a strong man. It's not that he completely admits that he is intimidated, but how he can come back while hiding behind his back. As long as the goal can be achieved, he will not mind no matter what the means are. Like now, after realizing how tricky Sun Wuming was, Loki decisively changed his strategy and showed a kind smile. The strong man of Midgard, I was reckless just now, since Mjolnir has recognized you, then it should belong to you. I apologize for the conflict just now. Loki's idea is very simple, since the hammer is in Sun Wuming's hand, he will always hold it, as long as it is not returned to Thor. Sun Wuming nodded indifferently, okay, then you should leave Blue Star as soon as possible, and don't wander around my territory if you have nothing to do. The smile on Geji's face was still there, and he nodded slowly. Kungunir poked the ground, and a huge colorful torrent descended from the sky. Sun Wuming took this opportunity to take a good look at Bifrost. Normally, Bifrost is only used as a portal, which can send Asgard's troops to any position in the 9 realms. But this is the strongest weapon in Asgard's hands. The force just now was indeed powerful, containing spatial turbulence, and its lethality was self-evident. On the other side, Phil Coulson passed all the information to the headquarters as quickly as possible. After learning about Thor's experience, Nick Fury instantly realized that this was a great opportunity. A chance to build a good relationship with the legendary god realm. Thor has a special status. If he, the future crown prince, can have a good impression of the earth, then at least there will be one less enemy in the future. Using the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury quickly assembled a group of experts in mythology, psychology, and children's education. Let them use the fastest speed to design a set of the best education plan for Thor. When they saw the mythological experts appearing in their group, the other two groups were still a little confused. However, after Nick Fury finished talking about this mission, they finally understood why they called this group of magic sticks. This time, it was the turn of the mythologist to collapse. No, shouldn't Loki be Thor's uncle? Why his brother? Do you understand mythology or Odin understands mythology? Nick Fury interrupted the group's quarrel. Hurry up and give me a feasible plan, 5 days. I will see the effect in 5 days. Both Phil Coulson and Nick Fury took Sun Wuming's time limit seriously. To be on the safe side, they even reduced the time to 5 days, leaving a buffer period of 2 days. Minister, I think with Thor's IQ, we have the ability to brainwash him. At the same time, Sitwell was also passing information to Pearson revealing his plan. Thor, who has no worldview at all, is Hydra's favorite type. In terms of brainwashing, they are professionals, as long as they seize the opportunity of these few days to mind control Thor, and when he recovers his divine power in the future, Hydra will have his own god. When Sitwell told Pierce about his grand plan with excitement, he was greeted with curses. Are you crazy? That's the one Sun Wuming wants to protect. My father is Odin. What the hell do you have to say to brainwash a god? Pierce can't wait to go and strangle Sitwell right away. You have such a big mouth, how dare you remember the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Since Sun Wuming revealed his identity, Pierce didn't sleep well for a long time, fearing that his identity would be known by others one day. It was not until recently that he found out that Sun Wuming really didn't care about his identity. All Pierce thinks now is that he doesn't want to have any contact with Sun Wuming until the project is completed. Sitwell is purely self-inflicted. Put away your little thoughts, and hide your identity honestly. You do what Phil Coulson tells you to do, eat shit. You get to do it too. Then blame Fury. After a rant, Pierce hung up the phone abruptly. Sitwell heard the busy tone from the phone, because his bald head was covered with beads of sweat. After half a day, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent the final plan to Phil Coulson. Prince Thor, come with me. Just call me Thor. Thor, who was beaten up by Sun Wuming KFC, became more honest, and the two found Sun Wuming who was playing games. Mr. Sun Wuming, in order to avoid wasting time, could I trouble you to send us to this location? Phil Coulson gave Sun Wuming a coordinate. He looked at it, and then asked, are there any photos of the nearby buildings? Phil Coulson immediately showed the phone to Sun Wuming. Okay, let's go. When the portal appeared, Phil Coulson was extremely astonished. He came to find Sun Wuming because he knew that he had the ability of teleportation and high-speed flight. But this time it's a new method. What else is there that he can't do? Shocked, Phil Coulson pulled Thor and walked over there. There was already a fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. team waiting for the two of them. Upon landing, Thor frowned. He smelled blood, and it was very strong. There must have been a war not long ago and many people died. Where is this? Middle Black, one of the most chaotic areas on Blue Star. Phil Coulson didn't say much, he just took Thor all the way to the outside of the dilapidated town. Gunshots could be heard faintly. Phil Coulson introduced. There are two warlords fighting here, and they have been fighting for more than half a year, and the ownership of the town changes several times every day. Excitement appeared on Thor's face. Is there going to be a war? Although I have lost my divine power, I am still an Asgard warrior, and I have never been afraid of war. Phil Coulson shook his head. No, we are only responsible for observation. Under Thor's somewhat disappointed eyes, he added, in the past few days, please be sure to do what I ask, so that it is possible to get God King Odin's forgiveness. Hearing Odin's name, Thor nodded reluctantly. After a while, the gunfire gradually died down, and Phil Coulson led Thor into the town. On the street, a little boy in scanty clothes was holding a dead body and weeping bitterly, speaking an aboriginal language that no one could understand. Looking at Thor's somewhat touched eyes, Phil Coulson said softly, 13,653 people, this is the number of deaths in this town this year. But this is the fate of the warrior. It is also their glory. Thor understood what Phil Coulson meant, and retorted in a low voice. What about the child? He lost his father, and many innocent civilians. Phil Coulson pointed to the child and asked again. His country will take care of it. The country has perished, and only warlords are left. This will not happen to us in Asgard, which is an eternal realm. Phil Coulson shrugged, not expecting Thor to be persuaded. After walking around the small town full of ruins, the two boarded the plane and rushed to the next destination. This time, their destination is the Middle East. There, Thor witnessed another gun battle with his own eyes. One side held civilians as meat shields, and he roared angrily in anger. Despicable. War is a battlefield for soldiers, why should you hurt civilians? He did it voluntarily, Phil Coulson said indifferently. The civilian is a member of this country. In order to repel the invaders, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Thor was speechless. He saw the calmness and determination to die in the eyes of the meat shield, as well as the deep hatred for the invaders. Did you harm civilians when you invaded Jotunheim? Phil Coulson asked. Thor doesn't say anything, because he's not sure either. When he saw him, the eyes of all the giants of Jotunheim were almost the same as that of this civilian, and he couldn't tell whether they were civilians or not. Immediately afterwards, Phil Coulson took Thor to another place. The flames of war on Blue Star have never stopped, and traces of war can be found in many places. They saw the bewilderment of children, the crying of women who lost their husbands, and the helplessness of old people who lost their sons. The sadness in every pair of eyes accumulates in Thor's heart little by little. Prince Thor, Phil Coulson used the honorific again, I want you to think carefully about what the meaning of war is. Tomorrow is the next task. Thor didn't speak, but went to Sun Wuming. In his eyes, only Sun Wuming, a noble man, recognized by Mjolnir, can resolve his doubts. Why are there so many wars breaking out on Blue Star? After talking about the experiences of the past 2 days, Thor asked blankly. Because of the United States. Sun Wuming said definitely. They can gain benefits by launching wars. The more chaotic the world is, the more benefits they can get from it. Aren't you the same way? Why did you start the war? It's not just that illusory honor. Have you ever asked your subjects what they really think? Thor thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Without war, his reputation for invincibility would not have spread. He even went to Jotunheim to prove his strength to his father. Isn't this a kind of war waged for his own interests? Thor's not feeling well. Midi is actually me. Sun Wuming can't say good or bad about the plan that S.H.I.E.L.D. finally came up with. Thor has too many faults, and it can't be corrected in just 7 days. A brat who has lived for thousands of years, his temperament is basically fixed. Unless there is a big turning point, a complete change is possible. For example, the younger brother wanted to kill him, the parents died suddenly, a sister suddenly appeared to snatch the inheritance, and then half of the family property was robbed by gangsters. The purpose of Sun Wuming now is to touch Thor's heart and show signs of change, so that Odin can see this, and it is estimated that Mjolnir can be used by him. From this point of view, S.H.I.E.L.D. has done a good job, and Thor must be thinking in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such a question. The next day, Thor found Sun Wuming again early in the morning to test whether he could lift Mjolnir, but it was obvious that the hammer didn't respond. Thor, who had already expected this result, was not too disappointed, and was arranged by Phil Coulson to work in a bar in the town. Seeing his strong muscles, the boss readily agreed and stayed as a waiter and part-time porter. Jane Foster, who had been under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Dr. Eric were also released. They found Thor right away. Thor, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Thor, who was carrying the wine barrel, saw Jane, and showed a big smile. Jane, I'm fine, where have you been these few days? That group of agents confiscated our research results and locked us up too. Jane said indignantly. Eric quickly interrupted her useless complaints, and asked eagerly. Thor, have you got your hammer back? Now they have also believed in Thor's identity. After all, a bunch of things with cerebral palsy before were not done by normal people. It's not crazy, it's just a god who doesn't eat the fireworks of the world. Thor should belong to the latter. Hearing this, Thor shook his head dejectedly, and my father still didn't forgive me. Quote. Seeing such a heart-wrenching expression on the 1.9-meter-old man, Jane couldn't help but blurt out, "Then you won't be a god, at worst, I'll support you." After speaking, he realized that he was wrong, and an ambiguous atmosphere permeated. Eric interrupted again inappropriately. Then Thor, what are you doing now? Oh, it's a trial arranged for me by a virtuous Midgardian. As long as I can pass, my father will forgive me. Thor showed a big smile. Jane and Eric glanced at each other, not understanding what Thor was saying, but seeing that he wasn't being forced to do so, he stopped. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the tavern was full every night, and the business was very good. Thor is so busy that he has to work until late every night before he can go back. But it's definitely not without gains. With comparison, there will be a deeper understanding. After watching the scene of hell for 2 days in a row, the peace in the town made Thor really like this atmosphere. Especially when listening to those guests, when they talked about family life, the kind of smile from the heart let him understand what ordinary people need. Well, these guys are all actors hired by Phil Coulson. Ordinary people spend their daily necessities and do a lot of nonsense. How can there be so many happy and harmonious people who go to the tavern every day to brag about their lives? Doing this is also to make the contrast more intense, but looking at Thor's changes, it is obvious that this trick is also very effective. Far away in Asgard, there are also a group of people who are worried about Thor's safety. Asgard's current throne is temporarily replaced by Loki. The 3 warriors of Asgard and the goddess Sif all feel that there is something weird about it, but even the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, approves of Loki's behavior, so they can't say anything more. Several people found Heimdall and asked him to send them to Thor through Bifrost. Heimdall shook his head and refused. No, Thor is doing well now, don't bother him. Wait any longer, and Loki will become the real king. Hogun, one of the warriors, said impatiently. If you want to experience, you can do it anytime, but Thor must return to Asgard now. After some persuasion, Heimdall finally wavered and secretly let a few people leave. The rushed Rocky had a panoramic view of this scene. Loki is completely outraged. He obviously left a way for Thor. Why are these people unwilling to accept the fact that he became king? The current Loki has lost the cunning of the past. All he wants to do now is revenge. Kill Thor, and the eye will work again. Kill Sun Wuming, wash away the humiliation of being driven back. Loki came all the way to the treasure house of the God King, entered the gate with Kungunir's authority, and came in front of a pair of metal figures with huge amounts of them. This is the Destroyer. The Destroyer is a super armor forged by Odin and an extremely powerful weapon. The whole body of the battle armor is made of Uru metal by Nevada's dwarf master, and it is also mixed with various precious treasures from the 9 realms. At the beginning, Odin created this battle armor for the purpose of using it as the Father of Heaven to fight against the gods. Although it ended in failure, there is absolutely no denying the power of the Destroyer armor. The authority of the Destroyer armor, the key to activate it, is Kungunir in Loki's hands. The spear of authority of the God King shone with dazzling light, corresponding to it was the red light that slowly lit up in the body of the Destroyer. Kill him, Thor, Sun Wuming, Sif, keep none. In the empty treasure house, Loki's roar echoed. Blue Star, Sun Wuming, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The phantom of Ancient One suddenly appeared in the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. The Destroyer is coming. The youngest son of the Odin family is really crazy. Ancient One said with a smile. This kind of behavior can already be regarded as provocation. Throwing Asgard's most powerful war weapon on Blue Star is a signal of invasion, and Ancient One will have no problem even if it shoots directly. It's just that she has promised Odin to show mercy to the 2 juniors, so it's really hard for her to come forward in this matter. The 500-year-old Ancient One is actually the elder of the 2,000-year-old Loki and Thor. It sounds weird, but it's normal. The strong are never judged by age. Sun Wuming was a little puzzled. Isn't that battle armor pretty rubbish? It was smashed by Thor with a hammer. Thor's shot, and your shot are completely two concepts. Ancient One shook his head slightly. If you are interested, you can try it. If you find it troublesome, you can also hand it over to Thor and Odin will give us an explanation afterwards. What if it's broken? That's his own fault. If you want to blame his son for being ignorant. Ancient One said with full confidence, and Sun Wuming also smiled. Then let's play. It's too boring to compete with you, Venerable, I still like to fight to the flesh. Ancient One nodded, Hikiri is up to you. Quote, after speaking, it disappeared. Outside, on the streets of the small town, strange metal armor has come to the earth, its face is wide open, revealing a hollow. After a short charge, a terrifying beam of light blasted out. Wherever it passed, the houses collapsed instantly, and a deep gully appeared on the ground. Why did the destroyer appear here? Is the father really going to kill me? Thor, who was originally happy to be reunited with the three warriors of Asgard, came to the street and looked at the wanton destroyer with shock and disbelief in his eyes. It's Loki. Your Majesty has fallen asleep. Loki has Mjolnir, and he can manipulate the destroyer. The three warriors and Sev explained the situation in a few words, which made Thor feel even worse. His brother really wanted to kill him. Seeing the once peaceful town destroyed by the destroyer, Thor finally understands something. Unjust wars can only bring deep harm to innocent people. Other than that, nothing. While he was in a daze, several companions rushed forward to fight the destroyer, but even the destroyer manipulated by Loki was not something they could deal with. I have to stop Loki, no more sacrifices. Thor thought of something in an instant, and rushed up desperately. The destroyer found the target of this trip, and the hollow face lit up again, aiming directly at Thor. Kill me, Loki, if you can leave Midgard. Take my life. Far away in Asgard, through the manipulation of the destroyer, Loki heard Thor's words, and his face was a little uncertain. But in the end, he gave the order. Kill him. No, Thor. Several Asgard warriors saw the pillar of fire sprayed on Thor, shouted, but could do nothing. At the same time, Thor suddenly felt blessed and stretched out his arm. There was a whistling sound in the distance, and Mjolnir flew into Thor's hand at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. In an instant, the sky thundered and fell on the ground. The thunder and lightning formed a barrier to block the attack of the destroyer. Father, have you forgiven me at last? Feeling the refilling of divine power in his body, Thor was incomparably pleasantly surprised, and then looked angrily at the destroyer. Loki, you really pissed me off this time. As he said that, he was about to wave Mjolnir to rush up, and an arm appeared out of thin air, pressing him down. Thor, this is Blue Star, I should do it. Wuming. Thor turned his head and found Sun Wuming standing beside him, and explained eagerly. At this time my father's battle armor, he is very powerful. Don't worry so much, just take a good look at it. Sun Wuming said another sentence, and the whole person disappeared by Thor's side, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the destroyer and punched him down. Boom! The tyrannical wind shattered the surrounding houses, and the destroyer was also thrown out of the town by this punch, flying into the distance like a meteor. Sun Wuming chased after him quickly, leaving a group of people from Asgard in a daze. Thor, who is this man? He's so strong. Fandral asked in shock. He can blow the destroyer away with one punch. He is a friend I met in Midgard, and he is also recognized by Mjolnir, but I didn't know that Wuming was so strong. Thor said blankly, and the others were even more shocked. In their eyes, Midgard, which was extremely weak, unexpectedly had such a strong man. Outside the small town, after Sun Wuming caught up with the destroyer, he threw 2 punches in a row, keeping their fighting range completely away from human habitation. On the barren next door, 2 good emotions have appeared on the body of the destroyer, but the strange thing is, the surrounding metal rose like a liquid ship, and Loki was furious in Asgard. Thor was not killed, and his powers were restored. Sun Wuming came out to disrupt the situation again. Do you insist on going with me? Why can't you die in peace? Under his full force, the size of the destroyer battle armor swelled a bit, already exceeding 10 meters, and the energy cannon, which was several times thicker than it was just now, fired loudly. It's just a target to become so big, what's the use of it? Sun Wuming shook his head, stretched out his palm with chi attached. firmly received the energy cannon, and then made 2 round slashes of chi, splitting the destroyer into 4. It's useless. The energy of the destroyer is endless, and he can repair it infinitely. Loki seemed to be talking to Sun Wuming through the air, using the Mjolnir in his hand as a remote control, and kept launching terrifying attacks. But the speed was too slow. Sun Wuming could easily dodge without even taking off the load. Facing the scorching flames, Sun Wuming rushed directly to the top of the destroyer, the terrifying energy in his hands gathering. Drink. The Qigong wave was released, and the blue light enveloped the huge body. After 2 seconds, the light dissipated. The destroyer has shattered into slag and fell to the ground. Loki still wanted to urge the destroyer to recover, but was shocked to find that the scepter in his hand didn't work. On the ground, all the parts came together, just like before, but Sun Wuming's expression became serious. The breath of the destroyer has become completely different. A mighty coercion that belonged exclusively to the god swept across. God King Odin. Attack. As Odin's trump card against the Celestials, the destroyer armor couldn't be so vulnerable. In the situation just now, one reason is that Loki's bloodline is not good enough. Even if he holds Mjolnir in his hand, he still cannot exert the power of the destroyer. Second, there are not enough levels. This is the equipment of a strong level godfather. For a magician who can only play illusions, it is completely overqualified. But now, things are different. After following Odin for so long, the destroyer armor has long been contaminated with a trace of Odin's divinity. If facing Thor, the bloodline possessed by the other party would not be able to arouse such divine hostility, and even have the effect of suppressing it. That is the prince with a red root. This is also an important reason why Thor can scrap the destroyer armor with one blow. But when the enemy is Sun Wuming, things are completely different. Who was Odin in the early years? Conquering the 9 realms, trampling across half of the starry sky with iron hoofs, and even sealed his own daughter. How could such a ruthless person allow his armor to be dismantled by a mortal with his arrogance? Even in the sleep of Odin, the divinity has been aroused instinctively, and the armor is slowly recovering. The dark clouds gradually gathered in the 4 directions, and countless vortices appeared indistinctly in the sky. The violent tornado wraps the battlefield belonging to the 2, blowing Sun Wuming's robes and hunting. Instead of being surprised, he was overjoyed, thinking that this would be interesting, as the previous battles were really boring. Bifrost reappeared, and Mjolnir in Loki's hand broke free from his grasp, plunged into the torrent of color, and teleported into the hands of the Blue Star Destroyer. He can only watch all these developments helplessly. Although he can observe the situation of Blue Star through the perspective of the destroyer, he has already lost control over the destroyer. Boom! The air wave exploded, and the aura of the destroyer armor finally reached its peak. Mjolnir, also known as Mjolnir, has runic characters engraved on the tip of the gun, and the body of the gun is made of branches of the world tree. As long as it is locked by it, it will definitely hit the enemy. At this moment, Sun Wuming had a deep feeling that he would definitely be hit by this gunshot, and no matter how he escaped, he would not be able to escape. The destroyer raised the spear in his hand, the runes flashed, and then he was thrown violently. Click! A ray of light flashed across the sky, and Mjolnir almost escaped from the hands of destroyer, and came in front of Sun Wuming, pointing directly at his heart. Drink ah 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 ah! The red arrogance exploded. Sun Wuming directly increased the Kaiwankwan to the highest 8 times. Facing the destroyer, he couldn't use a little bit of strength like he did against the Ancient One. This is the real battle of life and death. Puff! Bits of blood dripped down. Sun Wuming's fist shook away the gun of eternity, and he was also injured. Looking at the bright red blood falling on the ground, he was a little stunned. In 35 days, Sun Wuming will celebrate his 18th birthday. In the past 18 years, this was the first time he was injured and bled. The scarlet blood didn't make him feel a little bit of fear, but excitement. Come again. With a loud shout, Sun Wuming rushed forward with red arrogance to start a hand-to-hand fight with the destroyer. Logically speaking, it is undoubtedly the most unwise choice to go head-to-head with the destroyer armor with Ulu metal as the main body. But what's that? Sun Wuming was fascinated by this feeling of hitting the ground with every punch and kick. It is said that it is a standard process to endure pain, ignore pain, and enjoy pain. But now, Sun Wuming skipped straight to the last step and started enjoying the pain. With every punch, there will be an extra blood mark on the fist. The eternal spear in the hands of the destroyer is extremely sharp, and the hollow helmet that is wide open will shoot out energy rays from time to time, and his weapons are all over his body. It didn't take long before Sun Wuming's body was covered with scars, making him look extremely miserable. However, while his body was being injured, his aura became more and more powerful. On the edge of the battlefield, Thor rushed over with the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, and saw the 1 man in 1 armor fighting in the distance, and the aftermath of the disaster. Horgan swallowed. Thor, are we going? Originally, they wanted to come to support Sun Wuming, but looking at the current scene, it is estimated that 1 person is almost as good as 1 punch. Maybe it will be a series of 2. Thor was silent for a while, and then said firmly, I can go by myself, this is Asgard's mistake, I can't ask Wuming to bear it for me. The strength shown by the destroyer armor far exceeded his CEAA imagination, and even made Thor think of his father. But now that he understands his responsibility, it is impossible for him to choose to back down. Just as Thor was already flying, he was held in place by the pressure that appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and a melodious voice came into the minds of several people. This is Wuming's battle, you don't want to interfere with him. Who? After searching the surroundings, several people did not find the figure who spoke. After trying the words several times, Thor couldn't get out of this area by himself, so he could only give up, and follow the development of the battle with his eyes fixed on him. Using Kamahe Qigong to neutralize the energy cannon of the destroyer, Sun Wuming took the time to shake his arm. It's so hard. Throwing a celestial bean into his mouth, he swallowed it without biting, his body recovered quickly, and Sun Wuming's condition immediately improved a lot. And at the next moment, the destroyer's big foot stepped on it again. Boom! Putting his hands on his head, he resisted firmly, and then violently exerted force, overturning the destroyer's armor, followed by 2 round chi cuts, cutting off his limbs. But soon, the battle armor returned to its original state, like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang, and rushed forward again. Sun Wuming floated up quickly, pointing his fingers between his eyebrows, gathering a large amount of chi in his body. This battle is enough to this point. If it continues, Blue Star will also be affected, and there is no breath of life within 100 miles. This is the result of Sun Wuming's intentional restraint of power. But the destroyer armor doesn't. Every attack of his is full force, which makes Sun Wuming unable to hide, and can only counteract it head-on. This guy's energy is almost unlimited, and it would be too disadvantageous to consume it. In 3 seconds, the destroyer was reassembled. Seeing Sun Wuming flying into the sky, he also rose into the sky. However, the few seconds he was delayed was enough for Sun Wuming to complete the charge of the move, and an astonishing light condensed on his fingertips. Magic light piercing cannon. A beam of energy surrounded by a spiral airflow shot out, instantly hitting the center of a circle on the chest of the destroyer armor. Apologize. After a moment of stalemate, the destroyer's battle armor was pierced, the spear he was wielding froze in place, and the light inside the helmet suddenly went out. But the energy beam continued unabated, and soon came to the outer space, passing by the moon. This made Sun Wuming breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the moon was not destroyed. Otherwise, the next wish should be to make a wish to the dragon, and another moon will come out. I don't know if that dragon has such a skill. Ancient One, who was hiding in the mirror space, was also moved when he saw Sun Wuming's blow. What a terrifying penetrating power, this kid has become stronger again. For the blow just now, even she couldn't think of a way to resist it for the time being, so she could only dodge it. With such a powerful move, even the mirror image space may be able to penetrate. Thinking of this, Tong Yi smiled with satisfaction. From this point of view, Sun Wuming still respects the old and loves the young, at least he didn't use such a move when the two of them sparred last time. Boom! There was a dull sound, and the destroyer hit the ground, shattered into pieces, and there was no intention of recovering after a long time. Only then did Thor and the others, who had witnessed this epic battle, come back to their senses. Sun Wuming also fell to the ground, looking at the debris in front of him. This result is no surprise. During the battle just now, Sun Wuming discovered the core of the destroyer armor. The defense there is several times stronger than other places, and even Chi Circle Slash can't break through it. It can only rely on the single-point strongest blasting move of the magic light-penetrating cannon. It has to be said that Nobihan's biological father Piccolo's Nirvana is quite powerful. A beam of light went down and directly consumed 70% of the chi in Sun Wuming's body. Call out. A golden light pierced the sky. Kungunir, the eternal spear, disappeared in this world, probably taken back by Li. So the armor fragments in this place belong to him. Wuming. Thor hurried over, his face full of admiration. You are so strong, you can even kill the destroyer armor. It's still not far away. Sun Wuming waved his hand, not at all happy. It's just that Odin's armor is so difficult to deal with, so how strong is he himself? Sun Wuming's hands were itchy, and he suddenly wanted to challenge this god king. Okay, now that you have regained your power, the trip to Blue Star should be over. Sun Wuming patted Thor on the shoulder, and his bodyguard mission was successfully completed. Thor will never forget your help, my friend. Thor said solemnly. This exile really taught him a lot. He originally wanted to stay for a few days, have a drink with Sun Wuming, and express his feelings to Jane by the way. But the current situation in Asgard does not allow him to consider the personal relationship of his son and daughter. He simply told Sun Wuming that he will come back, so he raised his hammer high. Heimdall, turn on Bifrost, take me back, boom. A beam of colorful light descended, enveloping Thor and his party. Wait, Sun Wuming stopped Thor, can you take me with you? I have something to do to see God King Odin. Definitely, would you like to come to Asgard? Thor was overjoyed, beckoning him to hurry into the range of the beam of light. Wait for me, I'll take care of something. Sun Wuming said, and then opened a portal. Fuck, what is this? Tony, who was rolling his iron, was taken aback when he saw the spark halo suddenly appearing in front of him. Sun Wuming poked his head out. Hey, Tony, here's something for you, see if you can research something. He threw pieces of the destroyer into Tony's house piece by piece, smashing holes in the floorboards. Wuming, what kind of ability is this, a magic troop trick? Seeing that it was Sun Wuming on the opposite side, Tony was stunned. He didn't care about the mess of his own home, so he hurriedly asked. This is a spell, I'll talk to you in detail when I get back. I have something urgent to do, so I'll take a trip. After speaking, disregarding the squeaks of Tony on the opposite side, he closed the portal. Immediately afterwards, he sent another message to Gwen, telling her not to worry, before walking into the range covered by Bifrost. Regarding whether he could come back, Sun Wuming didn't panic at all. He had already asked Ancient One whether there would be any surprises when he went to Asgard this time. Ancient One's answer is also very positive, no matter in which timeline, Sun Wuming is in Aspen. Gard wouldn't stay around for long. This time, Sun Wuming mainly wanted to ask Odin if he had any soil suitable for cultivating fairy beans. After all, the Asgard people had arrived at the World Tree, so they should have brought back a lot of good things. Standing in the Bifrost, Sun Wuming felt the space around him was constantly changing, and after a while of spinning around, his feet fell to the ground again. As soon as they looked up, they saw a black ghost standing in front of them holding a sword. It was Heimdall who was in charge of guarding Bifrost. At the moment his condition was not very good, his lower body was completely frozen. Seeing Thor, he didn't bother to greet him, so he said quickly. Loki has stolen the casket of ancient winters, and the giants of Jotunheim have stormed Asgard. Thor, help. Loki, look what you've done. Seeing the sound of explosions coming from Asgard in the distance, Thor swung his hammer and rushed over. Behind them, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif followed closely, and Sun Wuming looked black. This person is about to freeze to death, why don't you save him? Boom. Sun Wuming raised his hand and shattered the ice that trapped Heimdall, earning his gratitude. Thank you, those from Midgard. Sun Wuming nodded, did not speak, and directly opened the 10 times Realm King Fist, which is the limit that has just been broken in the battle. Under the all-round increase, he quickly felt Gwen's anger, and he felt a lot more at ease. Now even Bifrost doesn't have to worry about it, Loki can blow it up if he wants to, it won't affect him anyway. Heimdall looked at Sun Wuming, then looked back at the backs of Thor and the others, a little embarrassed. He wanted to go to help, but Sun Wuming is still here. Don't worry about me, I just look around by myself, so I don't need a tour guide. Sun Wuming said thoughtfully. Heimdall has black hair. He's the caretaker of Bifrost, not a guide. But thinking that the other party has helped Thor a lot on Earth, and even raised Mjolnir, he shouldn't be a bad person. Blocking it, Heimdall stopped hesitation, raised his great sword, and followed the pace of Thor and others. And Sun Wuming walked slowly on the magnificent bridge, heading towards Asgard. Due to Odin's deep sleep, Frigga had been out of battle for a long time, and the giants of Jotunheim made a surprise move. At the moment, the situation in Asgard was very bad. The guards were shocked to find that this group of giants of Jotunheim came out of nowhere and came directly to the hinterland of Asgard. The hastily erected defense line was quickly shattered, and many Asgard warriors were seriously injured or even died. In fact, this is also Odin's fault. If you want peace, that doesn't mean you have to abolish Asgard's force. Valkyrie has been dead for so many years, and I don't know how to train new people. Except for Thor and a few of his subordinates, there are really few in Asgard who can fight, and the title of Lord of the Nine Realms is all supported by Odin alone. Without him, it's the real Ragnarok. Fortunately, it was not too late for Thor and others to come, and a large number of giants of Jotunheim fell to the ground as soon as the thunder fell. It's His Highness Thor. Your Highness is back. His appearance also shook the morale of Asgard's side, and many wounded soldiers returned to the battlefield. A man from Asgard who looked like a commander came to Thor's side. Your Highness, don't worry about us. Just now I saw Loki taking Lof to the place where the God King sleeps, and Queen Frigg is also there. Thor immediately became anxious when he heard this, and asked Sif and others to stay and help, before chasing after him. When he arrived, there was a sound of weapons clashing in the hall. Frigga at the moment was struggling to resist the giants of Jotunheim Lof's attack. Loki stood aside and did not intervene in the battle between the two. Loki. Thor rushed in, waved his meow and smashed at Luohan. The two are like the positive and negative poles of a magnet, and they will attract each other when they meet. Loki, who was still a little hesitation just now, made a decision instantly, and raised his dagger to meet Thor. They have fought each other for thousands of years, even if Thor has an absolute advantage in force, but he is stupid. Without Gungnir, Loki can turn Thor around just by illusion. The small dagger stabbed him back and forth. Loki, you pierced my waist again. Thor roared, swung the hammer and swung it backwards. Loki's face changed slightly, he bent over to avoid it, and continued to enter the invisible state. But Thor was completely enraged, and the meow hammer in his hand inspired lightning, and attacked indiscriminately in a wide range. Soon Loki was shocked out of the prototype, and his body was scorched black. Just when Thor wanted to completely subdue him, Frigga screamed not far away. She was blown away by Lof with an axe, and there was no obstacle in front of Odin. Excitedly, Lof raised the axe and struck towards the coffin. Father! Thor threw the meow hammer without thinking, but it was a step too late. Lof's axe blade was already close at hand, and a blue energy wave pierced the sky, shaking the axe in Lof's hand. Under the surprised, angry, and relieved gazes of several people, Sun Wuming walked in with a serious expression on his face. Under his breath perception, Odin's divine power is like a vast ocean, unfathomable, and under the calm surface is enough to turn the world upside down and destroy the galaxy. Wuming. Thor hugged him excitedly, with tears in his eyes. From now on, you are Asgard's most honored guest. You say yes. Sun Wuming complained in his heart. He knew that Odin was already awake, but he didn't expect to be so calm and wait for him to make a move, and he was unwilling to move. Sure enough, at this time Odin slowly opened his eyes, and his unique divine power flew into the distance, so that every Asgard citizen could clearly perceive it. Under this kind of encouragement, the fighting power of the Asgard people increased greatly, while the giants of Jotunheim were retreating steadily. God King Odin's name is too loud. They dared to invade Asgard this time because the other party was in a deep sleep state. Now that everyone is awake, is there any point in continuing to fight? Suddenly, many giants of Jotunheim turned around and ran away. In the palace, Loki rushed out the moment he found Odin awake, and Thor followed. As for Lof, no matter how good-tempered Odin is, if the other party hits the door of his house and beats him alive, he can't swallow it. The golden light in his hand turned into a gun of eternity, piercing through Lof's chest like a bolt of lightning, leaving a big hole. He wanted to say something, but he only uttered one word before falling down. Sun Wuming's pupils shrunk as he watched. The blow just now was unavoidable, unstoppable, and the shot must come from the source. Stronger threes than in the hands of the destroyer. Guests from afar, thank you for your help to Thor and Asgard. After dealing with Loth, Odin slowly looked at Sun Wuming. It is also one-eyed, which is much more compelling than a marinated egg. Sun Wuming shrugged and said with a pun, even without me, everything will be under your control. Odin did not refute, and cast his gaze in the direction of Bifrost. Please wait for me to finish my housework, and then come to treat me well. After finishing speaking, he flew out of the hall. When Sun Wuming saw Odin again, it was already the second day of Asgard time. The old man looked much older than yesterday. Sun Wuming also understands. The trajectory of fate remained unchanged. Loki attempted to launch Bifrost as an attack, completely destroying Jotunheim, but was stopped by Thor, who followed. In order to stop the Bifrost attack, the prodigal just smashed the bridge. Loki also let go of Odin's extended arm at the last moment, falling into the turbulence of the void. Although it was adopted, Odin did regard Loki as his own child, and lost a son all of a sudden. The blow caused was definitely huge amounts of. Frigga also had a sad look on her face, but she was still trying to comfort Odin. It wasn't until Sun Wuming's arrival that the two stopped talking. Under their throne, Thor saw Sun Wuming, greeted him warmly, and stood beside him. Thank you, Mr. Sun Wuming, for saving this country. Odin said again. Frigga also showed a kind smile, and they had a very good impression of Sun Wuming. Father, Queen Mother, don't be so polite, Wuming will be my best brother from now on. Thor patted Sun Wuming's shoulder loudly. Frigga looked at his stupid son angrily. Should you say this? I originally thought that Thor should have grown a lot in Blue Star, but now it seems that he still lacks experience. Odin narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Asgard never treats friends badly, just tell me if you need anything. Odin is the one who knows more about Sun Wuming's potential and background than Frigga and others. Needless to say, the background, with Ancient One, Sun Wuming has the strongest background in this universe. Even if he is against the Ancient One who uses the Time Gem, he doesn't have much chance of winning. As for the strength, it can destroy the fully activated destroyer armor. If such strength is used alone, it can be famous in the 9 realms. Thinking of this, Odin looked at his silly son with some emotion, and then at Sun Wuming, whose face was still calm. Why is there such a big gap between people? If Thor is as reliable as Sun Wuming, why should he worry so much? Even now, he wants to befriend Sun Wuming to pave the way for the future Thor. During this slumber, Odin foresaw the coming of Ragnarok, and the entire Asgard would be destroyed, but the coming of Sun Wuming did not appear in his prophecy. Maybe he was the one who broke the game. After listening to Odin's words, Sun Wuming did not refuse. After a few polite words, he asked about the purpose of his trip. Does the God King know what kind of soil contains powerful vitality? Odin frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said slowly, I don't know how you define strong vitality, but in my memory, when it comes to the quality of the soil, only the eternal soil that gave birth to the world tree is the most suitable. Your request. Sun Wuming raised his eyebrows. Then where can I find it? During those days in Kamar Taj, Sun Wuming not only read books about magic, but also browsed many introductions about the world. According to legend, the 9 realms, including Asgard, were conceived by pairs of worlds. They are like the fruits on the trees, they are connected to each other, but they are separated from each other. But this is just a myth. In the ancient era, some people claimed to have seen the world tree, but as time went by, the 9 realms became more like 9 different planets with inexplicable connections in the vast universe. For example, Asgard and Jotunheim, the actual distance between the two is more than tens of thousands of light years. You can quickly shuttle back and forth between the two through some specific space cracks. The world tree has long since disappeared into this world, and has existed in an unknowable, invisible, and inaudible form. Hearing that Sun Wuming really wanted to find the world tree, Odin smiled. Don't be so troublesome, I have some eternal soil in my hands, and most of them are planted for Frigg. If you need them, I can give them to you. Then I would like to thank God King. Sun Wuming bowed slightly. The eternal land is very important to him, and being polite is not what he should do now. Soon, Odin ordered someone to come with a tray. Lifting off the red cloth above revealed a handful of reddish-brown soil with very large particles. Frigga introduced the usage for sun wombing. Put the soil of eternity in ordinary soil, and it can assimilate the nearby soil. If you want to plant something, just put one at a certain distance. After sun wombing put it away, Odin asked again. Is there anything else you need? This little fact is too trivial to match your kindness to Asgard. Sun wombing's lips moved slightly, but neither Thor nor Frigg could hear what he said. Only Odin, his face gradually became serious. Are you sure? I'm sure, Sun wombing replied firmly. After a long silence, he said again, I promise you, but you have to do one thing for me, and I will tell you later. Good. The other two looked puzzled at Sun wombing and Odin, who were playing riddles. How did Sun wombing know Odin again? As soon as he walked out of the hall, Thor couldn't wait to ask, what did you just say to your father? If I could let you know, I wouldn't have hidden it just now. Sun wombing stretched his waist, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above Asgard. The air and scenery here are much better than Blue Star. It seems to be a good thing if you can retire here in the future. Okay. Seeing that Sun wombing didn't want to say it, Thor couldn't force it either. Everyone has their own secrets, and he still understands such a simple truth. I will let my father find a way to restore Bifrost as soon as possible. During this time, you can stay in Asgard. By the way, if you feel bored, we can learn from each other, and you can go to other places in the 9 realms to play. Loki told me many secrets. Secret passage, Thor said enthusiastically, and when he mentioned the discussion, he waved his hammer excitedly. Sun wombing shook his head and refused. No, I have a way to go back to Blue Star. Huh, Thor froze. After thinking about it, Sun wombing took out a fairy bean. Odin's favor is a bit big, so big that Sun wombing felt that it was not enough to just promise the other party one thing, and he had to do something more. Sun wombing remembered that Frigga was killed in the Dark Elf invasion a few years later, and he saved people, so the value of the two should be equal. What is this? Thor asked suspiciously. Shondo, as long as you still have breath, it can save your life, but it can't cure the disease, only the injury. As Sun wombing said, he threw the fairy beans over, and Thor quickly caught them. Don't use it casually, it might save someone's life. Well, I won't use it until the last moment. Thor nodded solemnly. As a warrior, he naturally understands the value of fairy beans. In some desperate situations, it can even play a role in turning the tables. It's just that what he didn't know was that the life-saving Sun wombing mentioned didn't refer to him, but Frigg. Okay, I won't bother you, see you when you have a chance. Sun wombing waved his hand and started the Kaioken mode. Next time we must fight with you. Thor was full of fighting spirit. Ah, forget it, you're too weak. Sun wombing laughed dumbfounded, activated teleportation, and disappeared in front of Thor. This guy, you underestimate me too much. Thor muttered, holding the meow hammer in his hand. Mjolnir, if wombing and I fight, you must not rebel. Hammer. Inta. Back at Blue Star, the first thing Sun wombing did was to check how long he had been in Asgard. On Bifrost, he can hardly feel the passage of time, but in fact it is not the case. It is only because the space transfer of Bifrost passes through different latitudes, blurring the concept of time. In addition, a day in Asgard is not equal to a day in Blue Star. Sun wombing is really afraid that a month will pass after he goes out. Fortunately, the numbers given by the Red Queen are not exaggerated. Only 7 days have passed since he left Blue Star. Wombing. Gwen, who was in a deep sleep, felt the familiar breath and woke up in a daze. Well, I'm back. Sun wombing kissed Gwen's forehead and said softly. Go to sleep and talk about it tomorrow. The girl nodded in a daze, and soon fell asleep, but her little hands kept holding Sun wombing tightly, not letting him leave. It wasn't until dawn that Sun wombing carefully broke free from Gwen's embrace, opened a portal and returned to his home. This is George's home. If he saw him coming out of Gwen's room early in the morning, he would probably be too angry to eat. And the little confused Gwen didn't realize that last night was not a dream, but wombing really came back after waking up in the morning. But today is not the weekend, so Gwen could only return to Sun wombing's home as quickly as possible after school. Where have you been? It's been a week, and you haven't even made a phone call. As soon as they met, the two first enthusiastically expressed their longing, and then Gwen began to settle accounts after Autumn. Even during the time when she was studying magic in Kamar Taj, Sun Wuming would often call and chat with her via video. Fortunately this time, after a few hurried words, the person disappeared for a week. Miss Spider is very unhappy now. Sorry, I went to Asgard, it is so outdated there is no Wi-Fi. Asgard, where is that? Gwen frowned, thinking about it carefully for a long time, but she didn't realize which country's place name it was. The one in Norse mythology is. Sun Wuming roughly talked about his previous experience. Gwen's pupils gradually dilated, and it took a long time before he said, "Those gods really exist. I always thought it was a fairy tale. Odin is the only one who can be called a god." Sun Wuming shook his head, the others can only be regarded as powerful aliens. Among the various dimensions, a strong person who can be widely recognized as a god must at least be a quasi-level godfather, possessing the power to restore heaven and earth. The current Asgard, that is, Odin, and Hela, the goddess of death sealed by him, have such a level. Thor is not good enough, he has not completely awakened his divine power, and is still a star-level little guy. Will there really be a god? Gwen looked at Sun Wuming expectantly. That's true, Sun Wuming said honestly. God is actually a very vague concept, not a specific person, but Zeus does exist. Okay, Gwen was slightly disappointed, but recovered quickly. It doesn't matter if there is or not, as long as it doesn't affect her current life. However, Sun Wuming became dishonest. During this time, he was eating and studying in Kamar Taj. Now that he is pregnant with a beautiful woman, he is naturally ready to move. Gwen blushed pretty, but her eyes were winking like silk. In the spacious bedroom, Gwen lay limp on Sun Wuming's chest, drawing circles feebly. "What a beast you are." Sun Wuming expressed his innocence. "You can't blame me, you didn't exercise well, have you been lazy again during this time?" "Nonsense." Gwen hammered him twice angrily. "I'm working hard, okay, but there's been a lot of things lately. I'm about to graduate soon, and I'm so busy applying for schools." Only then did Sun Wuming realize that he was about to graduate. He had forgotten about it, and his high school career was almost over. The next day, Sun Wuming made a rare visit to the school, filled out a form to apply for university, and left under the teacher's complicated gaze. He didn't really want to go to college, he just wanted to accompany Lu Wen to experience college life occasionally. As for being able to go, this is not within the scope of Sun Wuming's consideration. The big deal is to donate a few more buildings. Fortunately, this is MIDI, and I can really do whatever I want with money. After coming out of school, Sun Wuming was going to find Tony. I don't know how this guy's research on Ulu metal is going. A portal opened in front of Tony. The second time he saw it, he was still very curious and even wanted to touch it. "If you don't want this finger anymore, just touch it." It wasn't until Sun Wuming's warning came that Tony took it back. JARVIS, record the data just now and create a new research file. Don't waste your time, magic and you are not the same way, just concentrate on studying the armor. Although in some parallel worlds, Tony also became a sorcerer supreme, and also made a steel armor that can use magic. But as long as Strange can become the sorcerer supreme, Tony will never have magical abilities. After listening to his words, Tony was still a little unconvinced, but considering that he still had a bunch of projects in hand, there was nothing to argue about now. He was going to give Sun Wuming some surprises after he researched the head magic. Is Asgard fun? Why didn't you tell me such an interesting thing earlier? If it wasn't for Phil Coulson, I wouldn't even know that there is a Thor in Blue Star. What do you want me to do? You can't help me, so go over and make trouble for me. Sun Wuming cut out. Okay, where's my Ulu metal? Is that thing called Ulu metal? Tony brought Sun Wuming to his laboratory, piles of destroyer fragments piled up in the corner, and a small piece in a huge amounts of pod. It's really amazing that this metal, like vibranium, can absorb and store energy, but how to release it I have no idea. Sell me these metals, you won't need them anyway. You can't afford it. Sun Wuming shook his head. Ulu metal is also very rare in the universe. It is estimated that Odin has not much stock on hand. But I can share half of it with you, the conditions. Let's talk about it later. Odin, the legendary god king. Did you meet him in Asgard this time? Tony's eyes lit up. Is he very good? It's pretty good, at least I'm not the opponent now. Sun Wuming didn't feel embarrassed, and directly said that he was inferior to the opponent. Tony was silent, and there was an inexplicable pressure in his heart. This is the first time he has learned about the power of extraterrestrial civilizations. Even Sun Wuming admits that he is not Odin's opponent. If he has ill intentions towards Blue Star, how can they resist? Tony, the sky is falling and there is a tall man standing on top of it. Now you don't have to worry about it so much. When you really become stronger, you will know what you need to know. Sun Wuming understood Tony's thoughts very well. He still looks like a cynical playboy from the outside. But deep down, Tony's sense of responsibility is getting stronger and stronger, even far exceeding the scope of his abilities. There are advantages and disadvantages in this way. The advantage is that Tony can maximize his potential and continue to research all kinds of dark technologies. The disadvantages are also obvious. Tony's heart will be in anxiety all the time, and he is burdened with huge amounts of pressure. Tony smiled. I'm just curious, after all, it's a mythical character. Odin is not an enemy, on the contrary. Only with him can we resist many ambitious people who have ideas about Blue Star. Sun Wuming persuaded me again, and didn't say anything more. Only I can untie my knots, and others will always only play a guiding role. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. also got the news that Sun Wuming had returned to Earth. Can I ask some information about Asgard? Nick Fury called Phil Coulson over. Through contact in the small town, he found that Sun Wuming did not have much aversion to S.H.I.E.L.D., but more of a normal-hearted attitude of, it doesn't matter. As for why he didn't deal with him so much, Nick Fury can only be attributed to racism. Director, Phil Coulson smiled wryly. I still want to stay useful and make more contributions to the Bureau. What are you talking about? I didn't send you to die. Nick Fury was very dissatisfied. This is a matter of Blue Star's life and death. We must figure out Asgard's attitude. What he wants to find out more is what Sun Wuming has done in Asgard, and whether he has reached any agreement with the Aesir Protoss. But take your ass to know all these things, Sun Wuming will say. He just hopes Phil Coulson can get some useful information from around the corner. Facing Nick Fury's death order, Phil Coulson could only bite the bullet and came to Sun Wuming's mansion. As a result, it was shut down. S.H.I.E.L.D. 7th level agent Phil Coulson, you do not have permission to visit the Master. Please leave quickly after explaining your purpose. Phil Coulson stood at the gate with a blank face. Who's talking? I am the Master's artificial intelligence butler, Red Queen. Phil Coulson raised his head, looked at the flashing red dot on the monitor, and organized his words. I would like to thank Mr. Sun Wuming for helping me before, and by the way, I would like to ask some information about Asgard. Do I need to make an appointment? Phil Coulson is able to flourish in the agent industry, and has a good relationship with all superheroes, all thanks to his sincerity. The sincerity of ordinary people is already very rare, but the sincerity of an agent is more likely to make people feel good. Even Sun Wuming can't say anything bad about Phil Coulson. Soon, the Red Queen sent the message to Sun Wuming's cell phone. Dragon Ball Technology. Accompanied by a group of executives, Sun Wuming, who came to the laboratory, thought about the information after seeing the information, and asked the Red Queen to say something casually and just send people away. Okay, let's get the samples up. Sun Wuming said that these executives are all elite talents, that Winston used the power of the High Table to help Dragon Ball Technology find them, and they are very sensible. They are all half of the underground world, and they know the style of the High Table. If it was in another company, the boss would have been evacuated by the executives if he didn't come for so long. But who dares in Dragon Ball Tech? If you dare to covet the company's money, someone will come to take your life at night. Hearing Sun Wuming's words, an executive ran out quickly and asked the researchers to bring things up. Portions of high-energy food were placed on the table. Boss, according to your request, the calories in these foods are more than 5 times that of equivalent fast food. A 200-gram hamburger is about 1,000 calories, and our food can reach up to 8,000 calories. Well, it's all liquid food anyway. Sun Wuming frowned, looking like he had no appetite, like a mush. Boss, only this form can retain more heat. A man beside him explained cautiously. Fine. Sun Wuming didn't say much, just tasted a few mouthfuls. It has a thick creamy taste, very sweet, and a variety of nutty flavors, almost like squeezing a spoonful of condensed milk in your mouth. Soon he frowned. Make the taste better, at least it won't taste worse than those fast food, and it's still not concentrated enough. I'm thinking of a way. A group of executives repeatedly said yes. Although they don't know why Sun Wuming is obsessed with the research and development of energy food, they don't ask too much. A month flies by, and New York has had a rare period of peace since the Hulk-hated rioting in Brooklyn. Even Spider-Woman has lost her role, helping the granny across the street every day and helping the students who claim to have forgotten their homework to get back homework. Other than that, there's nothing to do. Oh, by the way, Gwen received the admission letter from Columbia University, a prestigious Ivy League school, in advance, so she doesn't need to go to school. I get tired of being with Sun Wuming every day, and travel to various parts of the world through the portal from time to taste local specialties. Seeing the leisure mode of the two as if they were on vacation, Tony was almost mad with jealousy. His family's little Pepper was busy at the company every day until late at night, and he looked like a strong woman. Tony already regretted handing over the position of CEO to her, because he couldn't find it for himself. And today is also Sun Wuming's birthday. This is not the exact birthday, it was the day when the grandma adopted Sun Wuming, but after so many years, Sun Wuming has already set this day as his own birthday. Happy birthday, honey. After 12 o'clock in the morning, Gwen, who was still in the state of me and you and me, suddenly said affectionately, and Sun Wuming was taken aback for a while. He never imagined that he would receive birthday wishes in the state of running errands. Oh, move quickly, don't be dazed. Gwen urged. It's hard not to be up or down. Because today is Sun Wuming's birthday, Gwen was very cooperative, and several pieces of the battle suit were torn apart. These close-fitting clothes were all made by herself bit by bit. When she woke up in the morning, looking at the rags on the floor, Gwen looked at the boy with some resentment. Sun Wuming embraced Gwen in embarrassment, and he can't be blamed for that. After all, a battle suit can only be felt when it is torn off. The two dawdled until almost noon before changing into their regular clothes and preparing to go to Gwen's house for a meal. Just as he was about to go out, Wong Ri ran over. Happy birthday, Wuming. Shidake was dressed up as usual, and even though it was cloudy, he had to wear a pair of big sunglasses. He gave Sun Wuming a hug. It looks like you guys are going to go out, but it's okay, my gift will come right away, so I'll delay you by 5 minutes. Sun Wuming was also curious about what Tony could give him. He doesn't lack anything, but a gift is like opening a blind box, and it is always exciting before it is revealed. Soon, 2 large trucks drove to the door of Sun Wuming's house. The container on the back opens automatically, revealing the contents inside. It is one luxury sports car after another. It's a waste to have such a big garage empty. These cars are limited editions I selected for you from the manufacturer. You can play with them when you're bored. Not bad. Sun Wuming nodded. No man is not interested in cars, even he is no exception. It's not over yet, this is where we are. Tony smiled mysteriously. When more than a dozen luxury cars were driven into the garage at home by the staff, they pushed a cabinet to the 3 of them. Tony opened the cabinet door, revealing the steel war box inside. Sun Wuming finally felt a little surprised. You actually gave me a set of steel armor. Why not? It's just a toy to you anyway. Tony shrugged, satisfied with Sun Wuming's surprise. He has always been very strict about his battle armor, and he gave Rhodes that set, firstly because the relationship between the two has indeed reached, and also to stop the mouths of the people in Congress. Moreover, it is still a revision of the prototype, and many powerful functions have not been implemented. For the set of Mark 7 armor that can be given to Sun Wuming, Tony did not delete any configuration, and even equipped it with the newly discovered elements. Because he knows that even if his battle armor evolves a few more times, is still no match for Sun Wuming. For Sun Wuming, these functions are just one more toy. Thank you, I still like these gifts. Well, especially this battle armor. Someday we can fight in the battle armor. As Sun Wuming said so, Tony became interested. Really? Then you can't use your own abilities. Don't worry, it's boring to play the game and hang it. I only use the weapons that come with the armor. Sun Wuming moved the battle armor into the bedroom and put it away first, and Tony didn't stop after delivering the gift, and left after saying hello. How about we drive there? Looking at the cool supercar in a garage, Sun Wuming felt a little itchy. Do you have a driver's license? Gwen asked suspiciously. Why didn't she remember that Sun Wuming had a driver's license? I have it in my previous life, and I can use it in this life. As he spoke, he chose a Lafa, and motioned Gwen to get in the car quickly, and Gwen rolled her eyes and walked up. If Dad finds out that you are driving without a license, he will definitely fine you a lot. Sorry, Uncle has been promoted, and he is not the current director. Gwen slapped his head, and then remembered that George had become a member of parliament last week and stepped down as the chief of police. Wuming, happy birthday. You will be an adult from now on, and you must always be good with Gwen. At Gwen's house, Helen cooked a sumptuous lunch for Sun Wuming's birthday. Thank you, Auntie, I will. Sun Wuming took a sip of orange juice instead of wine, and Helen nodded in satisfaction. She no longer intends to interfere with the matter of the two children. From the perspective of her son-in-law, she is also very satisfied with Sun Wuming. George is a bit more complicated. He never imagined that one day he would become a city councilor in New York. George knew that he was able to come to this point because of Sun Wuming. Those who support him have the shadow of Stark Industries and Dragon Ball technology behind them. What is this? Have you eaten soft food from your prospective son-in-law? This makes it difficult for Mr. George, who has been strong all his life, to accept. After the meal, Gwen also took out the gift she had prepared for Sun Wuming, a sweater she knitted by herself, with a cartoon image of Sun Wuming on the chest. Looks good and fits well. Sun Wuming put it on and showed Gwen that it fits really well, but it is a bit hot to wear in the current weather. Hee, then you can wear this one in winter, and I will knit one for you every year from now on. Gwen nodded in satisfaction, watching George feel sour. Daughter, your father and I also need a considerate little padded jacket. Spring goes and autumn comes, and it is almost another year in a blink of an eye. On a private island near Hawaii, Sun Wuming was wearing floral underpants, lying on a beach chair and enjoying the sea breeze. This year's life was so comfortable, there were no big villains causing trouble, and no aliens descended, so comfortable that Sun Wuming felt that he had come to an everyday world. If we had to talk about major incidents, it was only when Ancient One asked him for help not long ago to solve a monster that entered Blue Star through a loophole in the Holy Place magic circle. This is a monster from the Dark Dimension. Originally it was not powerful, and it is because of this that it can come to the Earth. When Sun Wuming found him, Caecilius had already been instigated. Sun Wuming wanted to attack Caecilius directly, but was stopped by Ancient One. According to Ancient One's words, he finally encountered an opportunity to die, and he couldn't just destroy it like this. Sun Wuming is still quite puzzled by this. If he doesn't want to be a sorcerer supreme, he can just retire. If he wants to kill himself, what should he do? Anyway, his ideological realm has not yet reached such a height, and he cannot see through the thoughts of Ancient One. In addition, during this year, Sun Wuming's strength has also been steadily improving. He compared it, and in terms of basic combat power alone, he has now fully met the requirements for transforming into a Super Saiyan, and even exceeded it by a lot. But because he has not experienced any decent battles, Sun Wuming has not transformed successfully so far. However, this does not mean that his strength has stagnated. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is a state of boosting, and the boost of Super Saiyan level 1 is fixed at 50 times. That is to say, no matter what level his basic strength reaches, as long as he transforms, he can immediately increase 50 times. So Sun Wuming did not slack off in the slightest, and has adjusted the gravity in the dimensional space to 200 times. A bell rang, and Sun Wuming picked up the mobile phone on the table to connect, and Gwen's voice came. Hey, Wuming, I just found out that your Dragon Ball has returned to its original state, it's amazing. Sun Wuming was shocked. Can I make a wish again? Wait for me, I'll be here right away. Sun Wuming opened the portal and walked straight back to his bedroom in New York. The Dragon Balls that had been turned into stones in the cabinet had also returned to their original shape, becoming round and shiny again. Can I go find the remaining two? Gwen said excitedly. Sun Wuming has already told her about the function of Dragon Ball, that she can summon the wishing dragon, which is simply incredible. Don't worry, someone will find it for us. Sun Wuming smiled inexplicably and looked in Washington's direction. Nick Fury, it's your turn, don't let me down. In fact, Nick Fury's search for the Dragon Ball has never stopped, because the cheating Sun Wuming did not tell Tony that the Dragon Ball would turn into stone after making a wish, so Tony didn't know about it, let alone tell Nick Fury. So the naive old BLCKM*N thought that those Dragon Balls just flew away, and sent a lot of manpower and material resources to run around the world with the Dragon Ball radar within a year. But nothing. If he hadn't asked someone to take a radar around Sun Wuming's house, he would definitely be able to sense the 5 in his hand. Nick Fury wondered if Tony had sold him fakes. Now that the 1-year period has come, S.H.I.E.L.D. has finally gained something. In a month, they brought back 2 scattered Dragon Balls. Looking at the 2 on his desk, Nick Fury was lost in thought. All that's left is to get the 5 in Sun Wuming's hands. It is definitely not feasible to ask or trade directly, only by stealing and robbing. If he grabs it, even if all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. go together, he will not be his opponent unless Carol is called back. But for an uncertain Dragon Ball, wasting precious pagers, Nick Fury is not willing to take such a risk. Then you can only steal it. Send an agent in while Sun Wuming is not at home, steal a few Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. Even if it is discovered later, that agent can be withdrawn to take the blame. Nick Fury quickly determined the solution, looked up, but found that the 2 Dragon Balls on the table were missing. Being played by a young man. Yo, Nige, what are you thinking, so obsessed? Sun Wuming. Nick Fury's calm expression management ability finally lost its effect, and he was so shocked that he shouted his name directly. Don't be so loud, I can hear you. Sun Wuming picked out his ears and put the Dragon Ball into his arms. Thank you for helping me get to Dragon Ball, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Under Nick Fury's murderous eyes, Sun Wuming didn't want to stay for a second, and teleported away directly. Mom Stark, you're killing me. After a long time, Nick Fury's angry roar came from the calendar room. It was the same small island as last time, but this time, Sun Wuming brought Gwen over. Just watch it for a while, if you say something that makes Shenlong take advantage of the loophole, we have to wait another year. Sun Wuming instructed Gwen, the girl nodded obediently, and made a zipper movement around her mouth, which made him smile. Once born, twice acquainted, with the first experience, it is much more natural for him to summon Shenlong this time. It's just that shameful actions and words, it's okay to do it by myself, but Gwen is watching from the side, and she is desperately covering her mouth and snickering, which is a bit embarrassing. It was still the familiar golden light, it was still the familiar dark clouds, all the satellites in the sky had been blocked by the Red Queen, and no one could see the scene of this small island anymore. With the gathering of golden light, the dragon came to time again after more than a year. Young strong man, we meet again. Come on, say your wish, any wish will do. No matter what wish you have, it will come true for you. Excitedly, Gwen took out her mobile phone and frantically took pictures of Shenlong. This is much more handsome than the dragon she imagined, I always thought it was the image of a dragon with wings on its back and a big belly. Why do I feel that your breath is much stronger than last time? Sun Wuming rubbed his chin and said with some uncertainty. It is mainly weak in his opinion, but compared with last time, there is indeed some improvement. That's right, my strength has been enhanced, and my wish to be fulfilled has also become stronger. Shenlong himself was also at a loss. In his memory, his strength should be immutable. After thinking for a while, Sun Wuming couldn't find any reasonable explanation, so he stopped thinking about it. Just be careful next time you summon it. If Shenlong can keep getting stronger, it will be a good thing for him. Say your wish, Shenlong urged again. Come. Sun Wuming beckoned, let Gwen come over, took her hand and made a wish. I hope that the girl in front of me and I can live forever, unaffected by any disease and longevity. After 2 seconds of silence, Shenlong's voice came. Is this what you want? It's very simple. His eyes lit up, and the red light fell on Gwen and Sun Wuming. Both of them felt warm, but nothing changed. But Sun Wuming knew that the life limit of the two would not be bound by lifespan from now on, and the viral heart disease that was said to kill Sun Wukong would not be able to threaten him anymore. Young strong man, there will be a period later. Shenlong said his final farewell, his body degenerated into golden light, and shot away towards the surroundings. But now Sun Wuming's strength is not comparable to that of a year ago. Gwen only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he returned to his original position, with 7 more pearls of truth in his arms. No one will fall. Wuming, have I gained eternal life? Gwen still can't believe it. Isn't it a little too casual? Yes, not only that, but your appearance and figure will remain in this state in the future. Sun Wuming rubbed the girl's head with a smile, and wanted to wait for Gwen to jump into his arms in surprise, but unexpectedly, Gwen let out a scream. Ah, I think I can grow again. On the other side of the universe, in a desolate void, there is a spaceship that looks like a small star file-size docked. This spaceship has a great reputation in the universe, and it makes people's faces change. Because it is the flagship of the Dark Titan Thanos, Holy Place Number 2. In the icy palace, Dark Star, one of the Black Stars, brought a person in like a chicken, threw him at Thanos' feet, and knelt down on one knee. Great Master, I have brought you the person you want to meet. Go down, Black Dwarf. Thanos said lightly, and the man on the ground also raised his head, with slight fear in his eyes. It was Loki who fell to Bifrost. Great Dark Titan, if you will lend me an army, I will surely be able to sweep Midgard and bring you back the Tesseract. After discovering that Thanos obviously didn't intend to kill him immediately, Loki's clever little brain turned again. Even in Asgard, he had heard of the Dark Titan and the Dark Order. Wherever Thanos passed, at least half of the creatures would be slaughtered, and if the resistance was fierce, even the entire planet would be turned into a dead zone. Under his command, there are several notorious evil legions, and even Ronan the Judge is inextricably linked with him. With his help, Loki has the confidence to become the king of Midgard. As for Asgard, now Loki is still brooding over his identity as the giants of Jotunheim, unwilling to return to that sad place. How you lead my armies to earth, descendants of the giants of Jotunheim. Thanos' voice was low, with a heavy pressure. Loki smiled confidently. The Tesseract is already a treasure of Asgard. I still have some experience on how to use it. Last time I went to Midgard, I sensed that someone was activating it. As long as I get the Tesseract, I can open the space channel. No matter where your army is, you can reach it instantly. The hall fell silent again. Thanos looked at Loki lightly, as if judging whether this was a trap. After a long time, he suddenly laughed softly. As you wish, descendants of the giants of Jotunheim, my Chitauri army is at your disposal. After you bring the Tesseract, the Blue Star is yours, and they can even help you fight 9 realms. Loki looked ecstatic, but then frowned. Great Dark Titan, I don't deny the strength of your army, but Blue Star is not that simple. They have many powerful individuals, one of which can even defeat Odin's destroyer armor. Oh, Thanos was a little surprised for the first time, and asked some things again. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand, and a scepter slowly floated towards Loki. Ebony Maw, tell Supergiant and Black Dwarf, follow him. Yes, Master. Beside Thanos, a strange-looking octopus saluted slightly, with incomparable elegance. It wasn't until Loki was taken down to amass the Chitauri army that Ebony Maw raised his questions. My Supreme Master, I don't intend to question your wisdom and strategy, but this Asgardian is unreliable. Is it a bit arbitrary for you to hand over the scepter to him? Thanos raised his hand, and Ebony Maw closed his mouth obediently. I definitely don't believe in Loki. His name in Asgard is the god of trickery. From his eyes, I can only see deceit and betrayal. Then why do you still? Because of his identity. Thanos looked out of the holy place, straight into the void, and landed on Asgard. He is Odin's son, and Odin will not personally fight the war initiated by him, and Ancient One will wait and see for a while, so there is room for manipulation. If he can bring Tesseract back, that's the best situation. If he can't, it doesn't matter. It's just a trial. No matter what the result is, Mie can accept it. As long as Ancient One and Odin are together, he will not step into the 9 realms. Thanos has a big number in his heart. Even if he gets 1 or 2 gems, he will not be the opponent of these 2. Loki is just a pawn he uses to test the status of these 2, and can be discarded at any time. As for mind gems, before collecting all 6 gems, he doesn't care about a single gem. It doesn't matter if it is placed on Blue Star. When the time comes, he can get 3 gems directly. After understanding Thanos' thoughts, Ebony Maw knelt down on one knee, his expression full of fanaticism. My master, you are the most intelligent existence in this world. Blue Star, a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. The siren sounded suddenly, and all the staff immediately stopped their work and hurriedly evacuated. Phil Coulson stood at the door, waiting for a Black Hawk helicopter to land with a strong air current, and Nick Fury and Hill walked down quickly. How bad is it? Nick Fury asked as he walked quickly inward. The worst thing, Chief, is that we don't know anything. Nick Fury froze for a moment after hearing this, then quickened his pace again. Taking the elevator, the 3 of them descended nearly 100 meters and entered the core of the research base, where a huge amount of void had been dug out. 4 hours ago, Dr. Eric detected the Tesseract emitting a burst of huge amounts of energy. I didn't give him authorization to experiment. No, the doctor wasn't with Rubik's Cube at the time, not even here. Phil Coulson shrugged, the Rubik's Cube itself awakened. Nick Fury looked at him with his one eye. That joke is not funny at all. I hope it's a joke, too. Phil Coulson laughed helplessly. What level is the energy at now? Nick Fury asked again. Still rising, Dr. Eric couldn't shut him down. I had to order an evacuation. How long will it take for everyone to evacuate? Half an hour. Then hurry up. Nick Fury said something. Phil Coulson nodded, and went to arrange personnel. Hill said at this time, Director, evacuation may be useless. If we can't control the energy of Tesseract, where can they hide? It's all useless. Then let them sleep. Immediately transfer all the data and equipment. This is our painstaking effort. Hill can only carry out orders. Nick Fury said, and came to Dr. Eric. Doctor, what's the situation now? Director, Tesseract is not very serious, not only doing its own way, but also very active, and making its own way. You can try unplugging it. After Nick Fury finished speaking, Eric looked at him like a fool. This is not your refrigerator TV, it is originally an energy source. After being despised, Nick Fury looked around without any embarrassment. Where is Hawkeye? Where did he go? Hiding in his bird's nest. The doctor pointed behind him, and began to operate on the remains. Hawkeye quickly came to the 2 of them. What do you see? No one came in or out. The doctor is innocent. If there is a problem, it should not be on our side. Our side? What do you mean? Nick Fury's face became more serious. The Rubik's Cube is the door to the other side of the universe. The door should be openable on both sides, right? Hawkeye rubbed his chin and said his deduction. He doesn't understand high technology, but the door thing. Can a door that can only be opened from one side still be considered a door? Just when Nick Fury was about to say something, the Tesseract started to riot again, this time much stronger than usual, and the ground was shaking. A blue beam of light shot out from the Rubik's Cube, opening a passage. After the light disappeared, 3 people appeared in front of them. One of them is Loki, and the other 2, one is comparable in size to Hulk, and the other is wearing a wide hood, which makes it difficult to see the appearance, and it can only be judged from the figure that it is a woman. The nearby guards slowly surrounded him with guns, which gave Nick Fury some confidence. Sir, put down your spear. As soon as Loki showed an evil smile, the figure under the hood said impatiently. Loki, don't waste time, take the Tesseract quickly. A flash of anger flashed on Loki's face, and he used his psychic scepter to blow away several guards as if venting his anger. What did Dr. Eric think of when he heard the name, Loki? Are you Thor's brother? Loki's face became more gloomy, and the scepter in his hand kept shooting lasers. The chaos started instantly. The guns in the guards' hands couldn't do any harm to Loki at all. Black Dwarf and Supergiant didn't even make a move, and for a moment, everyone was either knocked down or controlled. Even Hawkeye and Dr. Eric were not spared. Holding the Tesseract, a group of people walked away. It wasn't until they left that Nick Fury, who was in suspended animation, stood up unsteadily from the ground, his face as black as coal. Losing the Tesseract, all the energy began to go berserk, and he could only evacuate first. On the helicopter, looking at the completely destroyed base, Nick Fury said in a deep voice to the communicator. Now we are entering Alert Level 7, and the war has begun. In New York, after replacing the energy pipeline of Stark Industries with the latest clean energy, Tony soared into the sky wearing a steel armor, and called Sun Wuming on the way to Stark Building. Hey, Wuming, our energy system has been fully upgraded, you just wait and count the money. I've always counted money lying down. Sun Wuming, who was lying dead in Hawaii, yawned. When I go back to New York, I'll improve the battle armor a bit, and I'll definitely win you this time. Sun Wuming and Tony are like two children who haven't grown up. Ever since they found out that it's fun to play real-life mecha battles with steel armor, they have to have a real-life PK every 3 to 5 times. In 1 year, more than a dozen battle armors alone were broken, and Tan's Tony upgrade speed was much faster. But Tony has never won once, even without his own strength. Sun Wuming's reflexes and combat experience are far superior to Tony's. Sun Wuming wins every time. Wait a few more days, I'm still getting familiar with my body. Sun Wuming said softly. The Dragon Ball gave him immortality, but also made slight changes in his body. If before, each cell of Sun Wuming could store 1 unit of chi, then now it is 1.5, or even 2. These days, Sun Wuming has been adjusting to the feeling after the gas surge. Okay, come back early, I must win you once. Tony had already flown back to the top of the Stark Building while speaking. To his surprise, there was another person besides Pepper. Phil Coulson, why are you here? Tony, something went wrong, I think you need to see this. Phil Coulson changed his usual amiability and cut to the chase. Seeing Pepper's serious expression, and looking at the tablet in Phil Coulson's hand, Tony still agreed. Sun Wuming on the other side heard the conversation between the two, his mind moved slightly, his breath perception spread all over the world in an instant, and he found Loki. There are 2 not weak auras around him, they are not from the blue stars at first glance. Sun Wuming raised his eyebrows slightly. Who is this? Shouldn't Loki come here alone? Tony over there was no longer talking. Sun Wuming hung up directly, opened the portal and returned to New York. Seeing that Gwen was not at home, he picked up the phone again and made a call. Gwen, where are you? I'm at school, what's wrong? Gwen, who had just finished a class, asked suspiciously. Let Uncle George and Aunt Helen go to Hawaii for vacation, New York is a bit rough. Gwen's expression immediately became serious. I'm going home now. The Wong Jiao Ah Sangwo. After some induction, Natasha Romanoff successfully met Dr. Banner. Since his disappearance in New York, Banner's whereabouts have been monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. One is to make sure that he is not a threat, and the other is that Nick Fury wants to pull Hulk into the camp of the Avengers Alliance. After reading the information handed over by Natasha Romanoff, Banner didn't care. Tell me what to do you want me to grow bigger and eat the Rubik's Cube? No, Doctor, we need your knowledge to find the Tesseract, we will do the rest. Is there a need for such trouble? You have that person who can overcome any crisis and let me go. Dr. Banner smiled wryly. Natasha Romanoff naturally knows who he is talking about, but is Sun Wuming something they can call out? Not to mention that the Dragon Balls that the agents worked so hard to collect a while ago were taken away by Faye. If Nick Fury and Sun Wuming were to meet, she thinks they would fight first instead. After some persuasion, Banner was still fooled away, but he repeatedly emphasized that he was only responsible for finding the Rubik's Cube and would not participate in the battle. In this way, all the first-generation Avengers were summoned except Thor. Gwen also returned home and met Sun Wuming. Wuming, what is going to happen? We need to get Mom and Dad out of New York. Don't be nervous, baby, it's just that the aliens are coming, and the battlefield is New York. For their safety, let's go out first. Aliens. Gwen was surprised. You mean, Asgardians? Is Odin going to invade Earth? No, it's another group. Sun Wuming comforted. Things aren't too bad, it's just a group of miscellaneous fish. Didn't you say that the ones that have been idle recently have rusted, and this time they can show their strengths? Sun Wuming's calm attitude made Gwen relax a lot, and she quickly booked 2 tickets for George and Helen to fly to Hawaii tomorrow afternoon. The two were a little confused at first. Why should they be in such a hurry to go on vacation? But after Sun Wuming chatted with George, George understood what was going on and stopped refusing. Gwen, on the other hand, is ready to participate in the battle. Sun Wuming did not refuse. New York is Gwen's home, and she has a reason to fight. Chidori is also a good novice monster. It can let Gwen experience what the real battlefield is like without being too dangerous. Boom. After a burst of puffing, Tony came to Sun Wuming's house in his battle armor, with a serious expression on his face. It was rare that he didn't make a few jokes first, but asked directly. The Loki you said is coming, is this what Asgard means? Wait a minute, I'm messing around now too. Sun Wuming interrupted him, everything the black-corned egg told you, say it all. Destiny has deviated from the original track, he has to figure out the origin of the two people beside Lu Ji. Tony was startled, and said what he knew. Sun Wuming recalled it carefully, the big monster should be Black Dwarf, this is nothing to worry about, it is just a big soldier who charged into battle. But who is that hooded one? Girl, could it be Corvus Glaive's wife? How, have you seen them from Asgard? Tony asked eagerly. No, they weren't Asgardians, Loki had fallen from Bifrost. Sun Wuming briefly talked about the existence of Chitauri, but did not mention Thanos. If he knew that there is such a powerful existence staring at the Earth, he would probably not even be able to fall asleep. Why is Loki invading Earth? After listening to it, Tony still didn't understand. If you want revenge, you should go to Asgard. Because of the Tesseract. Sun Wuming pointed to the reactor on Tony's chest. Your father discovered a brand new element when he was researching Tesseract. Obviously, the black marinated egg did something recently to activate the Rubik's Cube, which allowed Loki to take advantage of it. So I'm rubbing my ass for Nick Fury. Tony said in disbelief. Yes, you understand well. Fact. Tony laughed back angrily, and left cursing. What a disaster for all mankind, it turns out that everything is a mess made by Nick Fury. But the most irritating thing is, even if he knows the cause of the incident, can stand by and watch. Unless he wants Chitauri and Loki to actually take over Earth. This kind of situation where Nick Fury made a mistake, but all human beings have to bear it made Tony very angry, but there was nothing he could do, and he had to cooperate with his actions. Before leaving, he also wanted Sun Wuming to join, but was rejected. Sun Wuming thought the same as Tony, feeling very upset. He had to do something, and he couldn't let the marinated egg get through the crisis so comfortably. Minister Pierce, long time no see. Sun Wuming called Pierce. Sun, Mr. Sun, what's the matter? After just finishing the video conference between the Security Council and Fu Rui, Pierce saw the message on the phone, and his heart almost jumped into his throat. You should know the current situation. Sun Wuming asked directly. Don't worry, Hydra is Blue Star's Hydra, we won't make any small moves at this time. Pierce thought that Sun Wuming was here to warn him, and quickly made a promise, but this time he would be wrong. No, that's not what I'm going to say. This crisis was all caused by Nick Fury. Shouldn't he be punished? You mean, Pierce wondered. In fact, Pierce has known about the Tesseract research for a long time, and he is acquiescing. After all, isn't the result of Nick Fury's research still used by Hydra? Sun Wuming followed the persuasion. Now Nick Fury has lost value, but his existence makes you Hydra more easily exposed. Pierce understood. I understand, I will make a proposal to the Security Council when the crisis is resolved. Fury has gone too far this time. Only then did Sun Wuming hang up the phone with satisfaction. Forget it, this time I'll help the black stewed egg once, and treat it as the end for him. Thinking of this, Sun Wuming immediately felt much better, wishing he could just set up a few tables to celebrate. On the other side, Dr. Banner was invited to the space carrier. With his help, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly determined Loki's next plan and sent Captain America and Natasha Romanoff to Berlin to intercept. Nick Fury also asked Tony to follow, and let him take care of the bottom line. Although Captain America's spiritual will is very strong, but in terms of combat effectiveness, he still believes in Tony's steel armor. After some twists and turns, Loki was successfully arrested and met Thor, who came from Asgard on the way. Several people finally managed to return to the space carrier. Did any of you provoke him? Seeing Tony's stinky face, Nick Fury was a little puzzled, and even a little angry. The last time you used Dragon Ball radar to cheat me so much vibranium, I haven't settled with you yet, but you're the first to get excited. No, it was fine on the plane just now, and I had a good chat with Thor. Natasha Romanoff spread her hands. The two had a good fight at first, but after they found out that they both had a good relationship with Sun Wuming, they quickly reconciled. Natasha Romanoff was speechless for a while. Forget it, you take them to the laboratory first. Nick Fury didn't think too much anymore, and turned to look for Loki, to see if he could get any information out of him. Drive Banner, long time no see. In the laboratory, Tony hugged Banner, who was searching for gamma signals when he came up, which made the other party look confused. Sorry, have we met? Oh, last time, when you were still green, you were beaten terribly. Tony patted him on the shoulder, but I admire you, you are more resistant to beating than hate. Banner smiled awkwardly, thinking that this person really knows how to chat. Tony laughed out loud and patted him on the shoulder. Don't mind, it's just a joke. I read your paper and was very inspired. I have the opportunity to work together. The last sentence Tony said is very meaningful. Dr. Banner is one of the few scientific researchers he sees, and his anti-Saiyan armor project needs such talents. Dr. Banner changed the subject. Why don't you see that Saiyan? Didn't Fury say that he has gathered the strongest power? Hee. Hearing Fury's name, Tony sneered twice. Go and ask him if he dares to invite Wukong over. By the way, it sounds like you really want to see him. Indeed, he can bring me a sense of security. With him around, Hulk won't mess around, Dr. Banner said with some emotion. At that time, Hulk was beaten by Sun Wukong, and he didn't come out for half a year. He even took the time to release the man's desire twice. But Tony's face was cold when he heard it. He didn't expect you to be a shivering M with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The discussion between the two soon stopped, and a picture of Fury interrogating Loki appeared on the screen. Seeing the smile on the other's face and the confident look on his face, Captain America frowned instinctively. Years of war experience told him that things are not that simple, and this time in Berlin, he did not see the other two that Nick Fury was talking about. Thor, what do you think he wants to do? Captain America looked at Thor, who had been standing at the window thinking. Loki has an army under him. Chitauri, right, use Tesseract as an exchange. Tony took the words, and met Salt Cebf's astonished gaze and spread his hands. Don't be so surprised, Wukong told me. Thor suddenly realized, by the way, why didn't Wukong come here? He hates Nick Fury, but I hate him too, what a scourge. Seeing the two chatting more and more crookedly, Captain America had to interrupt. Gentlemen, this is not the time for small talk. Stark, what else did Sun Wukong say? Don't hide and choke. I'm not your soldier, don't talk to me in such an orderly tone. Tony frowned, he was also very displeased with this old popsicle. Well, let's talk about Loki. Banner smoothed things over. I can't see what he's thinking at all, he's like a lunatic. Hey, watch your words, Loki has made many mistakes, but he is Asgard, and my brother, son of Odin. He killed 80 people in 2 days, Natasha Romanoff said calmly. Well, he's adopted, Thor resolutely counseled. I think his ultimate goal must be to open the portal. Tony squeezed his chin. The most important thing now is to find the other two people. As long as they are all captured, the crisis will naturally be eliminated. Very well said, Mr. Stark. Nick Fury's voice came from outside the door. Then how do we find these two people? Now you need to study Loki's scepter. It has the ability to manipulate people's hearts, and my two right-hand men were controlled. Banner nodded silently, turned around to continue working, but was stopped by Tony. Before I do that, I want to ask a question. Tony looked straight into Nick Fury's one eye. Why Loki was able to come to Blue Star through the Tesseract? Nick Fury's heart jumped, because we are studying how to use the power of the Rubik's Cube to benefit all mankind. For the benefit of all mankind. Is my clean energy not enough for you? Tony sneered, took out the tablet, and saw the content displayed on it. Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly. Stark, you hacked into SHIELD's database. How do you find evidence that you developed weapons of mass destruction without invading? The faces of everyone present changed, and Captain America got up suddenly, turned his head and walked out of the laboratory. He didn't believe Stark's words, and was going to find evidence by his own way. Stark, calm down first. No, Black Braised Egg, I won't believe anything you say now, because you caused this disaster. With overwhelming evidence, Nick Fury could only choose to shift the contradiction, pointing to Thor. No, it's because of him. Me. Thor looked confused. Last year, Blue Star ushered in an uninvited guest. Because of some of his family affairs, a small town was razed to the ground. The Hulk, hate, and Sun Wuming battle the year before last destroyed 10 blocks, half of Brooklyn. We must have sufficient means to deal with these superhuman beings who do evil. Ha, Nick Fury, you finally said your purpose, to deal with Thor, to deal with Hulk. Even Wuming. Tony hits the nail on the head and Nick Fury stays silent because that's what it is. Thor laughed off his strong words. Nick Fury, it was your development of the Rubik's Cube that attracted Loki and his allies. This is a signal of war. Thor, you'll never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. People. Tony stopped Thor from continuing. Let's go. The protection of Blue Star should not rely on these conspirators, they will only make everything worse. Okay, let's go find Wuming. Thor agreed without any hesitation, picked up the hammer and stood behind Tony. After witnessing the United States slapstick operations in various places in Blue Star, he was full of disgust for this government, but because of Phil Coulson's help to him, he felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not bad. Looking at it now, crows in the world are generally black, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good thing. Tony smiled. The real purpose of his coming was this: for Nick Fury's Avengers plan. Tony was in favor of it from the bottom of his heart. But the premise is that Avengers cannot be attached to S.H.I.E.L.D., and must exist independently, so as to ensure the purity of the organization. Fortunately, Nick Fury was stupid enough to bring it up himself. Drive Banner, what about you? Tony looked at Ban, who had been eating all the time. Me, I'm just here to do research. Doctor, don't you want someone to be able to control Hulk? Follow me and ask Wuming to take action if necessary. I'll join. Banner agreed without hesitation. The only person in this world who can make him feel safe is Sun Wuming, and if Tony says that, he will be excited. If possible, Banner even wanted Sun Wuming to beat Hulk a few more times, preferably not to come out in this life, so that he could be a normal man. What about you? Legal counsel, Tony asked Natasha Romanoff finally. Sorry, I haven't thought about changing jobs yet. Natasha Romanoff declined. That's a pity. If you want to change jobs in the future, come and find me anytime. Tony shrugged helplessly. At this time, Team MI also returned to the conference room with a stack of documents and prototype weapons, his face full of anger. I always thought that the world has changed a lot, but I was wrong. The world has not changed, and careerists are everywhere. In an instant, Nick Fury was in a state of alienation. Outside world. A fighter jet approached the helicarrier quickly. Black Dwarf and Supergiant led a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were also controlled and sat in the back row, and Hawkeye was also mixed in. Go, Black Dwarf, make a scene. Seeing that the distance was almost there, Supergiant said lightly. Roar. Black Dwarf roared wildly, and jumped directly. Tony and others wanted to leave, and Thor also wanted to take Loki with him, so naturally Nick Fury couldn't agree. Captain America also believes that this is not the time for the enemy to engage in internal strife and tells Stark not to act recklessly. This irritated Tony's nerves even more. In the small conference room, a few people started arguing, and no one noticed that the mind gem behind them was emitting a faint light. Get out of the way. Midgardians, the Prince of Asgard is not your turn yet, come and imprison him. Stop your condescending attitude. He committed a crime on Blue Star, and we have the right to judge him. Captain America did not give in. Oh, how could you catch Loki without me? It's ridiculous to talk about a trial. Tony sneered, earning a glare from Captain America. Without that armor, who are you? A billionaire, philanthropist, and genius scientist. I have made far more contributions to this society than you, soldier. Then put on your armor and try it. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly sounded, followed by a sky-high fire and heat wave. Everyone in the house suddenly fell onto their backs, and Banner and Thor even fell to the lower deck. After losing the influence of the mind gem, Captain America regained his mentality and realized how bad the argument just was, so he quickly connected and said, "You're right, old guy." Tony didn't dare to delay and quickly ran into the next room. At the same time, he also discovered the shortcomings of the armor. He can only find the steel armor, but he cannot let the steel armor come to him. In the main cockpit, Black Dwarf took the lead. Every time he slashed with the axe in his hand, flesh and blood flew everywhere. His tyrannical body ignored any attack. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent desperately held a grenade and rushed forward to die with him, but after a burst of explosions, Black Dwarf only had a trace of burnt black on his skin. Unlike the other Obsidian 5 who voluntarily followed Thanos, Black Dwarf comes from a race conquered by Thanos. In order to save his own race, he had to join Thanos' command. Over the years, he has undergone many transformations, and his consciousness has basically dissipated, becoming a creature similar to a biological beast. Therefore, Black Dwarf has the lowest status among the 5 Obsidian generals, and no matter who he is, he can order him. But this does not mean that Black Dwarf is weak. After many biochemical transformations, Black Dwarf's body is extremely powerful, even much stronger than the normal Hulk. Against these agents, it is a complete massacre. Behind him, Supergiant is still hiding under the hood of huge amounts. She just stood quietly, occasionally looking at several agents with her deep eyes. Then, those agents turned their guns one after another and faced their former colleagues. Call. The wind howled by. Black Dwarf looked up and saw a hammer coming towards him. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to catch it. As soon as he touched it, he was taken away. After smashing the Black Dwarf away, the hammer flew back into Thor's hand. A wall was smashed through, and Banner had transformed into Hulk. Thor's expression changed. I don't want to fight you now, Banner. Interesting, are these the 2 targets this time? The corner of Supergiant's mouth curled up, and Thor felt dazed for a while. When he came back to his senses, the hooded woman had already arrived in front of him and opened her palms. The raised Mjolnir gradually fell down, and Thor's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Take me to see Loki, Supergiant said calmly, and Thor immediately took steps. The Hulk also rushed forward, but with a mental age of less than 6 years old, he was even more vulnerable in the hands of the Supergiant. It's easy to control it with just a flick of the eye. The 3 of them walked towards the cabin where Loki was being held. 177A Blake Street, New York. Ordinary people cannot see the existence of this address at all, because it is one of the 3 magic circle nodes set up by Kamar-Taj in the world to prevent the invasion of Mephisto from different latitudes. It is also called the Holy Place by magicians. The Holy Place must have been established over 1,000 years ago. New York didn't even have a hair at that time, so why was it built here? In the huge living room, only Sun Wuming and Ancient One sat opposite each other, sipping tea leisurely. The location of Holy Place can be moved. In the early years, the building in New York was originally in South America, and the one in Hong Kong was in Jinling. But because of the changes of the times, it became what it is now. Perhaps in a few hundred years, Holy Place will be moved to other cities. Ancient One explained calmly, and Sun Wuming nodded in understanding. Aren't you going to take action this time? Thanos sent all his men over. This is a slap in your face. Sun Wuming gong huadao, he came here just to see if Ancient One can still sit still. To Sun Wuming's dismay, Ancient One still drank tea calmly and slowly explained. Unless it involves different latitudes, or someone wants to snatch the time gem, Kamar-Taj will not interfere with the normal development of Blue Star. As for the Dark Titan, hey. Nothing was said, but nothing was said. The Ancient One has never put Thanos in her eyes. She has seen too many storms and waves, and Thanos does not rank at all. That's just Strange's opponent. Jingle bell. The phone rang urgently, and Sun Wuming picked it up. Wuming. Thor and Hulk are controlled by the enemy. The space carrier crashed, they are going now. Stark building, right, Fark, how do you know? Tony over there was stunned. Because I can see. Sun Wuming looked through the window and saw a blue light beam rising into the sky. On the other side, a beach in New York. Tony, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, who had been beaten awake in the battle just now, also saw this scene at the same time. The aerospace carrier that was majestic and patrolling the world a few hours ago crashed, and no more than 1/3 of the people survived. The only lucky person is Phil Coulson. Because all the destroyer armor was thrown to Tony by Sun Wuming, he didn't get Shield's latest weapon, so naturally he wouldn't go in to stop Loki and Super Temple Star Shiwai. The current situation, Loki was rescued, and the 2 forces were controlled by the enemy. An atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. How can we fight this battle? Facing such a powerful enemy and the coming alien army, do they really have a chance of winning? Don't lose heart. Captain America stood up at this time and started doing his job. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we have to fight to defend our homeland. If you give up now, what awaits your family is massacre and enslavement by alien races. These words finally ignited some sparks in the eyes of everyone who showed despair. Captain America strikes while the iron is hot. As long as we rescue Thor and Hulk and close the space channel, we will win. This time, morale finally improved. Tony braced himself. I'll go back to the Stark building to check on the situation and keep in touch at any time. Fury, you go contact the Security Council. Captain America also immediately said, take me with you, we need to evacuate a battlefield so that civilians cannot be affected. Tony said nothing, grabbed Captain America and flew up. On the ground, Nick Fury's voice was low, He'll do what Stark said. ... Stark building. Loki laughed wildly as he looked at the blue hole that appeared in the sky and the Chitauri soldiers that kept pouring out. He looked back at Thor, who was standing obediently behind the supergiant, and smiled even happier. He walked up to his brother in a few steps and patted Thor's cheek with his spiritual scepter. Thor, you also have today. Boom. Loki was directly hit by a hammer, and then looked at Supergiant angrily. What's going on? Didn't you control him? Supergiant looked at him like an idiot. He just followed my orders, and he didn't become a fool. Loki was so angry that he couldn't speak. He got up from the ground in embarrassment. Can you give him an order and let him lick my shoes? Supergiant had no intention of paying attention. Thanos sent her here just to assist Loki and ensure that the Tesseract could be brought back in the end, without having to obey the other party's orders in any way. Then let the two of them stop the spider jumping on the ground and the man behind him. After hitting a snag, Loki felt secretly resentful, but on the outside he didn't turn his back. This time Supergiant didn't refuse. Raising his right hand slightly, Thor rushed into the sky with the Meow Hammer, and in an instant, thunder overflowed and fell randomly. Hulk, on the other hand, was given a mental suggestion by the supergiant. The anger in his heart continued to increase. He roared and jumped directly from the building hundreds of meters high. Both humans and Chitauri are within his attack range, destroying everything in sight. Hey, don't run around, go to the basement from here and hide. After pulling Chitauri off the flight machine, the out-of-control flight machine plunged into the building and caused an explosion. Gwen shouted loudly to the panicked crowd. As early as Sun Wuming told her what happened, Gwen tried to evacuate the crowd, but the effect was not great. Alien invasion sounds so ridiculous. Everyone still has to go to work, so they can only do exercises in vain. Only a few people listened to Spider-Woman's dissuasion and temporarily left the city. Until now, when the sky is torn apart and countless monsters invade like a tsunami, the hearts of the people of New York are also torn apart. Can we change the place to cause trouble? Why are the villains, monsters, and aliens all running to New York? Fortunately, with the experience of being tortured by Green Goblin and Hulk before, New Yorkers have seen strong winds and waves, and are very experienced in escaping. Gwen didn't have to worry about it, and a large area was quickly evacuated. Suddenly, Gwen's spider telepathy activated and she looked up. A shadow fell, and a war monster bigger than a skyscraper squeezed out of the space door. God, what a big fish! Gwen exclaimed, heard a roar, and the Hulk jumped over to him, raising his huge fist. Boom! There was a dull loud noise, and the surrounding cars were lifted off. Gwen's petite body actually received the punch steadily. Ha, do you think my training was in vain? Gwen snorted proudly, grabbed Hulk's finger and threw him away. Compared to the period when she first became Spider-Woman, Gwen's strength is much stronger. Although she has no ability to control energy, her original physical fitness plus the rebirth of cells in her body after making a wish to the dragon. Gwen contains a huge amount of treasure within her body. According to Sun Wuming's judgment method, she is now stronger than the old Piccolo. Definitely, just from the perspective of chi strength, not the use aspect. Since you don't understand how to control Chi Wan, Jie. Wen then used his strength to overwhelm others, simply to increase his own strength. When entangled with Hulk, Gwen also used flexible movement to bring Hulk to the place where Chitauri gathered, and solved many enemies. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck in the sky. With the help of spider telepathy, Gwen ducked sideways and raised her head. A surprise attack. Despicable God. Thor raised his hammer and was about to attack again, but a pulse cannon flew from a distance and blasted him away. Iron Man falls to the ground and puts Captain America down. Gwen, where is Wu Ming? Isn't he here yet? Tony asked anxiously. He went to meet the Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme, what is that? The King of Sorcerers? Tony complained. The Earth is about to change its head of household, and he still has time to find friends. Don't lie, Wu Ming learned his magic from Sorcerer Supreme. Tony reacted immediately. You mean he's in Kamartaj? Get him back. He will show up when it's time to show up. Gwen said. Hulk rushed up again, and she could only continue to play with Hulk. Tony shook his head helplessly and said to the captain, you go to evacuate the people first, and I'll go up and take a look. Quickly arrive at the roof of the Stark building. There is no sign of Loki and others here, only Dr. Eric is left standing guard in front of the Tesseract. Doctor, stop the machine, Tony yelled and raised the muzzle of the gun. Too late, it can't stop. Eric's eyes were fascinated, it wants to show us a brand new universe. Okay, then I can only do it myself. Tony raised his hand and fired a pulse cannon. The cosmic magic spontaneously generated a strong shockwave and sent the two men flying. JARVIS issued a timely reminder, it is made of pure energy and cannot be penetrated. It's useless, all you can do is surrender. On the roof of a building opposite, Black Dwarf stood next to Loki. From now on, I will be the king of Midgard. Backward system, we have been without a king for many years. Tony urged the armor to rush forward, and Black Dwarf raised his axe and hacked him away. Loki smiled disdainfully, do you understand the dark and hard sense of security? Wu Ming, your Thor friend is so annoying. He keeps hitting me with lightning. Gwen was also communicating with Sun Wuming at the moment. Wait for me a little longer, honey, and I'll be over as soon as I finish settling the matter here. Okay, you have to hurry up, the swarm of Tory people are almost hitting your Dragon Ball technology. 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Sun Wuming hung up the phone and looked at the green-haired girl beside him who had been staring at him with vigilant eyes. So, this young lady, have you made a decision yet? Chapter 91. New York in the Marvel world is full of outstanding people, this sentence is really not enough. Not long after Loki opened the channel, Sun Wuming, who had finished his last cup of tea, left New York for Holy Place, preparing to take care of Loki after a while. The reason why we have to wait a while is also to let the disaster expand and cause more serious losses. In this way, Pierce will be more confident when impeaching Nick Fury. But as he waited, Sun Wuming suddenly discovered that on the edge of Manhattan, a powerful energy suddenly erupted, which was only slightly inferior to Gwen's current state. Out of curiosity, he traced the breath back to its source. Lorna Dane is a child who grew up in an orphanage. She is 16 years old this year. What is a little different from ordinary people is that she has awakened some special abilities since she was a child, and can control metal. But Lorna never showed it in front of people. Lorna, who has experienced the dangers of society and the warmth of human relationships since childhood, knows that being different from ordinary people will not bring admiration and envy, but only fear and hostility. It is even possible to kick yourself out of the orphanage and starve to death on the streets. So since she was sensible, Lorna has dyed her dark green hair black, trying to disguise herself as an ordinary person. However, these days are coming to an end today. The sudden appearance of huge cracks in the sky and the swarming Chitauri shattered the world's outlook, scurrying around like locusts, wreaking havoc in the city. A Chitauri soldier armed with high-tech weapons killed everyone on sight and soon arrived near the orphanage. Adults and children screamed and fled, while Chitauri screamed and fired at the crowd. Lorna almost subconsciously raised her 520 arm, lingering with light green light, and a car flew in front of people, splashing fierce sparks. With another wave, several steel bars flew out from behind and stabbed Chitauri through. After doing all this, Lorna turned back. She was just about to tell everyone to leave here quickly, but she saw a series of shocked and fearful eyes. Lorna felt a pain in her heart. Although she had expected this scene, she still felt sad when she actually saw it. No one spoke. A little girl wanted to come up to say thank you, but was stopped by the staff of the orphanage nearby. After looking at Lorna with a complicated expression, she followed the large group and ran towards the distance. Lorna stood there for a long time without moving. She knew that from now on, she would have to live alone. Suddenly, there was a chuckle from behind. Lorna turned around and saw a handsome young man who had arrived here at some point and was looking at her with interest. Sun Wuming was surprised. I didn't expect to see Miss Polaris in this world without mutants. But considering that both Wanda and Quicksilver can appear in the movie universe, having more Polaris is not a big deal. Somewhat uncomfortable with Sun Wuming's playful gaze, Lorna avoided his gaze and said, "You saw everything just now, right? Run away, I won't hurt you." "No, no, no." Sun Wuming shook his head, "Your little ability can't hurt me." Under Lorna's horrified gaze, he raised his finger and shot a golden hole wave, which penetrated the Leviathan beast in the distant sky, triggering a strong explosion. "Are you a Saiyan?" Seeing this iconic attack method, Lorna quickly recognized his identity. Although she has not appeared in the public eye for more than a year, Lorna's memory is obviously good. Moreover, she also regards Saiyans as her own kind, possessing powerful super abilities, so she will naturally pay more attention to them. "It's me, Miss Polaris." Lorna asked doubtfully. "Do you know me? Why do you call me Polaris?" "This is not important. Just think of it as the nickname I gave you." Sun Wuming smiled and extended an invitation. "I see that you have nowhere to go. Do you want to follow me for now?" Seeing Lorna's wary gaze, Sun Wuming explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just interested in your ability, and my company also needs talents like you." "Really?" Lorna still didn't believe it. "There's no point in lying to you. Are you homeless now? Why don't you follow me first? At least we are all special, right?" Sun Wuming saw Lorna's joy after recognizing his identity, and knew exactly what this girl wanted. Lorna was fooled in just a few words. While Lorna was thinking, Sun Wuming received a call from Gwen. In the center of Manhattan, the Leviathan beasts there have exceeded double digits and are still increasing. They are unable to restrict Chidori's movements at all. The intensity of the Battle of New York this time was much higher than that in the plot. Both Thor and Hulk had rebelled, and Tony and others were unable to survive alone. Sun Wuming knew that he could not delay any longer. "So, this lovely young lady, have you made a decision?" "Okay, I'll go with you." Lorna agreed. If the other party's strength had any intention towards her, there would be no need for so much nonsense. In this case, why bother worrying so much? Anyway, I am already homeless, so the situation cannot be worse. The right choice. Sun Wuming snapped his fingers, and the portal appeared in front of Lorna. "My name is Sun Wuming. You don't need to call me a Saiyan from now on. You can go sit at my house for a while and we can talk after I finish this war." Lorna has no hesitation and has taken over the past. After sending people away, he would finally end this war. The first thing that should be done is to make Thor and Hulk normal. The void is rumbling, and the calamity fire is rising high. The once prosperous Manhattan has become a thing of the past after the big chrysanthemum appeared in the sky. The taller the skyscraper is, the more likely it is to be attacked first. There were explosions and the roar of guns everywhere. Sun Wuming flew to the center of the thunderstorm, and threw the Chi Yuan Zan in his hand out for free. The Leviathan giant Kun along the way was cut into pieces and fell helplessly on the street. Captain America and Natasha Romanoff, who were cooperating with the guard rescuers on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. "He finally took action, and I thought there was no hope." Natasha Romanoff held her aching waist. "Hold on a little longer, and as long as the channel is closed, it will be victory." Although Captain America didn't like Sun Wuming's attitude of disregarding the law and rules, he had to admit that at the moment he was Blue Star's only hope. Thunderstorm Center. Thor was using his lightning to hit Tony and Gwen crazily. "Where have you been? My suit has been recharged 3 times. Tony was covered in lightning, and the hair in his battle suit stood on end. He was about to be electrocuted. "I just finished an interview." "How did you learn the mantra of black braised eggs?" Breaking through Thunder's blockade, Sun Wuming elbowed Thor to the ground and caught the Meowth hammer that he had let go of. "You go find Loki's scepter. Use the thing to close the space channel," Tony said with some embarrassment. "Well, actually I went, but I couldn't beat the big guy next to him." "Then do whatever you want, Gwen, leave this place to me, just stay away." Gwen, who had been playing with Hulk, made a gesture and ran towards the Chidori team in the distance. Roar! Hulk wanted to catch up, but Sun Wuming slapped him into the ground. "Don't you recognize me?" Bang 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 bang. Holding down Hulk's head, Sun Wuming hit his head hard with the Meow Hammer, trying to use physical methods to wake him up. But the teeth were being smashed out, and Hulk's eyes were still bloodshot, looking at him fiercely. Does physics no longer work? Sun Wuming frowned, wondering whether to kill him directly. But Thor can't kill him. He still owes Odin a favor. It would be unethical to kill his son. On a Chidori flight, Loki also discovered traces of Sun Wuming and said to the supergiant, "He is the final threat. As long as Sun Wuming is eliminated, no one can stop us from conquering." "It's a good puppet." Supergiant licked his lips and flew over with Black Dwarf. The scepter in Loki's hand was held high, and the light shone brightly. After receiving the order, dozens of Leviathan giants turned around and rushed to the location of Sun Wuming. "Are they all here? I'll save you time and go look for them one by one," Sun Wuming said easily, subduing the charging Thor, then opening a mirror space and throwing him and Hulk into it. "Crush him to death for me. I will also pile him to death." Loki snorted and waved his scepter. Seeing Sun Wuming reminded him of the 30 minutes of free fall. What a shame. For a time, countless Chidori soldiers and Leviathan beasts attacked Sun Wuming one after another, surrounding him, and seemed to really want to pile him to death with a sea of people. Loki was full of confidence at this moment, with a victorious smile on his face. The nearly endless Chidori soldiers were his strength. After killing a group, more would immediately pour out from the space channel. However, Sun Wuming is even happier than Loki. If it's troublesome to have these Chidori flying around, why don't we just give them away together? Ha! Sun Wuming shouted loudly, and the super-large turtle-style Qigong wave came out in response, like a beam of light reaching the sky and the earth, even more dazzling than the light of the space gem. At this moment, the smile on Loki's face disappeared. Supergiant's eyes were solemn, his lips were slightly opened, and he said something softly. Black Dwarf immediately jumped out of the flight machine. Soon, the light disappeared, and most of the Chidori soldiers and Leviathan turned into the most primitive particles, floating between heaven and earth. The remaining Chidori felt an unprecedented emotion called fear for the first time. Blue Star, so scary. Call. Before Sun Wuming could retract his pushing hand, the violent wind hit him. It turned out to be Black Dwarf, who took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack under the arrangement of Supergiant. The sharp axe blade with his strange power wanted to split Sun Wuming in two. The movement is too slow, and there is such a big movement in a sneak attack. Sun Wuming's expression remained unchanged, and the arrogance around his body exploded, knocking Black Dwarf away. Huge amounts of axe fell into Sun Wuming's hand, and with one stroke, he was cut in half from top to bottom. The tenacious vitality allowed Black Dwarf to live for 2 more seconds. In the last moment, his sanity seemed to have returned, with relief and gratitude to Sun Wuming in his eyes. "It's finally over." Loki's expression changed drastically and he quickly ran to Supergiant's side. Suddenly half of his army was gone, and Black Dwarf, one of the 5 obsidian generals, was also dead. He had already thought about retreating. How could a monster like Sun Wuming appear in just Midgard? What should we do now? Should we withdraw first? He looked at Supergiant. The woman still had a smile on her lips. "Withdraw? Why? Since you killed Black Dwarf, let him be his replacement." "Oh, do you want me to work for the Family Planning Commission?" Sun Wuming's voice came, and he flew in front of the 2 of them, scaring Loki so much that he backed away. Supergiant, on the other hand, showed no fear at all. She has seen too many people with strong bodies and special functions in the universe, but what the heck, such people are often not mentally strong. And what she is best at is mind control. Superplot looked at Sun Wuming in front of him and activated his ability calmly. 1 second, 2 seconds, Sun Wuming blinked. Supergiant's expression finally changed. "Impossible. Why can't I control your mind?" "Because you are too weak." Grasping Supergiant's neck, Sun Wuming lifted her up. "Not to mention, this woman has a pretty figure, but her face looks too alien." If he wasn't completely sure, how could Sun Wuming come to Supergiant's side so carelessly? The wonderful uses of Qi are endless. It is synthesized by the combination of physical energy and mental energy. All strong people who practice Qi will increase their mental power simultaneously when their bodies become stronger. As long as Qi exists, Sun Wuming is a super warrior who can resist both monsters and monsters. And how could Supergiant, a psychic who is not even a quasi-heavenly father, affect his heart distance? Gaba. There was a crisp sound of bone cracking, and before Supergiant had time to say his last words, his neck was broken and he lost his life. Don't kill me. This is a misunderstanding. Sun Wuming. This is a misunderstanding. Loki held up the mind scepter with both hands with a look of horror on his face. Sun Wuming took it over with disgust in his eyes. You are a good man. I owe Odin a favor. Next time you come to me and cause trouble, I will definitely kill you. Loki nodded. The space rippled, and the Hulk and Thor were released. With the death of Supergiant, the two men's minds returned to normal. In an inconspicuous corner of Manhattan, a group of superheroes wearing white armor appeared out of thin air. Oh, that's a familiar scene. It was me holding the box egg and rushing into the space passage. The mask opened, revealing Tony's face, only much older. Look, Tony. Just as he was sighing, a huge amount of green monster pointed to the east. Everyone witnessed with their own eyes the shocking scene of Sun Wuming clearing the place with one wave of turtle qigong. Fake. This is Blue Star. Who is this tough guy? Friday. Give you 3 minutes, I want all his money. The war between Texas and New York did not affect the homeland of the Western cowboys. However, people also learned from TV that a group of strange aliens were invading the Earth. Many people were watching the live broadcast from reporters at home. So much so that the streets became deserted. An old man dressed as a gentleman walked on the street, looked up in the direction of New York, and took a deep breath. There are many fresh souls, and this one is special and powerful. It's a pity, we can't go there now. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes instantly darkened. Ancient One, let's see how long you can last. No, this special soul must be in hand. The old man's cane hit the ground hard, turned into a black smoke, and disappeared. Tony, don't forget our mission this time. Captain America reminded. They are Avengers who have traveled back to the past from future time and space. Their purpose is to collect infinite gems and resurrect those who died due to Thanos' snap of his fingers. Now is not the time to worry about where this person came from, you must seize the time to get the space gem and mind gem. I know, but it seems it will take some time for the battle to end. Tony nodded. The battle in New York had become something he didn't recognize. The chrysanthemums in the sky were much bigger than he remembered. Even after being cleared by the Macho Man in the sky, the remaining Leviathans were several times the size at that time. Let's do this for now. Let's go get the space gem. Banner, you go find Doctor Strange and get the time gem. The captain quickly made arrangements. Banner nodded and first found a scrapped card to practice his skills to avoid being noticed differently. Tony, Captain America, and Ant-Man went to the Stark building. Along the way, Tony also used technology that was ahead of its time to find information about Sun Wuming. Saiyan, are you so fierce? Banner should really watch this video. The Spider-Man of this world appeared so early, Peter should still be in elementary school. He actually has a good relationship with me. He must be a good person. That's great. Tony invaded his own database and read many records about Sun Wuming. His eyes became brighter and brighter. A strong man descended from heaven. Sun Wuming felt something and turned his head, but found nothing. Then he ignored it and continued to deal with the problem in front of him. There is basically no difference between Hulk regaining his consciousness and not. Being manipulated does not mean that his memory has disappeared. Just when he was about to yell, he met Sun Wuming's kind eyes. Woo, Sun Wuming, is this the sound you should make? Seeing that the color on the Hulk was fading, Sun Wuming shouted loudly. Don't change back. The battle isn't over yet. The sudden voice frightened Hulk, and he actually maintained his Hulk form. Only then did Sun Wuming look at Thor with satisfaction. At the moment Thor was grabbing Loki and beating him up. How dare you let someone control me? And you want me to lick your shoes? Loki, you've gone too far. Loki's still handsome face had been hammered into shape and was as swollen as a pig's head. Sun Wuming looked at it for 2 minutes before pulling Thor away. At the moment, Loki has taken in more air and released less air. Thor was also a little embarrassed. He didn't really want to beat Loki to death directly. He was afraid that Loki would make a big mistake this time and be killed by an angry Tony and others. As a result, Sun Wuming didn't stop him, so he had no choice but to keep fighting. Okay, stop pretending, for Odin's sake this time, I will spare his life. Now is the time for you to make amends, and the remaining Chitauri are left to you and Hulk. Thank you, Wuming. I will punish him severely when he returns to Asgard. Thor said gratefully that at least Loki's life was saved. As for going back, he planned to send Loki to 100 years. It's not over yet. Are you going to use Tesseract to repair Bifrost? Return it to me when you're done with it. This is my trophy. After saying that, Sun Wuming picked up the scepter and flew to the Stark building, preparing to close the portal. Thor scratched his head in embarrassment. He could not decide the ownership of the Tesseract. The king of Asgard was still his father. If it were him, there would be no problem even if he gave it to Sun Wuming. Forget it, let's go back and talk to my father. When Hulk saw Sun Wuming walking away without hitting him again, his little eyes became excited. Seeing the body lying on the ground, Loki suddenly recalled how he was raped by Sun Wuming, and walked forward with a grin. Loki saw a shadow coming towards him and said in horror, "What are you going to do?" "That's enough. I am a god." Bang, bang, bang. After a wild round of left and right, Loki looked at the sky with dull eyes, and Hulk curled his lips in disdain. What a weak god. Taking the scepter to the roof of the building, Sun Wuming was just about to plug it into the machine when Tony's anxious voice sounded in the headset. "Wuming, I saw you came to the top of the building. Don't close the portal yet. A combined bomb has been launched towards New York." Sun Wuming paused, then stuffed the scepter in his hand, and Tony looked like he was going crazy from a distance. "Why panic? Can't I just teleport away?" Hearing this, Tony was stunned. "Yes, this guy can open a portal, why am I in such a hurry?" Ding! With a crisp sound, the scepter touched the space gem, and the machine stopped functioning. The big chrysanthemum in the sky was slowly closing, and Tony landed next to Sun Wuming. "This is the trajectory of the missile. Go and solve it quickly, otherwise I will be terrified now." Sun Wuming nodded and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Tony is by his side. Who is that person in the building who is almost exactly the same as him? It turns out that I am actually in this time and space. Sun Wuming immediately thought about something and said to Tony seriously, "We must ensure that Loki and the space gem cannot be in the same time period. He has the ability to control the gem. Even tied up it's not safe." Quote. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then he seriously agreed. Only then did Sun Wuming fly safely to the trajectory of the missile that Tony had mentioned. Infinite gems are important items to maintain the balance of the universe and can be regarded as the original power of this universe. What if Loki escaped with the space gem and was confiscated by the Time Administration? Then the universe will become extremely unstable. For the sake of a stable life in the future, Sun Wuming will never allow this to happen. Soon, the bomb entered New York at a speed exceeding Mach 3 and was about to arrive in front of Sun Wuming. He calmly drew a circle in front of him. On the other side of the portal was Mount Fuji in a certain cherry blossom country. Anyway, this country is used to things like nuclear weapons. It doesn't matter if it explodes again. You don't need to drain the sewage. I will get it right in one step. Call out. The missile passed through the portal smoothly, and Sun Wuming clapped his hands to remove the spell. Seeing this scene, Captain America, Black Widow, and Tony all breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally resolved. You mean, Strange. On the rooftop of Holy Place from New York, Ancient One is communicating with Banner in his soul state. Yes, as long as we send the gems back to the original time node, nothing will change, and both universes will exist. Banner worked hard to introduce the feasibility of the plan to Ancient One. Please wait a moment, Mr. Banner. The Ancient One stretched out his hand to pick up the seal, and the eye of Agamotto on his chest slowly turned. For a moment, the passage of time seemed to appear in the Ancient One's eyes. After a while, Ancient One stopped moving. You were right, Mr. Banner. Strange is the best among us, we have to believe in him. Banner was delighted. Are you willing to hand over the gem to me? Ancient One nodded and said pointedly, I'll leave everything to you, Banner. Banner's soul returned to his true form, and when he was about to pick up the time gem, he was stopped by the Ancient One. Wait, the Eye of Agamotto can't be given to you like this, I have to find someone to go with you. Under Banner's confused eyes, Ancient One opened the portal. Opposite him was Sun Wuming, who had just dropped the completed bomb. Wuming, are you free? I need your help. Sun Wuming walked in and was a little confused when he saw Banner next to him. Sir, this is it you? Banner looked surprised. Isn't this the tough guy just now? I need you to go to the future and bring the time gem back. Ancient One said softly. Before Sun Wuming could speak, Banner hurriedly retorted, no, we don't have any extra quantum armor anymore. It's impossible for him to pass through the quantum tunnel. The power of time gem will help Wuming keep up with you. With his physical strength, there will be no problem even if the physical body appears in the nose tunnel. But, if a person knew the future, wouldn't it have a great impact on your universe? Banner looked embarrassed. Playing with time will inevitably be played by time. The reason why they are so cautious is that they don't want to have any impact on this time and space. Banner, don't you understand? Our time and space are completely different from yours, because of him. The Ancient One pointed at Wuming, and Banner was speechless. Believe me, Wuming is far more important to you than Eye of Agamotto. Sun Wuming raised his eyebrows. Banner was silent for a moment, feeling speechless as people from the magician lineage spoke so vaguely. He said uneasily, I need to ask Tony's opinion and the captain. As he said that, he contacted the two people through the communicator. With Sun Wuming's size, Loki had no chance to come into contact with the time gem. After a commotion, Tony and others successfully obtained the gem. Just as they were about to return to the future, they said Banner's message. We'll be right over, Tony said with a serious face, looking at Captain America aside. There was an accident over at Banner, go over there. Soon, they brought Ant-Man to the holy place. Hey, Wuming, I saw your fight just now, it was awesome. Tony greeted us very familiarly and he believed in his own vision. Sun Wuming smiled slightly, you have aged a lot, Queen. After 10 years, coupled with the continuous blows he suffered, Tony, who had always taken good care of himself, showed signs of fatigue on his face. Time is the most magical phenomenon. Tony shrugged and did not continue to talk about this topic. Magician, are you sure Wuming can survive in the quantum space without relying on the quantum battle suit? I'm sure, Ancient One said calmly. Okay then. Tony took a deep breath and looked at his companions. Things are already so bad, we have no choice. Since this magician has made a guarantee, we should believe them. This is the only chance. Quote, Captain America thought for a while and reminded Sun Wuming, you can go, but you can't reveal too much when you come back, as it will affect this time and space. I have studied at Kamar Taj for a period of time. I understand time better than you do. That's good. The two leaders reached an agreement, and Banner and Ant-Man stopped talking. The Ancient One smiled and handed the Eye of Agamotto to Sun Wuming. You must have read the Book of Wyshan Emperor, right? Let me try. Sun Wuming opened his hands, the Eye of Agamotto floated in midair, and a green beam connected him to Ant-Man. That's good, I locked your time as an anchor. Ant-Man Scott looked at the green line on his waist. Ah, okay, if there's an accident, you won't be charged with manslaughter, right? No, I won't die even if you die. Thank you. Ant-Man rolled his eyes and closed his mask. Set off. As soon as the words fell, the 5 people instantly shrank to within the horizon and could not be observed, and entered the quantum tunnel. The colorful quantum tunnel is like the capillaries of the human body, with countless exits and passages. If you take a wrong step, you may end up in an unknown world. Sun Wuming did not dare to be careless at all, and followed Ant-Man with all his concentration. The strange cells that appeared from time to time were mercilessly crushed by the arrogance around him. This shocked Tony and the others. There is no concept of time in the quantum world, and Sun Wuming didn't know how long he had been flying. It seemed like just 1 second, and it seemed like a year had passed. Finally, the group of people turned into a passage without any forks and squeezed into a bubble. Avengers Alliance 4 Worlds. Boom. On the huge amounts of machine. At the same time, several people staggered onto the huge amounts of platform. Sun Wuming rubbed his swollen temples and cut off the time anchor with Ant-Man. Why is this still causing me motion sickness? Has everyone got the gems? Hulk asked excitedly. Rocket Raccoon looked up. Just when he wanted to praise himself, he saw the extra Sun Wuming. Who are you? Where did you come from? The little raccoon's scream startled everyone, and Thor excitedly raised his axe and hammer when he saw Sun Wuming, whom he had never seen before. So much so that they didn't realize that although there were still 10 people, that was counting Sun Wuming. Don't get excited, Thor, he is not an enemy. Tony quickly stepped forward and stood between Thor and Sun Wuming. This is the person sent by Strange's teacher. Without him, Ancient One would not have given us the time gem. Thor still didn't believe it, but he didn't wear protective clothing, and he didn't have PIM particles. How did he get here? Thor, it's very complicated here. You just need to know that he is very strong. It seems that he has a good relationship with you in that time and space, but he is definitely not on good terms with me. Tony's explanation finally made everyone temporarily lower their guard. Only then did he notice Hawkeye kneeling on the ground, his face full of sadness. Clint, where is Natasha Romanoff? Where has he gone? Banner had a bad feeling in his heart. Hawkeye said nothing, tears streaming down his cheeks. There was a moment of silence. Natasha Romanoff stayed in Vomirstar forever and exchanged her life for the Rain Gem. The Avengers who lost their comrades were depressed for 3 full days before they managed to cheer up and choose to continue to look forward. The memory of Natasha Romanoff turned into motivation and a funeral was held for her. The Avengers will advance the progress to the next stage. Now that all the gems have been collected, all that's left is to create a pair of gloves that can hold the gems and set them in place. In the small conference room, Tony showed the glove model he designed. Thor, you know the Infinity Gauntlet and gems best, please give me some advice. Everyone here has come into contact with a few infinite gems, or even an Infinity Gauntlet. But in terms of understanding, only Thor, who was born in Asgard and has a long heritage, can barely qualify. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet was created by Niveda's dwarf, and there is even a replica in Odin's vault. Thor also understood this, stood at the front, and cleared his throat. Sun Wuming looked at him with interest and took out his mobile phone to take 2 photos. Wuming, what are you doing? Thor was a little confused by his move. Nothing, I just want to take him back to show Thor in our world his potential in the future. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand and drew a big garden. Thor in his time and space is still an absolutely handsome guy, but look at this, pork belly. So interesting. Feeling a little embarrassed by his words, Thor regretted for the first time that he had given up on himself all these years. Wuming, don't make trouble. You can't let others know about your travels through the world. It will cause immeasurable consequences. It's okay, I can tell Thor that this is what I saw using the time gem. Seeing that Sun Wuming was not doing anything, Thor could only sigh resignedly and change the subject. Each infinite gems has a powerful power, and ordinary materials cannot carry its power. How about vibranium? Tony rubbed his chin. I can go to Wakanda and get some vibranium. It's a way, but it's best to have Uru metal. Ikwi used Uru metal to help Thanos build the gloves. Captain America frowned. Asgard has been destroyed. Where can we find Uru metal? Steve, Thor said dissatisfied. Asgard is not destroyed, only Asgard was destroyed, my people are still there. Sorry, Thor. Well, Sun Wuming suddenly interrupted them, if you need Uru metal, I have some people here. With that said, he opened the portable space and took out a piece of the wreckage of the destroyer. This portable space is an extension of the mirror space, which is equivalent to opening up a small dimension that exists independently without interference from time and space. Great, it will be much easier to handle with Uru metal. Thor took it in surprise and said after confirming it. Thanks, Wuming. Tony patted Sun Wuming on the shoulder, stood up and said, then let's get started and build our own Infinity Gauntlet as quickly as possible. Things are not as simple as imagined, and the research on Infinity Gauntlet has reached a bottleneck. The energy of the 6 gems gathered together is too powerful, and often the gloves they make can only withstand 2 or 3, and they will disintegrate and explode. However, Tony is really ruthless. When he stayed up late and was exhausted, he developed a new alloy based on the characteristics of infinite gems that release powerful gamma rays. This alloy is not comparable to vibranium or Uru metal in terms of hardness, but in terms of compatibility with infinite gems, it is even better than the two. With several people spending time in the laboratory every day, Sun Wuming was somewhat idle. But he soon found new pleasures. You should call me Uncle Wuming, not brother. At Tony's house, sitting in front of Sun Wuming was a little blonde Lolita with a rosy face, a bit of chubby flesh, and a cute appearance. To be able to give birth to such a lovely daughter, there is something in the genes of the Stark family. But you look like a brother, just like Brother Peter in the photo. Little Morgan pointed to a photo frame in the kitchen and said innocently. Inside is a photo of Tony and Peter. Sun Wuming picked up little Morgan and lifted her up high, making the little loli giggle. That's because I came back from the past and am friends with your father, so you have to call me uncle. Really, I don't believe it. Don't imitate that host. Pepper watched the loving interaction between the two and couldn't help but smile. This friend, who suddenly appeared from the past time and space, seems to really like little Morgan. Okay, let's have lunch quickly. Uncle Wuming will go to find Dad later. Little Morgan blinked his big eyes. Can you take me there? It will take a while. Dad will come back to accompany you when he is done with his work. Sun Wuming rubbed the little loli's blonde hair and said, Go and wash your hands. Morgan ran away quickly, but Sun Wuming's smile never disappeared. When I get back, I will definitely advise Tony to have a baby with you as soon as possible. This is a gift from God to me and him. Pepper looked at Morgan's back and said softly. The moon and stars are sparse. Sun Wuming sat on top of the Avengers headquarters, looking at the bright full moon in the sky, without any thought of transforming into a giant ape. Because half of the population has been reduced, the air quality of the entire blue star has improved a lot. But it has to be said that Thanos has a poor understanding of mathematics and human sociology. What's the use of killing half of them? It won't take long for Blue Star to bring you back alive. He watched the news these days, and all kinds of public service announcements were overwhelming. After the Twinkle incident, the global fertility rate has exceeded 3% every year, and will return to its peak in less than 30 years. Why don't you sleep? You are still in the mood, Yu Xinghu. Just when Sun Wuming was complaining about Thanos in his heart, Tony flew to his side wearing a suit. Flying around in your armor in the middle of the night, you are really sick. Sun Wuming rolled his eyes, and Tony didn't mind. He took back the nano suit, casually sat beside Sun Wuming, and handed him a cup of coffee. How's the progress of the gloves? Sun Wuming took it and took a sip. Some of them are not used to the taste. He has never been able to drink this stuff. It should be almost done in these 2 days. Wuming, do you think we can succeed? Tony's voice was a little confused. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It took several years to finally calm down, but now that he saw hope, Tony began to worry about gains and losses. Thinking of Peter disappearing from his arms, he would always wake up from his dreams these days and then suffer from insomnia until dawn. You are just under too much pressure. Since Sorcerer Supreme has agreed to lend the time gem to you, it means that she is sure to recycle it, and the outcome is self-evident. Sun Wuming did not go into too much detail, but only used Ancient One's actions to give side hints. But it also made Tony feel a lot more at ease. Strange said that among the more than 14 million endings, they only had one winning ending. Looking at it now, it seems that they are on the right path. Patting Tony on the shoulder, Sun Wuming looked at Ming Yu. Have a good rest these 2 days, everything has just begun. 2 days later, slower, Tony, Banner, and Rocket Raccoon, these 3 top scientists squatted in front of a small glass box, watching Tony control the robotic arm and put the rough stones into the red gloves one by one. They even held their breath for fear of causing any impact. Snap! As the last gem was embedded, the 3 of them stared at the red gloves. There was no change for a while. Yes, success. The little raccoon punched hard. 15 minutes later, everyone gathered in the laboratory. Except Nebula. Sun Wuming glanced at it and had no intention of reminding Tony and others that Nebula had been swapped. Compared to Nebula, he was an outsider. When he came up and said that he was an undercover agent, few people would believe him. And more importantly, didn't he come to this time and space just to find Thanos? Quote. So, who's going to put on the gloves and snap their fingers? The final question is before everyone. I come. Thor rushed forward excitedly, but Captain America and Tony quickly stopped him. Thor, you are not suitable now. Why, I am Thor, son of Odin, Lord of Asgard. Do you know what's going on in my body? Cheese and cheese. Rhodes interrupted abruptly, everyone's lips twitched, and Sun Wuming almost laughed out loud. So heartbreaking. No, Thor, after my examination, it seems that your body cannot bear such a great force. Tony wanted to explain something else, but was interrupted by Banner. I'll do it. You have all seen what happened to Thanos. Hulk walked up to the gems. These stones emit gamma rays, just like. I exist for this moment. Tony didn't refuse. When he discovered the characteristics of infinite gems, a candidate already appeared in his mind. Banner is well aware of this. Remember, after putting on the gloves, you must always think about bringing the people who were killed by Thanos 5 years ago back to the present. Other than that, don't change anything. While Tony kept urging Banner, Nebula quietly touched the huge amounts of shuttle machine. After an operation, the Nebula award time was set to 2014, and the shuttle machine was activated again. A battleship shot out from the whirlpool of the time machine, quickly grew in size, broke through the roof, and flew into the clouds. Almost at the same time, Banner snapped his fingers, Sun Wuming's face became solemn, and an energy so huge that even he was shocked swept across the entire universe. Then it fell silent. After doing all this, Banner fell to the ground in pain. Tony quickly ran over to spray medical drugs and took off Banner's gloves. Others came to the window nervously and looked at the world without any changes. Did they succeed? Eat this, it should work. Sun Wuming stuffed a fairy bean into Banner's mouth, and soon, the almost useless arm quickly recovered. What is this? Tony was simply stunned. Just now, he thought that Na would have to live without an arm for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, he was cured right away. Shondo, I can leave some for you if you want. Sun Wuming said casually. Since he got the eternal soil, he has planted a lot of fairy beans. He harvested nearly 100 fairy beans in the first year and successfully achieved the freedom of fairy beans. Giving some to the Tonys of this world is a small thing. Thank you very much. Tony agreed immediately. He couldn't care less about being polite with such a life-saving weapon. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The phones of several Avengers rang. Looking at the names that reappeared on them, Hawkeye and Ant-Man almost cried and quickly answered the phone. Coming. Sun Wuming suddenly said something. What? Tony, who was immersed in joy and wanted to immediately fly the spaceship to Titan to bring Peter back, was stunned. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Holy Place number 2, which had returned to its full size, aimed all its muzzles at the ground and launched energy bombs one after another. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the waves surged. The Avengers building collapsed, and seawater poured in and spread along the ruins. A blue teleportation beam fell from the spacecraft, and a purple figure wearing a golden armor and holding a double-edged sword appeared on the ground. Thanos. Among the desolate ruins, Sun Wuming lowered his raised arm. Under his protection, the laboratory remained intact. You play with time, and time will play with you. Tony murmured, seeming to already know what was happening. The final war has begun, Tony. Sun Wuming said to him. You're right, the last battle. Tony found the unconscious Captain America, and the three of them walked out and stood on the ruins, looking at Thanos sitting on a small stone pier not far away. Sun Wuming also walked out. Thanos raised his head. Unknown human being, I have never seen you. Sun Wuming smiled. Like you, I came from another time and space. Before I came, I just killed your black dwarf and supergiant in New York. Thanos played with the pebbles for a moment. If Tony hadn't suddenly appeared, you in that universe might have died. Sun Wuming said it casually, and Thanos crushed the stone in his hand into powder. Sad arrogance, countless people wanted my life, but they all fell on my way to my ideal. Blue Star is very special. Your resistance is very tenacious and you were able to achieve this step. But everything should end here. Oh, then why didn't you dare to come to Blue Star when Ancient One and Odin were still alive? Sun Wuming walked forward and came not far from Thanos. The two people looked at each other, and the air became chilly. The three giants of the Avengers Alliance followed closely behind. Thor summoned his armor again, Tony was fully armed, and Captain America held the shield tightly. Why didn't you say it anymore? Weren't you pretty good at pretending just now? Sun Wuming continued to press. Pointless arguments cannot change your outcome. Thanos shook his head and put on his helmet. At least it's me who's standing here now, and it's me you have to face. I thought that eliminating half of all life would bring prosperity to this universe, but you proved to me that that is impossible. Thanos seems to be reflecting on himself. As long as there are still people who are concerned about the past, it will never be possible to accept the future. Sun Wuming reminded, it's not us, it's me. Wuming, don't be impulsive, Thanos is not that easy to deal with. Tony quickly reminded him that he still could not forget the opponent's overwhelming strength when he was on Mars. No, that's why I came here, Wong Ni. Sun Wuming moved his hands and feet. Definitely, it's not you now, Thanos, you are too weak. Thanos slammed his sword down hard, and Holy Place number 2 teleported out the 5 obsidian generals and a large number of biochemical beasts, Chitauri. These miscellaneous soldiers are left to you, Sun Wuming said, and strong arrogance erupted all over him. The ruins on the ground were shaken into powder, and the huge energy set off a huge wave. The strong air current forced Thor and the others to retreat continuously to avoid Sun Wuming's sharp edge. Thanos looked solemn and tightened his sword. Sun Wuming's body flashed, and the next moment he swung in front of Thanos, and his fist wrapped in arrogance went straight to Zishu's head. Thanos reacted very quickly, holding a knife behind his back, and hit him hard. Clang! The dull knocking sound shook out huge amounts of shockwave. What shocked Thor and the three of them was that Thanos was blown away far away with just one punch. Sun Wuming refused to give up and pursued him again. This time, huge amounts of deep pits appeared on the ground. Too weak, it's because of something. How can you put pressure on me like this? Sun Wuming shouted dissatisfied, why are you so weak? Sun Wuming has seen 2 strong heavenly fathers, and the quasi-heavenly father, destroyer armor is one, but the weakness of the destroyer armor is too obvious and the battle relies entirely on divine instinct. Didn't cause him any trouble. Coupled with the fact that another year has passed, Sun Wuming's strength is far greater than before. Among quasi-heavenly fathers, Thanos is definitely at the top of the list. But even with him like this, facing Sun Wuming's attack, he could only rely on his powerful racial ability to hold on. Thanos was born into the Eternal Titan family, possessing extremely powerful strength, resilience, and durability, and has extremely high resistance to all kinds of damage. In particular, Thanos is still the leader among the Eternals, and his ability to resist blows is directly maxed out. However, Thanos, who has been in the universe for many years, never suffered such humiliation. He was pressed to the ground and rubbed, and roared rage from his mouth. He found the right moment and hit Sun Wuming on the head with a headbutt. Sun Wuming was stunned and returned a headbutt without showing any signs of weakness. Boom! The ground sank several meters again. Thanos, why are you so weak without gems? He came here to find a chance to break through and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. How could Thanos, who is so weak, be able to bring pressure to him? Seeing Sun Wuming's great power, Tony and the other 3 immediately relaxed and concentrated on dealing with the 5 obsidian generals and the Dark Order. Among the ruins, a battle for the Infinity Gauntlet was taking place. Not long after, the recovered banner also joined the battle, but it was still difficult to hold on. Chitauri, Leviathan, the 5 generals, those war beasts that are tens of meters high, are blocked by 4 methods. And Holy Place number 2 in the sky is not a vegetarian either. They must carefully dodge every energy bomb. At this critical moment, a fire portal opened from behind Captain America. On your left, Falcon flew out first, followed by Haibao in battlesuit and thousands of Wakanda people. The magicians of Kamar Taj took action together and illuminated the dark sky. Captain America looked at these comrades who had disappeared for several years. For a moment, his emotions surged and his nose became sore. It's back, everything's back. Another portal opened, and Strange returned to the hungry blue star with a few people who had disappeared on Titan. Rumble, a huge figure emerged from the ruined building of Avengers. Ant-Man directly opened the entire building and got rid of the trapped Hawkeye and others. Captain America clenched the shield in his hand and roared. The Avengers, the people standing behind him gave him endless power. Assemble! The crowd roared immediately and rushed towards the Dark Army. The final battle to determine the fate of the universe officially began. Since Thanos was being beaten by Sun Wuming, Ebony Maw had to temporarily act as the commander. With a wave of his right hand, almost all the troops on Holy Place number 2 were mobilized. Hey, Mr. Stark, you'll never guess what happened. Do you remember we were in space? Before the talkative Peter finished speaking, Tony hugged him tightly. Sorry, although the scene of the father and son's reunion was very touching, Stark, I need you to answer some questions. Doctor Strange floated in front of the two of them, pointing at Sun Wuming, who kicked Thanos in the balls with a very wonderful expression. Who is he? Tony immediately recovered from the emotion of the reunion. Hey, juggler, you said we have a 1 in 14 million chance of winning, is that now? Doctor Strange was speechless. This is wrong with the script I saw. In the future he saw, the one who won was not this macho man, but Tony Stark. Tell me who he is. Doctor Strange avoided the question and continued to ask. Wuming is a variable in that time and space. The condition for Ancient One to hand over the time gem is to let Wuming come with him. Strange, is there something wrong? Tony suddenly became nervous. No. No matter what situation I observed, he did not appear. Strange shook his head under Tony's shocked gaze, his eyes complex. Stark, I can't see clearly. But we should believe the teacher, she must have her reasons for doing this. Okay, this is not a bad thing, at least with him here, we have a great chance of winning. Tony took a deep breath and said in the contact channel, where are the infinite gems? Hawkeye held his gloves and ran around like a headless fly, avoiding the enemy's fire. In my case, Nebula is a traitor. He is Nebula from that time and space, and has been solved by Gamora. Take the gems as far away from the battlefield as possible. Hulk said quickly. No, Tony. We have to send the gems back. No chance, the machine has been destroyed by Thanos. Tony shook his head and heard Ant-Man's voice, we have another time machine. But it will take 10 minutes to repair it. Quote. Ant-Man presses a button, and the cheerful little speaker is particularly abrupt in the fierce battlefield. Okay, Scott, you go repair the machine. Hawkeye, send the gems over there. As for Wuming, we will send him back after the battle. Captain America quickly gave the order. In the center of the battlefield, because of the battle between Sun Wuming and Thanos, there was no one around, for fear of being accidentally injured by the two. At the moment, Thanos was in a very embarrassed state. His originally shining armor was smashed into pieces, with less than half of it still hanging on his body. One side of the double-sided sword capable of breaking vibranium was also broken. Judging from the gap, it was forcibly broken by Sun Wuming. Boom. After kicking Thanos away, the disgust on Sun Wuming's face was visible to the naked eye. Why are you not Heavenly Father, Thanos? I am so disappointed in you. Ahem. Thanos stood up with difficulty, his eyes still determined. Sun Wuming looked a little dazed. Who is the villain? Could it be that Thanos is also Blue Star's purple-skinned big brother who came by spaceship? Thanos didn't speak, breathing heavily. Even the Eternal Titan couldn't bear being beaten like a sandbag by Sun Wuming. He raised his head and out of the corner of his eye saw little Spider-Man Peter rushing towards the car with the Infinity Gauntlet in his arms. Drink. Thanos launched another attack, but this time, he deliberately adjusted the angle. Sun Wuming raised his elbow to block the chop and punched him in the stomach. Thanos' eyes bulged and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Blue light bloomed on the fist, and qigong waves were launched, sending Thanos flying high into the air. And the place where he fell was right on the path of little Spider-Man. Holding back the severe pain, Thanos grabbed Peter's spider legs, snatched the Infinity Gauntlet from his arms, and then slapped Peter away with a palm. No, Wuming, stop him quickly. Many superheroes who were paying attention to what was going on here changed their faces and shouted crazily. It's useless. Thanos had already put the gloves on his hands, and powerful energy penetrated his body. With a physique stronger than Hulk, he resisted. I'm Destiny. Under the desperate gaze of countless people, Thanos snapped his fingers. Then, nothing happens. The wind is very noisy. Thanos looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand in shock and found that one was missing from it. Did I say you didn't notice it? Sun Wuming calmly spread his hands and pushed it in front of his chest, and the Eye of Agamotto emerged. After Banner snapped his fingers, I took back the time gem. Well done, Wuming, Tony shouted excitedly. Thor excitedly waved his axe. Yes. I knew it. So, Destiny, do you want it? Sun Wuming played with the Eye of Agamotto, his tone full of provocation. Kill me and the time gem will be yours. Sun Wuming, Thanos was furious, and the power gems on his gloves lit up. I will not only kill you. I will destroy this universe. I will also go to your universe. No one will be left behind. So what if one time gem is missing? With the 5 gems in hand, no one in the universe can be his opponent, not even the Ancient One and Odin or Resurrected. Then come on. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance of Gwen style. Ah! Thanos threw away his sword, and with a flash of light, the space gem teleported behind Sun Wukong and smashed it down in the air. Rumble. With the 2 people at the center, the earth began to crack, and violent air waves blew countless people away. With the blessing of the Power Stone, Thanos' pure power is the strongest in the universe. This blow, Sun Wukong was directly blasted out of the earth, cracks appeared in his body, and horrifying blood oozed out. Ha 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 ha. After locking Thanos' energy, Sun Wukong, who had been blasted to the vicinity of Mars, returned to the battlefield instantly. Not only did he have no fear, he also laughed like crazy. That's it. The feeling of bleeding, the feeling of being hurt. That's wonderful. Thanos, let's fight. The crazy look on his face, even Thanos was shocked. Madman. This is a madman who is crazy about fighting. Not daring to be careless, Thanos activated the power gem again. If he snapped his fingers and used one gem alone, it would not put any burden on the roots of his body. After another shocking collision, Sun Wukong's injuries worsened again, but his smile became brighter. However, Blue Star couldn't hold on any longer. The American plate has begun to split, earthquakes exceeding magnitude 10 have erupted one after another, and cracks in the earth have swallowed up countless lives. Strange tried his best to block the aftermath of the fight between the two, with blood oozing from his eyes and nose, and shouted at the other magicians. Open the portal. Run away. The magicians were also frightened by this natural disaster scene. After Doctor Strange's order, they quickly opened the portal. The Avengers' army ran back faster than when they came. The Dark Legions that caught up sporadically were also eliminated by Tony and others, and the rest were all annihilated in the 4th collision between Sun Wukong and Thanos. Strange still felt that it was not safe, so he and Wong used the mirror space to bring everyone into a different latitude, and he was relieved. Can you see the battle outside? Tony asked eagerly. What if Sun Wukong loses? Wouldn't the time gem be obtained by Thanos? Then what's the use of hiding here? They will still die in the end. Doctor Strange did not speak, but drew a circle with his right hand in front of his body. Soon, the space in front of everyone was distorted, showing the scene of New York at the moment. No, countless people exclaimed, covering their mouths in pain, and grabbed a magician's arm with excitement. Let me out. Laura is still out there. The scene outside was too tragic. From their perspective, New York had been completely submerged, and the seawater had submerged the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Thanos and Sun Wukong constantly collided on the sea, and every time they clashed, they would set off huge waves. Calm down, Barton, Doctor Strange shouted, but his voice was trembling slightly and he was deeply shocked. It's useless. The American continent is completely shattered, the Black Continent and Europe are also disintegrating, the world is over. If someone could look at the Blue Star from space, they would find that the atmosphere that has shrouded the Blue Star all year round has begun to dissipate. The blue water surged crazily, forming a large whirlpool that could be clearly seen even from space. Tsunamis measuring thousands of meters, temperatures plummeting by dozens of degrees, volcanoes erupting, tornadoes forming, and natural disasters that have occurred in history have occurred all over the world. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before Blue Star disintegrates. Tony stared at the screen, biting his lip until it bled. Pepper burst into tears, and there were many others like them. Their wives and children were still on the Blue Star. How could they possibly survive such a world-destroying disaster? I'll snap my fingers again. Banner suddenly said loudly, and countless people looked up. Everything will come back. You have returned from 5 years ago to the present, and they can also come back after Wukong's victory. Banner's words gave everyone hope that as long as the infinite gems were recaptured, everything would be saved. Now, their last hope is Sun Wukong. There was heavy rain in the sky, lightning and thunder, and the smell of sulfur in the air. A large number of volcanoes on the Blue Star began to erupt due to violent crustal movements. Sun Wukong bumped fists with Thanos again. This time he made some progress, flying to the moon and teleporting back. Things have turned around. Just now, Thanos was beaten so hard by Sun Wuming that he couldn't stand up straight, and his armor was shattered. Now it was Sun Wuming's turn to become ragged, revealing his strong muscles. Traces of blood dripped down the body into the sea, disappearing into the invisible. Sun Wuming's arms were trembling, but there was only excitement on his face. Come again, Thanos. Thanos looked calm, and the 5 gems gave him an unparalleled title. Even if you can resist so many attacks from the Power Stone, you can still be alive and well. Reality Gem's brilliance flashed, Thanos' figure flashed, and dozens of Thanos came out of his body. They didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet in their hands, but they wielded the Storm Axe to trigger thousands of thunders surrounding Sun Wuming. I have witnessed the glory of the Eternal Titan, and I have also been reborn from 1,000 ruins. I came in response to the call. I relied on the truth and was no longer bound by rules to slaughter thousands of planets. The benefit of tens of millions of blades and the fury of tens of thousands of smoke are stirring in my heart. The universe needs balance and everything in the world needs to be restrained. Thanos' monologue swept through the world, and the only real audience was Sun Wuming. I am Thanos, the Dark Titan who walks on the path of seeking. I am not weaker than anyone in my life. The Ancient One and others also come to an end due to their respective weaknesses. Sun Wuming, you are the ultimate threat and my most admired enemy. Thanos said calmly, the power of gems will take you away from the sinking of the mortal world, and all the creatures in the universe will be buried with you. Sun Wuming slowly raised his right hand, which was spread flat, then come on. Click. Almost at the same moment, all the thunder axes on the field worked together, drawing thousands of thunderbolts from the sky and striking Sun Wuming directly. As for the real Thanos, with his right hand clenched into a fist, the mind gem bloomed, forming a violent shockwave that swayed the mind. Then, the space gem glowed brightly, and the surrounding space instantly shattered, introducing turbulence into the void. In the end, Hikiri was handed over to the purest gemstone. The dark purple shockwave annihilates everything with its absolute power. Compared to Odin Ancient One, Thanos' own strength is definitely much weaker, but he has his own unique advantage, which is to make good use of the power of gems. Odin abandoned the space gem, and the Ancient One rarely used the power of the time gem. Only Thanos, in order to complete his great deeds, conducted in-depth research on each gem. Even though Infinity Gauntlet can only be used individually one by one, his use has already entered the realm of transformation. Sun Wuming's eyes were solemn as never before. Under the breath induction, Thanos around him seemed to be real, and their attacks were also real. The greatest threat is also the ray stimulated by Thanos' true body using the Power Stone. Kaio Fist. Twice. Red flames soared into the sky, and the nearby seawater was evaporated, revealing seedlings thousands of meters below. Sun Wuming clasped his hands on his waist. Ha. Huge amounts of Turtle School Qigong rushed forward without showing any signs of weakness, and began to wrestle with the Power Gem's shockwave, but Shi Yin was defeated. Sun Wuming let out a muffled groan, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He relied on his body to resist the bombardment of dozens of thunder axes, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He felt it. The blood in the body is boiling and roaring, the muscles are constantly torn and healed, and the bones are rattling under the huge pressure of the Power Stone. But, a strange factor slowly awakened in Sun Wuming's body, bringing his entire state to its peak. Drink The full power Super Turtle Qigong was pushed back, and Sun Wuming was blown out of outer space. He took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into his mouth, and then rushed back immediately. Boom, boom, space gem, power gem, mind gem, reality gem. Thanos used the power of the 5 gems to still suppress and beat Sun Wuming, but he felt uneasy in his heart. He is getting stronger like crazy. From being crushed by the power of gems at the beginning to being at an absolute disadvantage now, Sun Wuming's progress in just tens of minutes of competition is jaw-dropping. He couldn't go on like this, and the murderous look in Mie Zhang's eyes became even more intense. Sun Wuming, on the other hand, has entered a strange state. He only knows how to attack, be knocked away, attack again, and be seriously injured. At this time, a stream of light appeared in outer space, shining with gold and silver light, like twin stars entangled together, staying in the stratosphere. This is a blonde woman wearing a tight battle suit, none other than Captain Marvel Carol. Seeing the current miserable situation of Blue Star, Carol's face showed anger and continued to land, seeing Sun Wuming constantly pestering Thanos. Let me help you. Carol chose to help Sun Wuming without hesitation. The power of the binary star mode is fully activated, and the whole person dives in front of Thanos. Get away. The first one to attack was not Thanos, but Sun Wuming. He knocked Captain Marvel away with one punch and went back and forth, becoming the superhero with the shortest screen time. This is my fight. The red momentum is getting stronger and stronger. There is anger in Sun Wuming's heart. Hate. Nothing can be done in this day. Hate. There is no ring in this place. Why am I so weak? A trace of golden lightning appeared in the arrogance, the thunder in the sky constantly roared and fell, and the ocean cooperated to set off huge waves. At the moment, Blue Star has completely turned into Blue Star, and all the continents have been swallowed by the ocean. The powerful aura prevented the waves from falling, floating strangely in the air, and then directly vaporized under the strong pressure. Drink ah ah ah. Sun Wuming's sound shook the sky and pierced the clouds. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and Mie's pupils shrank sharply. A violent golden air flow rose up on Sun Wuming's body, and the hair that stood upright was dyed golden. Super Saiyan. This. Wuming, what kind of gesture is this? In the mirror space, Tony's voice was trembling. Even if he wasn't there, Tony could still feel the suffocating pressure from a different dimension. Doctor Strange's face turned red, a golden disc appeared in his hand, and he raised his hands to the sky. King, come and help me. The mirror space is about to collapse. Wong quickly cast spells, supporting Doctor Strange. Wuming, let's win. The thunder axe in Thor's hand was almost crushed, and he wanted to rush out and fight side by side with Sun Wuming. But he knows that in front of Thanos, who has 5 gems, he is not even a dish. Thanos, thank you, your mission has been accomplished. Sun Wuming said slowly, his voice became richer, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and his golden aura was like an invisible flame, soaring straight into the sky like his wildly dancing blonde hair. Click, just by making a fist, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. Strength, unparalleled power. Sun Wuming's strength increased 50 times in an instant. Super Saiyan Level 1, completely completed. Thanos saw a flash of golden light, followed by a dull sound, and his body felt pain and flew backwards. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wuming flew up again and met his eyes, making Thanos feel terrified. Boom! With another punch, half of Thanos' body was exploded. He endured the pain and urged the reality gem to repair his body, and then used the space gem to escape. What exactly is going on? Why did he become so strong all at once? The power gem inspired, and the purple beam of light came through the sky. Sun Wuming still chose to use turtle-style qigong to catch it. What shocked Thanos this time was that the two forces were in a stalemate. It is no longer like before, it collapses at the first touch. What does this mean? It means that Sun Wuming already has the power to compete with the Power Stone. Ah! Sun Wuming's arm muscles surged, pushing the purple beam of light back bit by bit. We must not lose. Thanos looked hard and pulled out the Power Stone and Reality Gem. Infinity Gauntlet can only activate the power of one gem at a time, but now, a gem is no longer a match for Sun Wuming. He has to use his body to activate 2 kinds of gems at the same time. Roar! The 2 gems were held in his hands without any protection. Even the Eternal Titan could not bear the pain. In just 1 second, Mie-Shi's left hand began to fester. His eyes remained firm. Thanos knew that even if he defeated Sun Wuming with the power of the gem, his body had already been severely damaged. If he snaps his fingers again, he is likely to die on the spot. But he has no regrets. This is the path he pursues. Raising the arm holding the gem, Thanos swung it out ferociously. Sun Wuming raised his hands high, qigong bullets appeared in both palms at the same time, and then suddenly clasped his hands together. Rumble! The final competition has finally arrived. This is Thanos' decisive blow in Sun Wuming's most powerful turtle-style qigong. Dazzling blue and dark purple have become the only colors in the world. At first, each occupied half of the space, with purple taking the lead and pushing forward slowly, while blue was constantly decreasing. But this momentum was quickly curbed. There was despair in Thanos' eyes. It's not that gems aren't strong enough. But he is not strong enough. His right arm is slowly decomposing and dissipating, and he can no longer use the power of the 2 gems. Without the follow-up force, the turtle Qigong pressed forward inch by inch. 30%, 50%, 70%, 80%, 90%. In the end, it was about to swallow him up. Sun Wuming. Thanos let out the last mournful roar before his death, and was immediately swallowed up by the torrent of energy and turned into smoke. And at the last moment, the soul gem, which had never been used by him, shook and emitted a faint light. Endless dimensions, endless parallel universes. Almost at the same time, all the demons stopped what they were doing. Mouthing in his mouth, Sun Wu Ming, finally transformed, but Chao Zhangyi is just the starting point. The light of the turtle school Qigong slowly dissipated, Thanos returned to nothingness, and the infinity gauntlet could not withstand such a terrifying energy disintegration. Only 5 gems fell slowly. Sun Wuming quickly stretched out his hand, wrapped them in qi and slowly flew to his side. At the moment, there was joy in his heart. Finally, after paying the price of the entire blue star and the moon, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his strength entered a new dimension. It was worth the risk he took to deliver all 5 gems to Thanos. When the people in the dimensional space saw that the battle was finally over, Tony urged Doctor Strange to release them. After finding a floating continent barely large enough for people to stand on, Doctor Strange deactivated the mirror space and opened the portal. Sun Wuming looked up and saw the portal appearing. Before the people on the other side came over, he flew over the pressure. Boom! People standing closer were directly blown away by the strong airflow around him. Ah, sorry, I just learned this state and I still can't control it. Sun Wuming scratched his head and his tone was a little stiff. After the transformation was released, he returned to normal, showing his usual sunny smile. The pressure in everyone's minds also dissipated. What Sun Wuming did just now was so terrifying, they almost thought they were here to silence them. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can increase your strength by 50 times without limit, but it is not without side effects. Extreme anger will cause S cells to grow explosively in an instant and successfully transform. During the battle, Sun Wuming's mood was very unstable. Angers coming out of nowhere were stimulating his brain, but he had to remain absolutely calm to maintain his transformation. In addition, he could not perfectly control the sudden surge of so much energy, and the energy consumption of his body also increased tremendously, making it impossible for him to make accurate use of his body's power. Wu Ming, give the gem to Hulk and restore everything to its original state. Tony said quickly. Thinking of the pain his Morgan had just suffered, Tony was heartbroken beyond measure. But he also knows that Sun Wuming can't control all this, and Thanos, who has the gem, is a big shot. Wait a moment. Sun Wuming raised his hand, the space in front of him blurred, and he took out a little girl from his pocket. Who else could it be if it wasn't Morgan? Morgan! Pepper exclaimed, ran over quickly, took her daughter and shed tears. Only little Morgan didn't know what was going on, and clapped his hands happily when he saw Tony and Pepper. Daddy, Mommy, there's so much water. Sun Wuming looked at the happy little loli with a smile. He had already expected the current situation, and even imagined the worst situation. How could he watch such a cute princess suffer? Even before the war started, Sun Wuming brought Morgan into his own dimensional space and used the time gem as a pillar to ensure that this space would not be affected by his battle with Thanos. Thanks, thanks. Tony hugged Sun Wuming and patted his back hard. I don't like men, especially old men. Fark, I don't like it either. Tony laughed. Morgan's appearance finally made the atmosphere more relaxed, but the snap of the fingers still required a fight. Banner squeezed in front of Sun Wuming with a smile on his face and just snapped his fingers. He had experience. Although the process of putting on gloves was painful, as long as he snapped his fingers and ate the beans, he would be fine. But Sun Wuming rejected him. Why? Banner looked at Sun Wuming in disbelief. I am the only one here who can withstand the side effects of gems. Are you going to let that guy whose body is full of cheese come? Thor's face darkened. No, Banner, this matter is not as simple as you think. You don't understand your body, or soul. Sun Wuming shook his head. The group of people heard this inexplicably. Only Strange looked at Banner thoughtfully. The power of the 6 gems is too great. The gamma rays damage your body, but at the same time there is a strange power that hurts your soul. If I had to define it, it would be the power of rules. Banner, if you snap your fingers again, you will blink out. Sun Wuming is not being alarmist. On the surface, Banner has completely disappeared after being treated with fairy beans. But through the induction of breath, Sun Wuming could already feel that Banner's energy had weakened by more than one level. In order to increase his persuasiveness, he prepared to give a live demonstration. Puff! Sun Wuming slapped Banner on the chest, originally intending to punch out his soul-like GU. As a result, because I had never used this trick before, I was a little heavy-handed. The Avengers look weird. What does this mean? Only Strange, who could see the soul, had a look of reminiscence on his face. The Ancient One treated him the same way at that time, but he was not so wolfish. Don't worry about these details. Sun Wuming waved his hand awkwardly. Banner, compared to when you were in New York, do you notice any difference? Banner, who was in a state of soul, raised his hands and looked at them. Compared to the time in New York, his soul was more erratic, even a little loose, as if it would dissipate at any time. He couldn't help but murmured, "My soul has faded." You're right to understand it that way. Black lines appeared on Sun Wuming's forehead, causing Banner's soul to return to its original form. His current soul was too fragile to stay outside for a long time. Now you understand, the damage to your soul cannot be repaired. It will only take decades to smooth it out. Banner nodded blankly. What should we do? Who will snap their fingers? For a moment, the atmosphere became dull. Everyone was looking at the 5 gems floating around Sun Wuming. I'll do it. A female voice came, and Scarlet Witch walked over, her face numb. When Thanos died, her desire for revenge also disappeared, and she only felt like a walking corpse. Even if you die after snapping your fingers, it won't be a big deal. No, you can't, Wanda, your mind is too messed up right now. Tony rejected it without hesitation. He could see the state of it at the moment at a glance. When you snap your fingers, you must concentrate on it without any distracting thoughts. Can you do it? The more critical point is that Tony did not say that he was afraid that Wanda would suddenly go crazy and exchange the wish of the gem for vision. Taking a deep breath, Tony rubbed the armor on his right hand. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Sun Wuming speak. Let me do it. I can withstand the power of gems. Tony was shocked. Wuming, this is a matter of our universe, we can't let you do anything. It's not an adventure. I also want to experience the joy of snapping my fingers. Sun Wuming shook his head and stretched out his arms. Lend me your armor. Have you noticed it a long time ago? Tony asked in a serious voice. If you don't, you wouldn't be Tony Stark. No wonder you are my friend. Tony smiled in relief. As early as when he was making the Infinity Gauntlet, he had already made a guess. Did the 1 in 14 million chance fall on him? The nano armor was like a watermark, flowing from Tony's arm to Sun Wuming's arm, forming an armor with 6 grooves on the back of the palm. With a ding sound, the first space gem was embedded in the glove. Well, I feel nothing. The second one, mind gem. The third one, reality gem. The fourth one is the power gem. Sun Wuming felt the changes. Huge waves of energy were washing through his body, and his gloves were filled with light. Can you hold on? Tony asked nervously. It's okay, I just feel my hand is a little heavy. Sun Wuming made an okay gesture and inserted the soul gem, raising the pressure to a higher level. Without pausing, he summoned the Eye of Agamotto and took out the time gem. The last one. Ding! A crisp sound came, and Sun Wuming raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The 6th gem is a qualitative change. The sudden increase in power is a small problem, but the level of power rises with it, and the terrifying pressure it brings makes even Sun Wuming feel painful. Get out of the way. Sun Wuming said something and re-entered Super Saiyan Level 1. The terrifying power that seemed to crush him into powder was offset. Tony, Thor, Captain America, Hawkeye and others looked nervously at the Sun Wuming floating in the sky. Success or failure depends on this. With the 6 gems in one, Sun Wuming only felt a sense of sublimation. He had transcended this latitude and reached a higher level, overlooking the world. No, he is looking down at the entire multi-universe and has entered a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Omnipresent, omnipotent, do whatever you want. Groups of gorgeous light clusters represent different universes, but in appearance, they are basically the same. Are they similar flowers? Sun Wuming murmured, gaining a deeper understanding of the concept of multiple levels. His current state has reached the pinnacle of the single universe. Although it only has the power of one blow, it is infinitely close to being multidimensional. The reason why it is not multidimensional is also because the scope of gem sublimation is locked in the range of the single universe. When the thinking level rises, the concept of time no longer exists. Sun Wuming digested his thoughts before snapping his fingers. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the power of rule was distributed throughout the galaxy. The confrontation with Thanos just now caused many stars in the galaxy to deviate from their original trajectories. In order to avoid unpredictable events, Sun Wuming restored everything to their original state. After snapping his fingers, he also exited that mysterious realm, and his aura was a little weak. Sun Wuming felt tired and depressed. A snap of his fingers won't hurt him now, but if he snaps his fingers for the second or third time in a row, the side effects will continue to accumulate. No wonder Thanos in this world would take a long time to destroy all the gems after snapping his fingers. Because he couldn't hit it a second time in a row, let alone offset the impact of the gem. 2 days later, Blue Star, which was once fragmented and almost disintegrated, has regained its life. The humans who died due to the battle between Sun Wuming and Thanos have also returned, and their memories of that time have been erased. However, the Avengers' headquarters was destroyed before that and is still in ruins today. Fortunately, Tony has a lot of money and land, and the headquarters can have as many as he wants. Sun Wuming followed the Avengers to one of Stark's mansions. Let me introduce you. This is Peter Parker, not your classmate Parker, nor your Spider-Man girlfriend. All crises have been resolved, and Tony's temperament has returned to its original state, even more out of the box. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Peter. I'm going to be a senior in high school this year. I saw the battle that day. It was so cool, especially the blonde hair, etc. The chatterbox realized something was wrong and looked at Tony blankly. What do you mean his Spider-Man girlfriend? Tony, showing a wicked smile. Didn't I tell you? In Wuming's world, Spider-Man is his girlfriend. What? Fake. No, I'm not gay. Peter's eyes instantly turned frightened, and he clutched his chest in embarrassment. Although you are very strong, have a good figure, and look. He is also very handsome, but I like women. The other Avengers burst into laughter. Banner was the kindest one, explaining to him, the Spider-Man in that world was not Peter Parker, but a girl named Gwen. Sun Wuming smiled and nodded. I also have a classmate named Peter Parker, but I prefer to call him Garfield. The first generation of spiders relied on mutation, the second generation of spiders relied on technology, and the third generation of spiders, the direct father of Iron Man. Now that Tony is not dead, Sun Wuming cannot even imagine what this guy will become in the future. After listening to Banner's explanation, Peter calmed down and looked at his father, sadly. Tony winked and asked Peter to go play while the others got down to business. The time machine will take some time to complete, but don't worry, I will set the time node to 5 seconds after you travel through, and there will be no impact. Quote, in addition, it is best not to tell anyone about the development of this universe. Time is the most mysterious and unpredictable. All gifts are secretly marked with a price. Wuming, although you are very strong, there are some risks that are best avoided. Sun Wuming nodded. He understood this truth, but he also understood Marvel's timeline. His time and space had already begun to mutate. 2 of Obsidian's 5 generals came to Blue Star, and they would still be slaughtered. Only when you are strong enough can you ensure that everything develops according to your own plan. Sun Wuming asked, Tony, can I take back some of the technology you have here? Will this have any impact? Tony pondered for a moment, chatted with Banner and Rocket for a few more words before giving his answer. It should be possible, but don't give it to me in that world all at once. I know how much of a fool I was at that time. Tony smiled bitterly. The Ultron crisis he caused was also a disaster of world-destroying proportions. Okay, I will keep an eye on Tony. In that case, you can stay for 2 more days and I'll sort it out for you. Sun Wuming nodded. After chatting for a while, the Avengers went about their own work. 5 years have passed, and the world has changed. The resettlement of those who have experienced Shumiao is also a big problem, and it will take a while. In the end, only Sun Wuming and the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, were left. Wuming, can I call you this? The doctor sat up straight and asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Why haven't I seen you in all the possible observations I've made? Strange, there's no need to be so serious. Sun Wuming pressed down with one hand, signaling Dr. Strange to relax. You helped me a lot in my time and space, and we have a pretty good relationship. Oh, really? Strange also showed a smile. You are so strong, do you still need my help? That's for sure, Sun Wuming said with a serious face. If it weren't for threatening your life, I don't know when Ancient One would be willing to see me. Strange's smile faltered. Is this so helpful? Ha ha ha, don't mind, you lived peacefully in that world, very safe, the Ancient One has erased your memory. Okay, Wuming. Strange smiled helplessly, and could only wish for happiness for himself in that world. Can I tell you something now? How to explain? Sun Wuming pondered, snapped his fingers, and 2 cups of hot tea appeared on the table. He picked it up and took a sip. This may sound narcissistic, but it is the truth. Marvel has countless parallel universes and dimensional spaces. In each parallel universe, there may be a Sorcerer Supreme named Strange and an Iron Man named Tony. But there is only one Sun Wuming, existing in that unique time and space. It's me who should say what Thanos said. Sun Wuming put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly. I am the chosen one and the only one. Strange was silent, his brows still furrowed. Even if you are special, Time Gem can still observe. No, Strange. Sun Wuming interrupted him. Time Gem is not omnipotent, don't be too superstitious about it, and besides, you are not yet proficient in controlling it. Strange was a little dissatisfied. How many times had he negotiated terms with Dormammu? How could he still be called unskilled? But Sun Wuming's next words completely silenced him. Even if Ancient One wants to observe me, she has to observe me sideways from the perspective of others. As my strength increases, she can see less and less. Not to mention you. Okay, you are the boss and you are awesome. Strange gave up decisively. The more he studied magic, the more he understood how big the gap between him and the Ancient One was. It's no surprise that he can't see anything even the Ancient One can't do. Thinking of this, Strange felt a little envious of himself in that world. At least with the existence of Sun Wuming, there is no need to experience the pain of flickering again. The feeling of watching one's own death was not pleasant, especially after returning and finding out that Christine had been engaged in 5 years. He felt even more uncomfortable. Will you become the Sorcerer Supreme? He suddenly looked at Sun Wuming expectantly. If Sun Wuming becomes the Sorcerer Supreme, can he be asked to help solve that weird car accident so that he can live as a normal person in that time and space? No, the Sorcerer Supreme will only be you. Sun Wuming said decisively. Such a tiring, sacred job can only be done by someone with extraordinary ability like you. Strange's head is full of black lines. He heard clearly. Okay, Strange, don't worry about your fate, there is a bigger crisis in front of you now. You mean? Strange's expression suddenly turned solemn. Wow, Sun Wuming waved his hand, and the whole house darkened, and the vast starry sky appeared, with 6 gems blooming with strange brilliance. Infinite gems are the agglomeration of 6 singular points that concentrated infinite energy before the Big Bang. They are part of this universe and are the key force in maintaining the stability of the universe. And now, all the gems in your universe have been destroyed by Thanos and reduced to a subatomic state. Although they will condense again in a corner of the universe, it will be thousands of years later. As the words fell, the gems in the sky slowly dissipated, and the light of the endless galaxy dimmed. Before this universe will be in an extremely unstable state, and any crisis is likely to occur, even more frequently than before. After Sun Wuming finished speaking, Strange's expression changed. Now that he has lost his time gem, he cannot observe the future timeline. He is not sure whether it is alarmist or not. Wuming, I need Kamar Taj to go and confirm. Strange couldn't sit still immediately. After saying hello, he opened the portal and returned to Kamar Taj to read a book. It seems that the days to come will be more tiring. I thought it would be easier if Thanos died. A female voice came from behind. Captain Marvel walked to Strange's seat and sat down. He raised his slender thighs and looked at Sun Wuming. Makes him a little embarrassed. During the previous battle with Thanos, the timing of Captain Marvel's intervention was too subtle. It happened to be when the S cells were activated and the anger in Sun Wuming's heart reached its peak. If he had come earlier or later, and waited for him to successfully transform, he wouldn't be so unlucky. Carol, what happened last time was my fault, and I apologize to you. Captain Marvel smiled heartily and didn't care about it. It doesn't matter, your state at the time was very delicate, and I was a little reckless, but the punch was powerful enough. I took 2 days to slow down before flying to the Blue Tomb. Her generosity made Sun Wuming even more embarrassed. If you encounter anything in the future, you can come to me for help through the time machine and never shirk. It's a deal. Captain Marvel applauded. Now I have something I want to talk to you about. Ah, Sun Wuming was stunned. In the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, 2 figures stood in the void. They were Sun Wuming and Carol. It turned out that Carol, who was instantly killed by Sun Wuming with one punch, was a little unconvinced. At that time, her attention was entirely on Thanos, and she had no idea that her comrade in arms would sneak up on her. The punch was solid and there was no defense. Later, when she heard about Sun Wuming's last deeds, she also wanted to prove herself. Even if he is not his opponent, he still needs to hold on for a few more moves. Boom! The waves soaring into the sky rose again. Captain Marvel entered the binary star form, and his combat power instantly soared to a level that was on par with, or even better than, normal Thanos. Aren't you going to get into that blonde state? Captain Marvel asked. No need, I'm not proficient in that form yet. Sun Wuming shook his head and motioned for her to just come over. Even if he doesn't transform into a Super Saiyan, his current strength is several times higher than before he fought Thanos. If he were to fight Thanos again, he would have to kneel down and beg Thanos not to die after one punch, and it would be no different against Captain Marvel. All right, Captain Marvel looked sharply and rushed forward. In New York, as soon as the two of them fought, the energy monitoring system instantly detected the battle breaking out in the Pacific Ocean. Tony and others quickly investigated the cause. After seeing the two warring parties clearly, they first breathed a sigh of relief, and then became nervous again. Carol isn't here to take revenge on Wuming, is she? Hurry up and call Wuming. Don't beat people to death. Carol is not an enemy. Captain America said hurriedly. Tony shook his head. It shouldn't be necessary. You see, Wuming has been on the defensive the whole time, and Carol's attack is not aimed at the vital points. It is more like a sparring match. Everyone saw that this was indeed the case. Although the fight was lively, it lacked the fighting hostility. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately stopped paying attention, and everyone went about their own things. The two fought directly from afternoon to night. The last attack was easily received by Sun Wuming, and Captain Marvel also smiled bitterly and chased out the double star form. You're such a monster. Praise, you are also very strong, and your defense is stronger than Thanos. The businessmen complimented each other, and Carol suddenly asked, are you interested in accompanying me to explore the universe? Although Thanos is dead, a new crisis is bound to come. No, I just want to take care of myself and have no intention of helping others. Sun Wuming refused. We have different pursuits. In fact, Sun Wuming has always felt that Captain Marvel's thinking is too United States based. He has not even cleaned up his own 1/3 of an acre of land, but he is rushing to maintain the peace of the universe. The scope is really too broad. Okay, seeing how determined he was, Carol no longer forced herself. It's just a pity that she feels that a powerful person like Sun Wuming should take on greater responsibilities. Okay, then we'll meet again by chance. Sun Wuming was about to leave, but was stopped by Carol again. Would you like to come to my house to start the second half? Carol raised her eyebrows and extended the invitation. If you say this, he won't feel sleepy anymore. Just treat it as a friendly match. A week later, Avengers base. The time machine has been built by Tony and others, and a lot of Pym particles have been produced after Pym's resurrection. After staying for so long, it's time for Sun Wuming to go back. These days, in addition to spending time with Carol to spar during the day, I also spar for a few days at night. In Sun Wuming's free time, he took little Morgan all over the world to play wildly. Little Pepper and Tojong both had some objections. This daughter is closer to Sun Wuming than any of them. On this day, all Avengers Alliance personnel came here to see off, not only Sun Wuming, but also Captain America, who was responsible for returning the gems. Why isn't Carol here? Tony looked around and saw no sign of Captain Marvel. Ahem, she may have gone to the universe to maintain peace. Sun Wuming coughed lightly and said. He didn't show any pity for her during the past few days of sparring. The two of them just had a pure communication relationship, and they definitely enjoyed each other as they pleased. Carol is currently lying dead at home, and she probably won't be able to recover for a few days. Okay, Steve, the first thing you have to return is the Power Stone. The time has been set. Remember, don't change anything. After debugging the machine, Banner said, with lingering fear on his face. The emergence of Thanos fully proved the terrible consequences of playing with time, which made them dare not make any small moves. Don't worry, Bruce, I'll take care of it. Steve nodded and put the box away. Bucky stood next to Captain America, looked at his old friend, and the two hugged. I'm going to miss you, brother. Tony witnessed the exchange between the two. He thought of something and his eyes flashed slightly, which contained a different meaning. Goodbye, Rogers. Captain America smiled and stretched out his hand. I'm sorry, Tony. Tony didn't answer, just shook his hand hard. Come on, Bruce, I'm ready. Captain America took a deep breath, Banner gently pressed the button, and Steve disappeared instantly. A minute later, Banner and others panicked when they saw that Captain America had not returned. Where are the others? Falcon asked. I don't know, the time has been completely synchronized, there is no problem, he should be back. Only Tony and Bucky had normal expressions. Bucky turned his head with a smile on his face and saw on the bench by the lake. An old man sat. Soon, everyone also discovered the old man and the shield beside him. No Captain America's final choice. Pym particles are definitely enough. Even if this time and space does not go back to the original era, Captain America will make that choice. Okay, it's your turn, Savior. Tony, Pepper and little Morgan came to Sun Wuming. He hesitated several times and finally said softly. Thank you for allowing me to grow up with Morgan. Until Thanos died, Tony's sense of fate disappeared, and he knew exactly what Sun Wuming's appearance meant. We can't let the little guy lose his father at such a young age. Sun Wuming smiled and took Morgan. The little loli smacked Sun Wuming's face with some reluctance. Uncle Wuming, you will come to see me in the future. Definitely. Definitely, Sun Wuming assured. I love you 3,000 times. The little loli said happily. Hey, Morgan, you promised to only say this to me. Tony feigned anger, but Morgan was not afraid at all, biting his finger and thinking about it. Then 3,001 times. Sun Wuming and Pepper both laughed, but Tony couldn't laugh or cry. Returning Morgan to Pepper, Sun Wuming put on the nanosuit and stood on the time machine. Then, see you later, later. Then he disappeared. Looking at Sun Wuming who had disappeared, Tony and others understood that the matter was coming to an end. What to do with this machine, Tony? Banner looked at the time machine with hesitation, and he wanted to say destroy it. The ability to travel through time at will is a kind of destruction to the world. Put it away, I hope we won't need it. Tony thought for 2 minutes and slowly made a decision. Tony. Banner looked at him puzzled. Bruce, our world needs it, and we need him. Without infinite gems, no one knows what kind of disasters will happen in the future. These days, Doctor Strange has confirmed Sun Wuming's statement from Kamar Taj's ancient books. Tony looked at the machine in front of him. When the time comes, Wuming will be the only reinforcement we can ask for. What Tony didn't say was that he had handed over the manufacturing method of the time machine and the synthesis process of Pym particles to Sun Wuming. This is the trump card he left for the world. On the other side, Sun Wuming also returned to his main universe through quantum space. This journey through time can be described as fruitful. Not only did he successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, but by snapping his fingers, Sun Wuming gained more insights into the existence of the universe. And all this happened in less than 5 seconds in the main universe. Welcome home, Wuming, it seems that you have gained a good harvest. Reappearing on the balcony from New York to Holy Place, Sun Wuming had just stood firm when he heard the voice of the Ancient One. Obviously, this venerable man knew that his trip would not take long, so he has been waiting here. In the blink of an eye, Ancient One already felt that Sun Wuming was completely different from before. He was just as powerful 5 seconds ago, but the Ancient One felt no threat to his life. But now, what is hidden under the calm appearance is like an active volcano, which can spew out hot magma at any time and turn him into ashes. Sir, you should have expected this. Sun Wuming took a few seconds to recover and turned around with a smile. Ancient One denied. I knew this trip would be helpful to you, but I didn't expect there would be such a big change. She looked at Wuming with satisfaction and said, consider my proposal again. If you can become Sorcerer Supreme, I can retire tomorrow. Stop talking. Sun Wuming took out the Eye of Agamotto and threw it to the Ancient One without mercy. Infinite gems are quite fragrant, but only after collecting them all. A single gem is of little help to Sun Wuming's current strength. He does have the idea of collecting Time Gem from this universe, but he should leave the Time Gem to Strange for now. The two of them have such a good relationship, so it wouldn't be a problem to borrow it if necessary. Seeing Sun Wuming disappear on the rooftop as if running away, Ancient One burst into laughter. It seems that this Sorcerer Supreme position, she will have to return this year. Do you want Wuming to do a favor and create Strange's wound in advance? It seems to be a way. The Battle of New York has ended. In the Stark building, Tony and others had a dispute with Pierce, who came over because of the ownership of the Tesseract. During the argument, the arc reactor on Tony's chest suddenly short-circuited and he collapsed to the ground. The two sides were about to start a fight. What are you doing? It's so lively. Sun Wuming's light words appeared. Hulk, who had just walked down the stairs, was about to vent his anger that he couldn't take the elevator. When he saw him, his raised fists immediately turned into head-scratching movements. Wuming, you came just in time, look at Tony. Thor was overjoyed and said quickly. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Sun Wuming stretched out his hand, and the hammer in Thor's hand flew into his hand, and he also tied Loki over. A small electric current was emitted from the hammer and hit the reactor on Tony's chest, reactivating it. Ha, that's how it feels. Thanks Wuming. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Where's the Tesseract? Yes, where is the Tesseract? Thor then realized, where is the box that raided the Tesseract? Under that tree. Seeing the future Captain America secretly put the things back, nodded to him and then disappeared, Sun Wuming gave a reminder. Thor quickly ran over, pushed aside the shield agent, and took the box over. Sun Wuming looked at Pierce, who had cold sweat on his forehead. Minister Pierce, the Tesseract used to be an Asgard treasure. Later Thor agreed to give it to me. Now it is just loaned to him temporarily. I can understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to steal my things. Thor opened his mouth, wanting to say that his father hadn't agreed yet, and the Tesseract was still Asgard's treasure. However, after experiencing many things, Thor has grown a lot. I know that saying it now is a slap in Sun Wuming's face. Wisely chose to shut up. No, Mr. Sun misunderstood. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no such idea. Pierce's sweat dropped and quickly explained. We just want to put Loki on trial, and the Tesseract is an important evidence. No, Loki will be imprisoned in Asgard's prison. If you want Asgard to start a war with Earth now, I can just wring his neck. Loki's eyes were horrified, his mouth was stuffed with a ball, and he was whimpering in words that no one could understand. Before Pierce could speak, Tony was a little unhappy. He has done so many wrong things, so why should he go back to Asgard and hide in his mother's arms and cry bitterly? Even though the battle has just ended and no specific casualty statistics have been released, the Chitauri brought by Loki caused at least tens of thousands of casualties and countless monetary losses. Tony just wanted to blow him to pieces with these few shots. This was because Thor fought hard to kill a few Leviathans in the end and established a comradeship, so he didn't act impulsively. Tony was sure that Loki wouldn't be severely punished if he returned to Asgard. The most he could do was to be locked up. I owe Odin a favor. Loki will spare him just once. Sun Wuming whispered in his ear. Tony gave Loki an indignant look and stopped caring. The thought in my heart became stronger. At this time, Captain America also came down rubbing his aching head. When he saw Loki, he came up angrily and punched him in the stomach. Boom. Loki, what conspiracy do you have? Thor was confused, Tony was confused, and Sun Wuming was also confused. Even Loki was confused. What happened? Looking at the puzzled looks of the three people, Captain America explained. Just now, Loki turned into me and attacked and knocked me unconscious, and also snatched away the scepter. Thor looked at the box in his hand. Don't you have the scepter in your hand? This is also what confused me. Captain America nodded. When I woke up, I found that the box was not far away, and the scepter was not lost. He must have some conspiracy. You're right, Thor agreed, took off Loki's mouth ball and asked fiercely, tell me. What do you want to do? Haven't you made enough trouble? Loki was going crazy. I was almost beaten to death by you and that stupid guy when I was riding on a horse. And being tied up like this, what else can I do if I'm riding on a horse? The two brothers quarreled again. Sun Wuming looked at Pierce, who smiled obediently, and fled decisively with Sitwell and others. Give me the scepter. Sun Wuming stretched out his hand to Captain America. Captain America frowned. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. No, this is my trophy. What role did S.H.I.E.L.D. play in this war? Sun Wuming clenched his fists. Don't force me to do it. Captain America thought for a while and handed the box containing the scepter to Sun Wuming. After Nick Fury studied Tesseract to make weapons, Captain America actually didn't have that much trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps putting it in the hands of Sun Wuming is a safer choice. An hour later, the Avengers gathered again, including Sun Wuming and Gwen, and they went to a Middle Eastern barbecue restaurant to celebrate their victory. This meal is not simple. Everyone who eats this meal will survive the future Swimming incident. Because of Gwen's existence, Tony bought this store directly, allowing the chefs to finish work and get off work after finishing a large table full of dishes. So social animals are really miserable. Even if aliens invade and the end of the world comes, they still have to go to work. Come, let me toast you. Tony raised his glass. Although it was very difficult, with everyone's efforts, we successfully repelled the Chitauri and defeated Loki's conspiracy. And you, Wuming, you are my hero. Everyone raised their glasses in cooperation, and Thor drank it down happily. This wine is not enough. After the Bifrost is repaired, I will bring Asgard's fine wine. Everyone is still drunk. Tony's eyes lit up. Remember what you said, shock it boy, I'm looking forward to it. Sun Wuming did not drink, but took a glass of orange juice with everyone. Gwen had a smile on her face. This kind of saving the world is so cool. She killed a lot of Chitauri today and even defeated 2 Leviathans. She felt full of accomplishment. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious, and the common battle experience made everyone who was not familiar with each other quickly become familiar with each other. Thor clinked a drink with everyone, bragging loudly about his exploits in Asgard. Loki was tied up tightly and looked at his brother in disbelief. Goozy, you have changed. You're so happy, feed me some too. Sun Wuming ate happily. He liked this kind of Middle Eastern barbecue. He rolled it up with a thin piece of ice and added some pickled radish and pickled cucumber. It was delicious and filling. Mr. Sun. Banner raised his glass, looking a little nervous. Just call me Wuming. If you hadn't resigned, you might still be my professor. Sun Wuming met him. Are you studying in Columbia? Banner was a little surprised. Me and Gwen both. Gwen rolled her eyes. This bad guy stayed with her for 2 or 3 days and then disappeared. Great, Columbia is very good. Banner tried hard to find a topic, but found that he and Sun Wuming really had nothing to talk about. Neither of them knew each other before. Well, they can be considered acquaintances. After all, they are not acquainted without fighting, and even Zucker was praised twice. Wuming, can I follow you from now on? Only you can suppress Hulk and prevent him from messing around. Quote. I can work for you. I have 7 doctorate degrees. I heard that Longzhu technology belongs to you. I can work for free. Banner pleaded. He could feel next to Sun Wuming that Hulk had no idea of coming out and wished he could hide forever. Hey Banner. Tony put his arm around his shoulders. Wuming wants to live a world of 2 with Gwen, and you are a third party intervening. Under Sun Wuming's warning gaze, Tony quickly stopped. Why don't you come with me? If Hulk comes out, I can ask Wuming to come over immediately. Banner looked at Sun Wuming with searching eyes until he nodded, and then agreed to Tony. What about you? Tony looked at the others again. You have also seen that in this war, S.H.I.E.L.D. has almost no experience. This world is saved by Wu Ming, Miss Spider, and everyone here. No one can tell whether other aliens will invade Blue Star in the future. We must be prepared in advance. Tony continued to use his tricks of deception. Although Nick Fury is not good in character and ability, he has a pretty good idea. I want to set up an Avengers to specifically deal with this kind of crisis that threatens Blue Star. Sun Wuming paused and continued eating the barbecue. Although there are some changes, is the Avenger not Jen? I'm joining. I'm willing to protect Blue Star and Jane. Thor said boldly, but I can't stay here forever. I will let Heimdall observe Blue Star's situation for a long time. Awesome, with you I don't have to worry about energy issues anymore. Tony patted his account and continued to look at the others. I don't care, I'm just an ordinary person. Hawkeye shook his head. Besides, I'm still SHIELD's Wang Lijiao agent, so I'm not suitable. Legolas, don't deny yourself so much. You can shoot really accurately. I will make a new set of bows and arrows tailor-made for you. And you, Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury, this boss is so evil. After some persuasion, Banner, Captain America, and Black Widow all joined Tony's plan. Only Hawkeye kept refusing, and Tony had no other solution except to discuss it later. Finally, he turned his attention to Sun Wuming, who had not expressed his stance. Wu Ming, Tony, you know me. Sun Wuming ate the last burrito and wiped his mouth slowly. I have no interest in such activities at all. But you took action this time. Tony tried to convince him, you have saved this city 3 times. Because they disturb me. Sun Wuming shrugged. Not joining your Avengers plan doesn't mean that I don't care about everything, but I just don't want to be entangled in trivial matters. I'm going home with Gwen first. By the way, when you're done with this period of time, come see me again. I have something to tell you. After saying that, Sun Wuming got up and left with Gwen. Looking at the two people leaving, Ni could only feel helpless. Arriving at a deserted corner, Sun Wuming opened the portal and walked in with Gwen. My uncles and aunts will be able to come back in a few days, and Queens will hardly be affected. What a pity. I was hoping that the insurance company would compensate me a large sum of money so that I could change my house. Have you chosen a good location? We can buy it first. Housing prices in New York must have plummeted recently. The two of them walked through the portal while talking, and heard a resentful voice. You are finally back. The sudden sound startled Gwen and Sun Wuming. An idea flashed in Sun Wuming's mind, and she finally remembered something and patted her head. Wu Ming, who is she? Gwen asked in disbelief. She had already seen the speaker. She was a beautiful girl with green hair. She was young and had extremely delicate facial features. I went out to fight a war. Wu Ming dared to bring the woman home. No, Gwen, please listen to my explanation. Seeing that Gwen had Blacken's tendency, Sun Wuming quickly explained the origin of Lorna. It seems that less than half a day has passed, but Sun Wuming has been in another time and space for almost half a month. He was beating Thanos again, snapping his fingers again, and sparring with Carol for several days. After experiencing so much, he had long forgotten about Lorna. Only after seeing this did he remember that he had just kidnapped a little girl back in the afternoon. Are you sure you're not motivated by? Gwen looked at the young man suspiciously. The two of them have known each other for a long time, and Gwen also knows Sun Wuming's temperament very well. This guy is a pure beauty control. How could I lie to you? I really just appreciate her ability. Sun Wuming vowed. Lorna, perform a show quickly. Quote ? I'm not a street performer. Under Sun Wuming's half-threatening, half-desiring gaze, Lorna sighed and stretched out her palm. Lorna's impression of Sun Wuming has undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, in her understanding, Saiyans should have a very domineering character. She saw him beating Hulk violently, killing abominations, and stealing the United States Army on TV. At first glance, he looks very decisive. But now it seems that is not the case at all. This made Lorna even more curious about Sun Wuming. A faint green light emitted from his right hand, and the metal tableware in the restaurant floated up and flew to Lorna's side. The two forks melted and merged into an iron ball. It's amazing. Gwen opened her mouth slightly and showed her ability to control metal. This is definitely a first-class existence in modern society. She was even a little envious of Lorna, who looked even cooler than his spider ability. Now you believe it. Sun Wuming spread his hands, his innocence finally preserved. Humph, you passed the test. Gwen snorted, took Lorna's hand, and sat on the sofa to chat. She is very interested in Lorna's ability. I was angry at first because Sun Wuming brought people into the house without saying a word, without even making any preparations. She had long been mentally prepared for other women to appear around Sun Wuming in the end. After all, her man was too strong and she couldn't bear it alone. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, she will naturally not be prejudiced against Lorna. And Lorna, because Gwen is her kind, is not afraid of her ability and is very happy. The two women started chatting, but Sun Wuming was put aside. He didn't care, as long as the test was over. After chatting for a while, Lorna remembered a question and looked at Sun Wuming, who was sitting aside playing with his mobile phone. Did you need to do anything to bring me here? Definitely. Sun Wuming put down the phone. Florida. New York State doesn't support idle people. I think your ability can make a big difference. Lorna's eyes flashed with anticipation, and Gwen also became interested. Both of them were curious about how Sun Wuming would arrange Lorna. Especially Lorna, she is already imagining that Sun Wuming will arrange an extremely difficult task for her, and she must go through many difficulties and obstacles to complete it, and ultimately save the world. Sun Wuming looked serious. Now that Manhattan is in ruins, this is your opportunity to show off your talents. I have hired dozens of construction companies. They need a lot of steel bars and various alloys. With your help, Lorna, I will definitely make a lot of money. Gwen was stunned. Lorna was also stunned. You asked me to be a construction worker. What are you talking about? Sun Wuming looked at her with an angry look on his face. This is called a city planner, so glorious. No, Lorna screamed, I don't want it. The beautiful fantasies in her heart collapsed, and Lorna was about to cry. It's so shameful to use super ability to move steel bars at a construction site. Are you really not going to do it? Sun Wuming said quietly, $50,000 a month. Gudong. Lorna swallowed. There are also 5 insurances and 1 fund, 14 days of paid vacation a year, and 2 weekends off. Stop talking, my king. Lorna's eyes instantly became firm. $50,000, she had never seen so much money in her life, and she had 2 weekends off. Sun Wuming is really a conscientious boss. Gwen was dumbfounded as she witnessed Lorna's sudden change of expression. Wasn't she still willing to die rather than give in? Why did you agree all of a sudden? Chidori was driven away, but what was left in Manhattan was a mess and a lingering shadow in people's hearts. This is the first time in history that people have seen extraterrestrial civilizations other than Blue Star, and they are still so aggressive. At the same time, Spider-Woman, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and even superheroes like Hulk have officially entered people's field of vision. Although Tony and Gwen often visited New York in the past, they only did small things, or the incidents were resolved quickly without causing too much trouble. But this time is different. Without them, without the Saiyan who is like a god on Earth, perhaps Blue Star would have become the pasture of Chidori. People finally realized how terrifying the power that overcame modern weapons was. 2 days later, Tony announced the establishment of Avengers, officially renamed the former Stark Building to Avengers Building, and held a grand press conference. This move added fuel to the fire. Comments were polarizing. Some people feel at ease, because the attitude of these superheroes is very clear. They will protect Blue Star, and the United States government's dropping of boxed eggs into New York was also exposed. Compared to such unreliable tricks, they feel that the Avengers are simply the real saviors of the world. The only pity is that the most powerful Saiyan does not appear in the Avengers list. A small group of people are very disgusted with the Avengers and believe that they are responsible for turning Manhattan into this, and they must pay the price for it. Moreover, if such a powerful personal force is not restrained, it will make people feel uneasy, and a regulatory department must be established. Politicians have a headache. The Security Council's video conference was held again. Standing in the middle is Nick Fury. Nick Fury, is this the special team you initiated? At the moment, Nick Fury looks much older and his mental state is somewhat poor. Yeah, but I've lost control of this team and now their leader is Tony. This time, Nick Fury failed completely. The space carrier that S.H.I.E.L.D. spent so much effort to build was so vulnerable to the 2 aliens that it was completely destroyed after only 1 voyage. A large number of elite members died, and the Avengers plan he had in mind was copied by Tony, leaving nothing behind. After hearing his answer, several people on the screen were silent for a moment, and then another person asked, "Do you have any way to restrict them? It is definitely very dangerous to have such a powerful force without control." "I'm sorry, sir, the impact I can have is limited, maybe only Steve and Natasha Romanoff, Stark and the others." Nick Fury shook his head and said no more. Compared to Tony, Thor, Hulk, Captain America and Black Widow, they can only be called people and have little impact on the situation. BCFA Nick Fury also understood this very well, so he did not prevent Black Widow from leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. and joining the Avengers. Ultimately, the order given by the Security Council was for Nick Fury to send Hawkeye into the Avengers and pass information through him and Natasha Romanoff. Since we can't control it for the time being, we must keep abreast of their developments at all times. After Nick Fury left, the Security Council meeting did not end. Pierce's picture appeared on a blank screen. "I have a proposal here. The losses in New York this time are too huge. In order to give an explanation to the people, I recommend that Nick Fury be removed from his position as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. He made too many mistakes in this operation." Sun Wuming didn't know that Pierce had already started taking action, and he was also very busy with this. "What are you busy doing? It's definitely about making money. Now half of the major construction companies in New York are in his hands, and hundreds of Manhattan's rising skyscrapers need to be rebuilt or repaired. It's such a huge profit, isn't it?" Winston, who has been helping Sun Wuming acquire enough construction companies, is wondering whether Sun Wuming is the one who brought the aliens this time. Otherwise, how could he have foreseen the situation and prepared so far in advance? After just thinking about it in this direction, Winston quickly stopped because he was afraid that he would know too much and be silenced. "Lorna, you have done a good job. I have decided to give you a salary increase." Sun Wuming looked at the girl in front of him happily. Lorna's ability is so useful. Not only can it help a lot in shaping steel and refining alloys, but it can even complete quality inspections. As long as she uses ability to control it, she can detect which ones just failed, which is extremely efficient. "Really, boss, how much salary increase do you want to give me?" The girl's eyes were bright green, the color of US dollars. Sun Wuming stretched out a finger and said, 10,000 yuan. 1 month. Lorna cheered happily. If Gwen hadn't been there, she would have pounced on him. Sun Wuming directly handed a wad of bills to the little girl, and then rushed her to work at the construction site. Gwen kept looking at her boyfriend with eyes that looked down upon him. "Wuming, doesn't your conscience hurt?" "Why does it hurt? You see, Lorna is not very happy. Lorna has helped you save more than $10 million in labor and technical funds in the past 2 days, and you actually gave her a raise of 10,000. Gwen was a little speechless. This was so evil. Why do children need so much money? Sun Wuming pulled Gwen close to his arms and pinched her little nose. "Besides, I am making money for you, so let's not talk about the other." "Already." "Huh, I'm not going to squeeze Lorna," Gwen said angrily. Just as the two were about to do some physical and mental health exercises, the Red Queen's voice suddenly rang out. "Master, Mr. Stark is here to visit." Unlike Jarvis, there is a hint of emotion in Red Queen's voice. Although it is not obvious, it does not sound so stiff. Sun Wuming has used the technology obtained from future Tony to upgrade the Red Queen, making it closer to true artificial intelligence. "I'm leaving first. My parents will be home soon." When Gwen heard Tony coming, she took the initiative and said, "Break free. Open the arms of Sun Wuming." "Okay, I'll go there tonight too." Gwen nodded, went out, and greeted Tony, who came in. Tony unceremoniously took out a bottle of wine from Sun Wuming's wine cabinet, poured a glass, and then asked, "I heard that you found another superpower. His ability is to control steel." His expression was a little pained. Wasn't this simply restraining the ability of his steel armor? "The information is quite good. Her name is Lorna. You will meet her if you have a chance." Sun Wuming stood up and took Tony to the study. I don't think you have something to do with me. It's because your computer has crashed. That mouth of yours should be sewn shut." Sun Wuming waved his fist, scaring Tony into shutting up. He didn't wear a battle armor when he came here today, and Zippy was really going to get beaten. Please take a look at these documents. I will take a copy with you later. What information do you have? Tony slid the mouse carelessly, and his expression gradually changed. Anti-gravity devices, space combat suits, particle cannon energy gathering, and structural innovations in the arc reactor. Each one is an idea in his own mind, and needs to be modified into the armor through a lot of experiments. But now it was directly taken out by Sun Wuming. He raised his head. Where did you get these technologies? Have you gone to an alien planet? There is absolutely no way this could have been done by people on Blue Star. He was confident that these technologies would at least surpass the current Blue Star level of 20 years. Perhaps after he analyzes Chidori technology, he can shorten this process to 5 years, or even 3 years. But now that Sun Wuming has taken it out, this is the only possibility. Don't worry about where it comes from. Just say whether you want it or not. Sun Wuming couldn't tell him about traveling to the future, so he could only urge. Longzhu Technology wants 70% of the profits from the products made using these technologies in the future. This is my only requirement. I agree. Tony agreed decisively. It was no different from giving it to him for free. Wuming, can't you really say it? Before leaving, Tony asked again without giving up. Don't think about it, it's impossible. Say goodbye. After saying that, Sun Wuming decisively closed the door. Among the technologies that Tony in the future world handed over to Sun Wuming, the technology of steel armor was clearly divided into 3 stages, allowing Sun Wuming to decide by himself when to take out these technologies and hand them over to Tony in this world. Level 1 is an innovative evolution of energy application based on Chidori's technology. Without changing the upper limit, the output power is increased, as well as some intelligent functions, such as split design, remote summoning, and sentry mode. The second stage is micro-storage technology, which is a very critical node. Not only is the miniaturized storage of the armor, but also the miniaturization of various weapons, which greatly enhances the arsenal of weapons for steel warfare. The most important thing is that only by fully mastering micro-storage technology can we carry out research on nanometer armor. The third stage is naturally nanotechnology, and there are also some high-level applications of energy weapons. Sun Wuming didn't dare to leave it all to Tony at once. He didn't care about the stability of the timeline. Anyway, it was already broken like this, so it didn't matter if it collapsed further. The main reason is that this guy loves to mess around so much. He often does bad things with good intentions and makes everything messy. So he had to take his time and cut the leaks bit by bit. These techniques alone were enough for him to study for a year or 2. When Tony returned to the Stark building, he excitedly found Banner, who was fishing, and shared with him what he had learned today. Incredible. Banner pushed up his glasses. These technologies are highly similar to Chidori, just like, someone made a conclusion after thoroughly understanding Chidori technology. Tony, you are the only one who brought these things. Wuming gave it to me, but that guy was so mysterious that he refused to tell me the specific source. Tony looked at the long list of information on the screen with uncontrollable excitement. With these, our Veronica plan will go more smoothly. Banner nodded in agreement. It does save a lot of trouble. The 2 technical geeks rushed into the laboratory as if they had discovered a peerless beauty. A day after recruiting Banner, Tony revealed his plan to him. He wanted to create a suit of armor that could counter the Hulk. In this way, after Banner goes berserk, even if Wuming is not around, they still have countermeasures, so they need Banner to provide more information about Hulk. At first glance, Banner feels a little awkward. Let him deal with himself. How did Tony come up with such a naughty operation? But when he thought about it carefully, Banner became excited. The person who hates Hulk the most in the world right now is none other than Banner. If Tony can really make anti-Hulk armor and beat up Hulk, he will definitely transform without any hesitation and let Hulk come out and enjoy himself. In fact, Tony had some important information that he did not disclose to Banner. Anti-Hulk armor is just the first step in his grand plan. His ultimate goal is to create an anti-Saiyan armor. However, after Sun Wuming showed his strength many times, he has put this plan on hold for the time being. With the current level of technology, he could not find a weapon to restrain the Saiyans. It's better to think about this matter after you develop honestly, and set a small goal first. Just defeat Hulk first. Asgard. In the glorious Asgard Hall, Odin sat on the golden throne, holding the eternal spear. His only one eye looked at Loki, who was kneeling under the stage, flashing with anger. Loki also lowered his head deeply, not daring to look at the king of God. Father. The last time Thor saw Odin so angry was the time when he made a big fuss in Jotunheim. Well, if you think about it this way, it seems that Ping has not passed for too long. That's enough, Thor. Odin's spear hit the floor tiles hard, creating cracks, showing the anger of the God King. These two sons are more troublesome than the other, and more troublemaking than the other. The eldest son caused the great war between Asgard and Jotunheim, and the giants of Jotunheim nearly conquered Asgard, disturbing his Odin's sleep. The younger son went even further and actually dared to unite with outsiders to attack Midgard. Is that a place you can mess with? Not to mention the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who has been hiding behind the scenes and rarely shows up. Even Sun Wuming can't be offended by you. If it hadn't been for the good relationship he made last time, Loki would have been buried in the ground by now. Lock Loki to the dungeon. No one can release him without my order. Odin did not say a specific time. He had decided not to release Loki until he died, so as to save him from causing trouble again. As for his death, compared with the upcoming crises, Loki's little troubles are nothing. He can only ask for his own blessings. As the guard pressed Loki down, Odin's breathing became calmer, and there was a hint of relief in Thor's eyes. You did a good job this time, not only preventing Loki from escalating the situation, but also bringing back the Tesseract. Father, I just want to talk to you about this matter. Thor took out the Tesseract. Wuming said that the condition for him to let Loki go is to hand over the Tesseract to him. I have no right to make a decision and can only come back to ask for your opinion. Moreover, the scepter that Loki took from Thanos was also taken as a trophy by him. Odin's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly what the gem on the scepter was. Does Sun Wuming want to collect infinite gems? Using his divine power, Odin's divine eye looked across the 9 realms, and finally landed on Midgard. Kamar Taj, the Ancient One who was reading a book, raised his head thoughtfully, looked at Odin, and then withdrew his gaze. Far away in New York, Sun Wuming also stopped what he was doing. With a thought, his spirit body left his body and entered the star realm. What's the reason for the King of God's visit? In the bizarre astral world, Sun Wuming and Odin communicate with each other across endless time and space. I heard from Thor that you want to collect infinite gems. That's right, Sun Wuming didn't mean to hide it at all. I want to collect all 6 gems. That's very dangerous, Odin sighed. Even if 2 infinite gems are in the same place, unpredictable things will happen. I once wanted to collect infinite gems, and even collected 5, but the last one. Odin shook his head. The price was too high, and I finally gave up. Even so, it also caused a huge amount of disaster. I will be measured, Your Majesty the God King. Sun Wuming said softly. I am also considering the issue of Soul Gem, but there will always be a way. You actually know. Odin was also a little surprised and looked deeply at Sun Wuming. In this case, I won't say any more. After Bifrost is repaired, I will let Thor give the gem to you. Thank you, God King. Sun Wuming nodded slightly, watched the other party leave, and finally asked suddenly. Is the infinity gauntlet in your vault really a fake? Odin's slightly stooped figure paused and gradually dissipated. The gems are fake. Asgard. Odin withdrew his gaze. Thor was waiting for him to make a decision and remained silent. Thor, go give the gem to Heimdall and repair the Bifrost. There has been a lot of turmoil in the 9 realms recently. After all this is resolved, give the Tesseract to Sun Wuming. Yes, Father. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Odin would not be willing to hand over the Tesseract. If that happened, he would be very embarrassed in the middle. After Thor left, Odin was the only one left in the hall. After a long time, he let out a sigh. I hope my choice is right this time. He saw Ragnarok, Asgard fell, reduced to ashes and flames, and Thor was forced to flee with the remaining people. And the only one who can save Asgard is Sun Wuming. But the other party's actions of collecting gems have brought haste to this only hope. Odin didn't know what to do. Blue Star, Shield, and Nick Fury were called to Pierce's office. Pierce, why are you calling me in such a hurry? I'm very busy right now, with the aftermath in New York and Chittori's return. If it were a normal situation, Pierce would definitely comfort him with a smile on his face. The two were friends and had a superior-subordinate relationship. Nick Fury can take the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and it is indispensable for Pierce's support. But today the situation is completely different. Pierce ignored Nick Fury's complaints and took out an A4 paper in a very formal manner. Nick Fury, after a decision by the Security Council, we have unanimously concluded that due to a series of mistakes you have made in the past, you are no longer suitable to serve as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Pierce, are you kidding me? Nick Fury's face was full of disbelief. Nick, I can't help you this time. Pierce said regretfully. You secretly researched weapons of mass destruction and killed thousands of agents. I can't bear these responsibilities, and neither can you. The development of Tesseract was authorized by the Security Council. Nick Fury was shocked and angry. How could the Security Council not know that he was doing these things? If you don't know, where did the funding and personnel support come from? Did you see the file? Pierce asked. It was your verbal promise, and those scientific researchers. I didn't, Nick. It was all your own initiative that led to the aliens and the destruction of half of New York. Pierce made the final conclusion. Nick Fury stared at his decades-old comrade. Got it all. He was pushed out to take the blame. The Security Council must find the main person responsible for this incident. If not him, the director, who else could it be? Could it be those gentlemen? Okay. Nick Fury nodded repeatedly and slammed the door angrily. Soon, the news of Nick Fury's dismissal spread within S.H.I.E.L.D. It didn't cause much disturbance. After all, most people are Hydra, so it is strange for a Hydra person to be the boss for so long. His replacement as director was Hill, and Sitwell was mentioned to Hill's former position. Some of Nick Fury's old subordinates were also purged, and only those who had a close relationship with the Avengers such as Phil Coulson and Hawkeye survived. Although Hill's ability is not as strong as Nick Fury's, he is more than capable. The most important thing is that he is obedient and not as suspicious as Nick Fury. Now, Hydra's development has reached a bottleneck, and Nick Fury is no longer as important as before. After finishing all S.H.I.E.L.D. matters and calming down the storm, Pierce did another 2 days of mental work. Finally came to Sun Wuming. This time he only brought Crossbones and Sitwell. Mr. Sun, Nick Fury has been completely kicked out by S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce smiled attentively. He came here with a request. I'm just an enthusiastic New Yorker. There is no need for Secretary Pierce to tell me about such a big matter. Pierce nodded in agreement, but actually cursed inwardly. Didn't you mention that you wanted to kick Black Braised Egg away? Would he make such a big move now? To be honest, I came to you this time to make a deal. Pierce's smile remained unchanged and he stated his purpose. Tell me, I would like to borrow your scepter to do some research. How long will it take and what will you use in exchange? Sun Wuming didn't even raise his eyebrows. It was no big deal to make a deal with Hydra. It just depends on the chips given by the other party. He can't be moved. 5 years. No, just 3 years. Seeing Sun Wuming's face darken, Pierce quickly changed his tune. We can pay $100 billion as a bargaining chip. If you feel it's not enough, you can still give up. Money means nothing to me. Sun Wuming shook his head. He started Longzhu Technology firstly to research some aspects of food for himself, and secondly to enjoy the pleasure of making money. 0. At this point, all his material needs have been met, his power belongs to himself, and he does not need more money to expand his influence. What about the seats? 10 house seats. Not interested in. After talking about it several times in a row, Sun Wuming could not bring out the slightest interest. Pierce was a little anxious. Mr. Sun, why don't you say it yourself? As long as Hydra can get it, we will not be stingy. Just waiting for your words. Sun Wuming secretly said his request. I want Hydra to provide Dr. Zola with all of his codes. Pierce's pupils shrank and he lost his voice. How do you know? Sun Wuming looked at him funny. I even know that you are Hydra, so what's the fuss about knowing more about Zola? Okay, make your decision, whether you agree to my request 7. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.